Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1611 to Chapter 1676. Li Zongjiu gestured with his hand. Hong Long knew that he had to hide again. The person in front of him released a surge of energy, shattering the trees in front of him. He cleared a path in the forest. He held a pair of swords in his hands. On the two swords, there were even some serrated edges. It's Qinghu, the right-hand man of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's third leader. He's ruthless, determined, and powerful. He's the one who can't deal with the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long hurriedly shouted. After all, Li Zongjiu wasn't very clear about the identities of these people, and this was the only thing Hong Long could do now. If he couldn't be of use. In that case, Li Zongjiu might really abandon her. It's you who killed Wu Fu and the others. Where's Qianyu? Qinghu was powerful. But at least he knew now. If he joined forces with Qianyu. If he wanted to take them down alone, it would definitely be an extremely difficult task. She's not here. Don't worry. Li Zongjiu said calmly. He seemed to be saying that they didn't need to join forces to deal with him. Qinghu snorted coldly. He understood the meaning behind Li Zongjiu's words. Let's fight. I want to see your sword energy. Li Zongjiu drew his sword as soon as Qinghu finished speaking. Since they were enemies, there was no need to talk. A cold light flashed in the forest. Then, Li Zongjiu's figure quickly rushed forward. The sword energy in his hand exploded. The rocks and trees along the way were covered with a thick layer of frost energy. They were completely frozen. Before the sword chi reached him, he already felt a chill in his heart. Two tigers descend the mountain. Qinghu held two swords. He stabbed them into the ground. Boom! Like two ferocious tigers, they charged towards Li Zongjiu. The moment these two ferocious tigers landed on the ground, they caused an extremely strong tremor in the mountain forest. It seemed to want to shatter Li Zongjiu's sword chi. Swoosh, ice and fire curled up. Li Zongjiu brandished his two swords. His reaction was incomparably fast, and he directly flew out from between the two ferocious tigers. When he got close to the other party, the matchless sword suddenly slashed down. The green tiger dual swords parried. Although Li Zongjiu was only wielding the sword with one hand, Qinghu was unable to withstand the force of the attack. Qinghu's knee hit the ground with a loud bang and he was forced to kneel down. Immediately, Qinghu rolled to the side. Li Zongjiu's sword power was neutralized. He also got up very quickly and attacked Li Zongjiu. As he flipped his body, Li Zongjiu also stabbed forward with his matchless sword. At least Qinghu could block his sword. Buddha's palm. Just when Qinghu thought that Li Zongjiu was only good at swordsmanship, Li Zongjiu suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, his palm hit Qinghu's chest. Bang! Qinghu's body instantly flew hundreds of meters away and rolled down a small hill. The palm hit the third time. Qinghu's body just bounced up. Li Zongjiu's sword chi had already attacked. Boom! The sword fell to the ground. It cut 100-meter deep gully on the ground. Qinghu was also shocked. His eyes flashed with cold light. Li Zongjiu's sword chi attacked. Since Qinghu wanted to see Li Zongjiu's sword chi, Li Zongjiu certainly had to fulfill his wish. Clang! 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 The two weapons collided. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu gently flicked his matchless sword. It actually cut off Qinghu's double swords. Heavenly Tyrant Tiger striped palm. Qinghu threw away the double swords in his hands. Then he raised his palms and hit Li Zongjiu. Bang! Li Zongjiu was also hit hard by the palm. Immediately, his body swept backward. Qinghu's strength was not weak. At most, he was only slightly weaker than Li Zongjiu. Now that he felt the attack, it was obvious that Qinghu in front of him did not hold back. He blocked it. Qinghu had been preparing this move for a long time. He even directly threw away his weapon to fight for a chance to attack. But he did not expect that. Li Zongjiu could still stand there unscathed after being hit by his palm. And Li Zongjiu also felt that his own strength had completely dissolved the power of the palm. Even Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised. Li Zongjiu was also very shocked. Looks like it's the effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir. The main effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir was not to directly increase Li Zongjiu's strength, but to completely open up Li Zongjiu's body. It was as if Li Zongjiu's body was just a small pond. But now, it was directly turned into a pond, so Li Zongjiu's body was able to directly absorb the palm power of his opponent. At this point, Li Zongjiu also mobilized his own strength. I can still absorb it? Turn it into my own strength. After the Heaven Virtual God form record was activated, Li Zongjiu also clearly felt the strength in his body, like a surging wave, rushing quickly. This was after absorbing the opponent's strength. Very quickly, it directly turned into his own strength. But obviously, this was a very risky way to cultivate. Li Zongjiu steadied himself. Why don't you try punching me again? Li Zongjiu said to Qinghu. Then, Qinghu was also stunned. What did this kid mean? Was he looking down on him? In Qinghu's eyes, there was an extremely strong murderous aura. Li Zongjiu actually dared to humiliate him like this. Die. Qinghu naturally could not tolerate it. Even if he lost his two swords, his hands were still very powerful weapons, and he was sure that he could definitely cut Li Zongjiu open and kill Li Zongjiu completely. Tiger King descends. Tyrannical slaughter. At this moment, Qinghu's own aura also condensed at this moment. The clouds moved in all directions. In the distance, Qinghu's team also felt the vibration. It's Master Qinghu. These people also quickly attacked from all directions. Hong Long felt the surge of this power and was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. After all, the opponent's strength was also very terrifying. Everyone could also feel this strong aura. After feeling the Tiger King descends, they felt the aura of disdain in all directions. They could not resist. Li Zongjiu also vaguely felt that this gust of wind was a little strong. He already saw Qinghu's figure attacking. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also felt the opponent's strength. But he had no intention of dodging at all. Not dodging? Then I'll kill you. Qinghu shouted angrily. His fists suddenly exerted strength. The strength in his body exploded like a flash flood. It directly hit Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! Li Zongjiu did not dodge. He actually used his body to take the opponent's punch. Qinghu only felt that his punch seemed to hit a star. With the strength of an ordinary person, how could he shake a star? His own strength did not bring any threat or harm to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's body also completely suppressed this force. He activated the Heaven Void God record. He quickly absorbed his own strength into his body. How is this possible? Qinghu was shocked. He saw that Li Zongjiu was not hurt at all. There was not even a trace of pain on his face. Qinghu could not believe it. With his strength of innate level 7. He directly hit Li Zongjiu with a punch, but the latter was not hurt at all. This also made Qinghu unable to believe it. Actually, your strength is not bad. It's a pity that you met me. Li Zongjiu said calmly. In the next second, Li Zongjiu's punch blew up the opponent's body. Just a moment ago, Qinghu was like the Tiger King descending to the world. But now, he was killed by Li Zongjiu. Hong Long could see everything clearly from afar. Li Zongjiu was too strong. Hong Long could no longer tell what level Li Zongjiu's strength was at. After Li Zongjiu killed Qinghu, two figures quickly flew over from the horizon. He killed Lord Qinghu. Release the signal. One of them said quickly. Even Qinghu was killed. What was there to wait for? They had to report the situation as soon as possible. Release the signal. They had encountered a strong enemy. The other person also reacted and immediately held the signal flare in his hand. Just as he was about to release it. However, he felt a cool breeze blowing over. His body froze on the spot, unable to move. A wave of freezing power came from the inside. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. Seeing this, the other person turned around and tried to escape without hesitation. But the moment he tried to escape, Li Zongjiu blocked his way. Trying to run? With a wave of his sword, the person in front of him was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, frozen on the spot. He stood still. After blinking his eyes twice, he lost all signs of life. With a boom, he turned into a soul bean. Li Zhongjiu directly put it into his pocket. After killing 2 people, 4 more came. Obviously, these 4 people were also Qinghu's subordinates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so quickly after seeing the situation here. The rest of the people would basically observe the situation first when they saw the situation here and wouldn't rush in rashly. Li Zhongjiu started to fight with the 4 people. He continued to kill the 4 of them. Hong Long watched from the side as Li Zhongjiu killed everyone. His eyes flashed with disbelief. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength and methods were too admirable. Even the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not as ruthless as Li Zhongjiu when he was young. As long as he was ruthless enough, it would be fine. Hong Long also rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he and Li Zhongjiu were partners. At least for now, it seemed that Li Zhongjiu was quite reasonable. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Li Zhongjiu would never let her leave. But when facing the enemy, Li Zhongjiu's methods were indeed terrifying. There was no mercy. The Green Tiger Group was annihilated. In the Scarlet Soul City, this group of existences that caused people to tremble in fear were actually all annihilated in Li Zhongjiu's hands in less than an hour's time. There was no mercy. In fact, no one was able to escape from it. They were all killed. It was truly too exciting and exciting. Hong Long was a witness. In fact, until now, Hong Long was already in a state of numbness. There was nothing to be surprised about. Li Zhongjiu was so strong. It was normal for him to kill a few people. Moreover, they were all enemies. To Hong Long, this was nothing out of the ordinary. In the valley, the mysterious blood pool altar had already been completed. The blood of these fiendish demons was continuously flowing out and gathering in the surroundings. They were using this sort of power to prove how powerful they were. The blood of the demons gathered. The blood array set up by the 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was also completed, causing the demons to bleed non-stop. At the same time, it was also maintaining their lives. They could neither live nor die. When such an extremely evil formation was displayed, it was even more shocking. Why is Qinghu not back yet? The 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked very serious. It was going to be dark soon. Perhaps that fiendish demon would also appear. At such a critical juncture, it had yet to return to the group. Based on the 3rd head's understanding of Qinghu, he knew that the latter would not do such a thing at such a critical time. Something must have happened to Qinghu. Someone had killed Qinghu. It meant that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had met a strong enemy. Otherwise, ordinary people would not have the guts to do so. Facing the enemies of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would not be soft-hearted. Where is the 2nd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? The 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance asked. The 1st head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was in seclusion. Ordinary people were not allowed to disturb him. The 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was in charge of today's matter. Now that he realized that he did not have enough manpower, he immediately sent a message to the 2nd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and asked him to bring people to help. The 2nd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance set off an hour ago. I think he will be here soon. Narrow the perimeter. Make sure that all our forces are concentrated. Don't let the enemy create any openings. The 2nd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance said in a deep voice. This was a very serious matter. An ant's hole could destroy a 1,000-mile dike. If the enemy succeeded in a sneak attack, it was obvious that this mission would be ruined. Even this mission would be ruined by the enemy. Yes, 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The number of experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the vicinity had increased to about 60 people. They eliminated some who were on the way, some who were in disguise, and some who were sacrificed in the battle. This time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had sent at least 100 people. At least 30% of them were experts in the Khanate realm. The remaining experts in the postnatal realm were not weak. They had sent so many experts over. If something went wrong, it would cause all their efforts to be in vain. The 3rd head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would definitely go crazy. By then, many people would be in trouble. However, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was indeed very powerful. They had easily mobilized more than 100 people. If it were other forces, it would be considered very good if they could gather 6 or 7 people. Night was approaching. The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was very nervous. This was because this treasure in the underground palace was too important. He wanted to get this treasure in the underground palace very much. This was why the third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was so nervous and eager. He had to complete this mission no matter what. Li Zongjiu brought Hong Long to the vicinity of the canyon. He could even see that there were people patrolling around. Li Zongjiu knew that this area must be the core area of the enemy. The qi and blood in front of him were extremely strong. It was obvious that this was the place where the enemy had set up the array. However, Li Zongjiu did not continue to move forward. Let's rest here. If we rush forward now, we will alert the enemy. Li Zongjiu looked at the surrounding terrain. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. If they rushed in recklessly, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked by the enemy. Li Zongjiu's main mission here was not to kill, but to get the treasure in the underground palace. Li Zongjiu was very interested in such a powerful treasure. If this was the Xinwu continent, with so many experts in the Khanate realm, it would be an earth-shattering battle for the treasure. However, it was obvious that in this great world, this was just an extremely simple battle. Experts from all walks of life had gathered. However, in reality, they were just being used as pawns. It was more or less the same. After all, they were at a different level from before. Even if Li Zongjiu was here, he would at most be a slightly stronger person. It was still too early for him to crush all the heroes. At least, he had to enter the heaven realm to be considered as having a foothold in the great world. Li Zongjiu was very clear about this. He had to do everything himself. Even with his current strength, he could not be too arrogant. At least, when facing the main experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance who were about to arrive, Li Zongjiu could not kill them directly. If that was the case, he might be besieged and killed by the many experts. Even if he wanted to escape, it would not be an easy task. Usually, when Li Zongjiu was confident, he would directly kill the other party. However, if he was not confident, he would not dare to do such an arrogant thing. It was better for him to keep a low profile. This was the best choice. Hong Long also noticed Li Zongjiu's point. When it was time to be high profile, he would be high profile. Because those people were no match for him, it was fine to kill them. However, when it was time to keep a low profile and admit defeat, he would not feel embarrassed at all. He would admit defeat directly and keep a low profile. It was as if he was hiding here and waiting for an opportunity. In the process of waiting, the two of them held their breaths and did not say a word. This was the only way to ensure that their auras would not be discovered by others. Now, the experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were all patrolling the surroundings. Once they discovered any movement, they would definitely appear and attack. They would definitely not leave any hidden dangers. Moreover, the news of Qinghu's death should have already spread. Once it was confirmed, they would definitely double their vigilance. Nightfall. Li Zongjiu and Hong Long waited. There seemed to be some extremely wretched cries of demons in the surroundings as well. Soon after, there were traces of a group of demons near the blood pool. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance was also in position. They wanted the items in the hands of these demons, but these demons also wanted their heads. What would it do to itself after swallowing these people alive? His cultivation would also be greatly improved. That was exactly the case. That was why these demons were so unscrupulous in attacking human experts. Both sides were taking what they needed. The strength of demons who ate humans would greatly increase. It seemed to be a reward given to them by the heavens. It was also a characteristic given to them that allowed them to possess such powerful strength. Be careful. Waves of battle could be felt from afar. Li Zongjiu's eyes also flashed with surprise. This battle seemed to be particularly intense. The pool of blood that the other party had created had obviously attracted a large number of fiendish demons with the intention of killing everyone here. Boom, the fiendish demons caused a huge commotion. There were even 2 or 3 of them. How dare they? They charged towards Li Zongjiu and Hong Long naturally. This was also an act of suicide. Hence, Li Zongjiu also directly killed these demons. The battle in the canyon was especially intense. It seemed to be a battle between humans and demons. The experts of the Sky Fiend Alliance were also experts in long-range attacks. The barrage of attacks came one after another. The demons only knew how to fight in close range. There were hundreds of experts in the Sky Fiend Alliance. As for the demons, there were already more than 30 of them gathered. At the same time, the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance had already discovered that there seemed to be a person who seemed to be shorter in the middle of this group of demons. Moreover, he was like the brains of this group of fiendish demons, constantly giving orders to these fiendish demons. Although he could not see clearly, he could vaguely see that this guy seemed to have a bronze ring in his hand. The bronze ring was faintly glowing. This made the latter's intelligence seem to have increased at this moment. Hence, he was able to command these demons in front of him. That one, that rat-headed demon, we must not let him escape. Mark him. The third head also shouted directly. Immediately, there were experts behind him who continuously shot out sharp arrows. These arrows flew towards him. Tracking arrows, once one was shot, the unique aura would remain in one's body and it would be difficult to remove it in a short period of time. Hence, this thing was also very useful. Most of the tracking arrows were blocked by the demons beside him. However, in the chaos, there was still someone who shot the arrow in his hand at the latter. Instantly, the arrow was shot at his body. It was also quite accurate. The rat-headed demon screamed and pulled out the arrow from his body. However, in reality, the tracking effect had already been left in the rat-headed demon's body. After feeling the pain, the rat-headed demon also knew that the group of demons under him would not be able to defeat the experts in front of him. Immediately, he ordered a few of the stronger demons around him to protect him and leave. However, the remaining demons charged towards the Sky Fiend Alliance experts without any regard for their lives. A great battle was about to break out. The battle was extremely fierce. The sounds of battle coming one after another also had a rather intense effect on the area. Rumble. The third head saw the rat-headed demon and actually fled. He immediately counted 10 people and chased after him. These 10 people were all innate level 7 experts. In addition, the third head himself was a level 8 innate. With such a lineup, they were able to move freely among any group of fiendish demons and kill them effortlessly. After the third head chased after them with his men, Xianxia, who was hiding in the first place, also moved. When the battle broke out, he had groped his way to this place. He had to chase after them. If he missed them, it would be difficult to find them again. If these people obtained the treasures, they would definitely find the right direction and leave immediately. Hence, this was the only time he could seize the opportunity. Hong Long also tried his best to catch up. However, Xianxia and the rest were too fast and it was very difficult for Hong Long to keep up. They entered an extremely dark forest in front of them. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance's heart sank slightly. The changes in the surroundings seemed to be a little strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong. However, when the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance reacted, it was already a little too late. It turned out that the demons had set up an ambush here. More than 20 fiendish demons had actually surrounded the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and the others from all directions. These demons still have brains. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance exclaimed in disbelief. Although this method was very crude, it was still very effective. It directly caused these people to fall into a predicament. However, humans were humans after all. In terms of intelligence, these demons could not be compared to humans. Moreover, the strength of this wave of demons was also unable to withstand the combined forces of so many innate level 7 experts. Both sides paid a price. The Sky Fiend Alliance had lost 5 people directly. In addition, one person was seriously injured and had lost the ability to fight. If he was not treated in time, he would lose his life very quickly. On the other hand, there were only 3 demons left on the side of the demons. The rat-headed demon was one of them. As for the remaining 2 demons, they were both innate level 7 experts. These 2 fiendish demons were capable of taking away at least one life. Spare no effort, kill. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance roared in a low voice. They had already lost so many experts, all the more they could not let the latter escape. This rat-headed demon seemed to want to escape again. Both sides were in a stalemate for a moment before they attacked again. Both sides collided with each other. It was earth-shattering. Finally, the two demons joined forces and seriously injured one of the innate level 7 experts. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance also used all his strength and tore these two demons into pieces. Die. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance thrust the long spear in his hand towards the rat-headed demon. The rat-headed demon seemed to be at a loss of what to do. It stood rooted to the ground, waiting for death to come. At this moment, there seemed to be countless hidden weapons flying horizontally like a curtain of rain. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one after another, they rushed out. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance could not help but retreat. There were only 3 experts left behind and they hurriedly came forward to block. They blocked the rain of hidden weapons. Who are you? How dare you steal from the Sky Fiend Alliance? Do you want to die? The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance shouted angrily. Li Zongjiu and Hong Long also looked into the distance. There seemed to be people waiting in the forest. Yes. A total of 6 people appeared. The leader was the leader of the Thousand Moon sect, who had done business with Li Zongjiu previously. The people behind the leader of the Thousand Moon sect were all experts in hidden weapons. The round of hidden weapons just now had already made them badly battered. Although they had blocked many of the hidden weapons, many of them had hit their bodies. If not for the armor they were wearing, their bodies would have been pierced through. It's you? The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance was stunned when he saw the person who had appeared. Then, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xianxia, how dare you go against the Sky Fiend Alliance? Get out of my way quickly. Otherwise, I won't even give face to Commander Wan Fei. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance said coldly. At this moment, Xianxu's subordinates had already caught the rat-headed demon with the net that was covered with talismans. Third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance, you're wrong. We accepted the City Lord's mission to kill demons. Along the way, we encountered a demon that attacked us. We just caught it. How could we block the path of the Sky Fiend Alliance? Xianxia had the support of many experts behind him. He saw that the Sky Fiend Alliance in front of him had also suffered heavy losses. Hence, he said nonchalantly. It was a good opportunity to bicker with them. However, Xianxia also knew that he could not delay any longer. Things would change if he delayed. He had to end the battle quickly. Hence, he had to leave before these people called for help. Stop pretending. Since you're not willing to hand over the item, then we're going against the Sky Fiend Alliance. That would be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. So what if they have more people? The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance bellowed. After all, he was a level 8 innate expert. Just by relying on his own strength, he was already able to crush the other party's aura. There was nothing to be afraid of about this. Behind them? With so many experts working together, could they not stop these women, in front of such a precious treasure? The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance did not care about Xianxu's identity anymore. Kill him first. Attack. Xianxia saw through their intentions and immediately shouted in a low voice. The 6 people behind him seemed to have set up a powerful array. In the array, the 6 of them turned into Sky Fiends. They set up an inescapable net. They wanted to stop the people in front of them. But unfortunately, the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance threw out a talisman. Li Zongjiu saw the talisman from afar and his expression changed. He pulled Hong Long, who did not know what was going on, and instantly retreated. Boom! With a loud sound, the earth shook. Li Zongjiu had already predicted the power of the talisman's explosion. Therefore, when this figure flew out, it could be said that it had avoided the power of the explosion without any danger. The entire mountain had been razed to the ground. Even the third master felt like he had overexerted himself. On Qianyu's side. Aside from Qianyu and a woman, the rest of the people had been blasted into soul beings by the explosion just now. Qianyu had used an extremely precious protective item to avoid the same fate. However, he was only able to protect one of them. That move just now was equivalent to the attack of a Sky Realm expert. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with shock. After all, that move was too powerful. If he hadn't dodged in time, what would have happened? he would have been swept up in the explosion. It could even be seen that some of the people lying in ambush were also easily killed by the explosion just now. I almost died. That should be the Thunder Fate talisman. I heard that one costs tens of thousands of soul beans. These people are really willing to part with it. Tens of thousands of soul beans. Li Zhongjiu wanted to get 2 of them to protect himself. However, when he heard how expensive it was, he decided against it. Wouldn't it be better to use these tens of thousands of soul beans to increase his strength? Stay here and don't move. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. It seemed like this was the best time to make a move. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu didn't have any intention of waiting. His body moved horizontally. Although there were people from both sides who had survived the explosion, they were all in a daze. However, they were also in a dizzy state and temporarily unable to use their strength. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu quickly made his move. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't attack the rat-headed demon. Instead, he killed the injured experts from the vile Heavenly Fiend Alliance first. This was the right choice. Xianxia thought that the 2 of them were dead for sure. The opponent had spent a lot of money to buy a Thunder Fate talisman. It was beyond what Xianxia could bear. Furthermore, he had killed all of his capable assistants. Then, the next step would be to kill him first. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't move at all. There weren't many people who dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hence, it was difficult to find anyone who could make a move in the vicinity. But just when Xianxia was feeling extremely nervous, she suddenly saw a figure descending from the sky. The attack came from the dark. Holding a long sword. Dressed in a black robe, he looked like an emissary from hell. What? When the third head heard the commotion behind him, he immediately turned around and saw a cold glint suddenly flash before his eyes. Whoosh, he didn't even see the other party's figure clearly. The third master felt a chill on his neck. Then, blood spurted out. To think that this sword could be so fast. Even after severing his own neck, he was still alive. Before the third master died, Li Zhongjiu took the storage ring from his hand and broke his finger in an instant. You. Who are you? The third master's eyes were filled with hatred, regret, unwillingness, and shock. Finally, with a bang, his entire body exploded into a soul bean. Behind the third master, the injured experts were all dealt with by Li Zhongjiu. Poor third master and the others. If they hadn't been exhausted by these demons, they wouldn't have been able to survive. Facing Xianxia and the others, they wouldn't have had to resort to such a trick. But these people were too confident in themselves. They definitely thought that they had enough strength left to protect themselves. They didn't expect that there would be someone like Li Zhongjiu who wasn't afraid of death. Xianxia also saw Li Zhongjiu appear. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then, she looked at Li Zhongjiu with vigilance. At least now, if Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill the 2 of them, it would be a piece of cake. He could do it directly. So now, their lives were directly in Li Zhongjiu's hands. But Li Zhongjiu didn't seem to be interested in these people. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. As long as these people didn't do anything stupid, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't do anything to them. If these people insisted on fighting with him, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't show any mercy. Then, Li Zhongjiu carried the severely injured rat-headed demon on his back and took it away. Along the way, he also obtained a talisman spell net. Li Zhongjiu thought that this thing was very useful, so he wanted to get one. The rat-headed demon didn't die. In the explosion just now, it should have died. But there was a strong force protecting it, so it didn't turn into a soul bean. So Li Zhongjiu took it away. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's figure disappear, Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. Xianxia and the last remaining subordinate were also shocked. They stood up and supported each other as they left. Li Zhongjiu's strength was indeed too overbearing. It was really too scary. He killed the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance just like that. Just from this round of killing, Li Zhongjiu's body. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance's hatred was definitely not small. Those who dared to do such a thing were either experts or lunatics. Leader, who is this person? The female expert beside him looked at Li Zhongjiu. He seemed to be acquainted with Xianxia. Li Zhongjiu was so strong. He had appeared out of nowhere and killed all these people, swaggering away with the rat-headed demon. Li Zongjiu didn't attack them. However, the two of them also believed that if Li Zongjiu had the slightest bit of hostility, he would not hesitate to kill the two of them. He saved me once before. He seems to have a grudge against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. I don't know who he is. Xianxia shook her head. She didn't know much about this expert who suddenly appeared. But when she thought about how Li Zongjiu made fun of Wu Fu and the others, she felt that something was wrong. This person seemed to have an evil aura around him. People couldn't help but look at him. They were unconsciously attracted by his aura. Let's leave this place quickly, Xianxia said. If the people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had seen such a huge explosion, they would definitely rush over to investigate. In such a state, if someone came to surround them, they wouldn't be so lucky. Okay. The two of them swallowed an elixir to recover their strength. Then, he quickly left the mountaintop. As for the rat-headed demon, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Although Li Zongjiu had killed the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he had taken advantage of their precarious situation. But to be able to do it so cleanly, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the opponent was weak, it was impossible for an ordinary person to get close to him. Xianxia had seen Li Zongjiu's strength. She didn't even know if Li Zongjiu's true strength was the real deal. He must be hiding some other strength. So she had to be careful when dealing with such an expert. She didn't want to provoke him. She didn't know the identity and background of this expert. As for the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Xianxia naturally had the strength to contend with them. So they could compete with each other. But for a mysterious expert like Li Zongjiu, she had to be careful. She had to be on guard. Li Zongjiu caught the rat-headed demon. Then he came to Hong Long. No matter what, he had to take Hong Long away. What did you do? What is this? Don't tell me it's that demon. Hong Long saw Li Zongjiu go and come back so quickly. She didn't know what Li Zongjiu was doing. But when she saw the demon in Li Zongjiu's hand, when this rat-headed demon was in his hand, she could roughly guess what Li Zongjiu was doing just now. Let's go. The two of them headed straight to a place where there were few people. At least they had to avoid these demons. This rat-headed demon had the ability to command other demons. So Li Zongjiu had to be careful. He had seen the strength of demons. They were indeed very powerful and difficult to deal with. If they were surrounded, it would be extremely difficult to break out with Hong Long. In fact, if Li Zongjiu didn't launch a sneak attack, but fought the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance head-on, he would have to pay a price to win. At this time, it was basically a matter of whether you dared to do it or not. If you dared to do it, it was equivalent to winning half of the battle. If you didn't dare to do it, you would lose this opportunity forever. Li Zongjiu found a cave and threw the rat-headed demon on the ground. The latter was trapped under the talisman net and was seriously injured. It only had one breath left and was on the verge of death. But in the rat-headed demon's hand, there was a bronze ring that was shining. It seemed to be the bronze ring that was prolonging the rat-headed demon's life. This must be the treasure in the underground palace. Li Zongjiu looked and then cut off the rat-headed demon's hand with his sword. Ding dong. The bronze ring fell to the ground. Its light also gradually dimmed. What Dharma treasure is this? Li Zongjiu looked at Hong Long. He seemed to know that Hong Long should recognize this bronze ring Dharma treasure. Can I pick it up and take a look? Hong Long asked. Sure. Li Zongjiu nodded. He wasn't worried that Hong Long would take it away. Hong Long carefully held the bronze ring in his hands. He looked at it carefully. When he saw a mark clearly, his pupils shrank and he instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. Distracted divine ring. Although Li Zongjiu felt that the bronze ring in his hand was very powerful, he didn't know how powerful it was. When he saw Hong Long's expression, he couldn't help but wonder. He knew that this thing was incredible. He really did get a treasure. What is the spirit-splitting ring? Li Zongjiu asked. It took Hong Long a long time before he gradually suppressed his surprise. This thing is called the spirit-splitting ring. It has 3 abilities: Demon Sealing, Formless, and Spirit Refining Doppelganger. Demon Sealing, Demon Sealing. Formless. Spirit Refining Doppelganger. Li Zongjie wasn't an ordinary person. Just by looking at the names, he could roughly guess the power of the bronze bracelet in his hand. Demon Sealing and Devil Sealing means that the amorphous hoop can greatly enhance the offensive attributes of demons and devils. Shapeless and amorphous means that it doesn't have any fixed form, and can change and imitate at will. And the most important thing is the Spirit Refining Doppelganger. It can help you refine your own Dao Doppelganger in advance. Hong Long said. It was like a manual explaining the magic treasure in his hand. At the same time, he also returned the spirit-splitting ring to Li Zongjie. Obviously, Hong Long also knew that although this thing was very tempting, it was not worth it. Even if he did not use it himself, he only needed to sell it to get millions of soul beans. There were countless experts who would scramble for such a treasure like a flock of ducks. If they wanted to cultivate their own Dao Doppelganger, they had to be at least at the Lord of Heaven realm. But it was easier said than done to cultivate to the Lord of Heaven realm. Even the current master of Red Soul City had not reached the Lord of Heaven realm. If he could reach the Lord of Heaven realm, it was said that he could freely enter this big world. The appearance of this big world was also called the Doppelganger training field. The experts in the outside world all put their doppelganger here to train, so it was very likely that you would see a Hotian realm expert. But in fact, it was only one of his doppelganger. The real body with more powerful strength was outside this big world. If you were to offend such a person, the consequences would be very terrifying. The trouble that he had provoked was definitely not something that could be settled so easily. Once these Lord of Heaven realm experts came to find trouble with you, then no matter how powerful you were, you would definitely die. After all, it was yours. You only had one life. However, Heaven Monarch realm experts were able to create their own incarnation power, which was equivalent to having countless lives. After some careful consideration, Li Zongjie understood the value of the mind-splitting ring in his hand. It was no wonder that the people from Sky Fiend Alliance were so interested in it. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to get their hands on it. Such a treasure was actually brought out by a mere demon from the underground palace. Perhaps this was the charm of this cruel world. Even if you obtained something by chance, it could directly bring you to a higher level of life and cultivation. This was an extremely enviable thing. There were even fortuitous encounters happening here every day. This great world was simply too big. Moreover, it had existed for an unknown period of time. The number of experts that had been born from it was simply too many to count. If the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were to come to the Saint Martial continent, they could easily destroy the Dragon Island. No matter what race it was, they would be completely annihilated. This was the strength of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, in this place, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was merely a slightly superior wild force. Against a regular army like the City Lord's mansion, they would basically be wiped out in an instant. This item needs to be refined with blood, Hong Long said. Although he wanted to get his hands on the mind-splitting ring in Li Zongjie's hands, Hong Long clearly knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to snatch it. Even if he really got his hands on it, with his strength, he would definitely not be able to protect it. Just as Li Zongjie was about to use his blood to refine it, suddenly, an extremely strong wave of energy came from outside the cave. Li Zongjie instantly kept the mind-splitting ring in his hands. At the same time, he pushed Hong Long into the depths of the cave. Boom! The entire cave was instantly shattered. It directly suppressed Li Zongjie within. However, very quickly, Li Zongjie's body was also hit by the stones that fell on it. It was instantly shattered. They came so quickly. Li Zongjie's eyes flashed with a cold light. Of course, Li Zongjie knew that the other party's actions were so direct. It must be an expert from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He guessed that Yutuo's tracking signal was on this demon. That was why the other party was able to find him so quickly. When Li Zongjie rushed out of the rubble ruins, he saw 3 silhouettes standing in the air. When the 3 of them saw Li Zongjie take the initiative to show himself, the corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. The person who came was the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The 2 people behind him were the second head's left and right hands. After receiving the news, the three of them were on their way here. However, they did not expect that they were still one step too late. The poor third head had died so tragically. Fortunately, the tracking signal he had left behind was still there. This allowed the second-in-command of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to find him very easily. "Hand over the thing and I can give you a quick death," the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance said slowly. Even if he did not need the tracking signal on this demon, he only needed to look at the hatred points on Li Zongjiu to know that there was definitely something wrong with Li Zongjiu. No matter what, he would not let Li Zongjiu go. Giving him a quick death was already the greatest mercy he could give. As for how quick it would be, it was still up to him to decide. Li Zongjiu laughed in disdain when he heard that. "You guys are considered lucky? Those few that I killed just now did not even have a chance to speak." Li Zongjiu mocked. His words were too arrogant. What he meant was that when Li Zongjiu attacked, third head and the rest did not even have a chance to speak. The second head's eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the second head and the two people beside him attacked at the same time. They charged towards Li Zongjiu to kill him. The two people on his left and right seemed to be carrying a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, this power blocked Li Zongjiu's escape routes, making it impossible for Li Zongjiu to advance or retreat. Both of them were experts among the level 7 and 8 experts, their strength was comparable to Li Zongjiu's. If it was before Li Zongjiu had taken the 100 Calamity Elixir, he might have lost his life facing the two of them. However, Li Zongjiu was no longer the same as before. The unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly rotated. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura swept towards both sides. One ice and one fire. Like two wild dragons protecting the law, the sword aura swept towards the two of them. However, it was broken by the two of them. Li Zongjiu had already rushed towards the people in front of him the moment he delayed the other party. He quickly killed the leader of the other party. The sword aura landed. In the blink of an eye, a crazy power burst out. "Want to kill me? If it were that easy, this Zhao's head would have long been hung high on the city walls." The second head also sneered. Since Li Zongjiu wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. In an instant, his figure burst out. In the second head's hand, there was a 9-foot-long saber. He waved the long saber, full of murderous intent, directly towards Li Zongjiu. This made Li Zongjiu extremely wary. Although the saber was ridiculously long, when the saber was waved, it was quite fierce and powerful. It was vigorous and vigorous. Even all kinds of tricky saber techniques were directly aimed at Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu blocked with his sword. The two masters behind him attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. Li Zongjiu had to retreat. After fighting with Li Zongjiu for a while with the long saber, the second head also knew how powerful Li Zongjiu's ability was. He could not be underestimated. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Li Zongjiu would definitely find an opportunity to severely injure him. However, as long as the three of them joined forces, Li Zongjiu would have no chance at all. He could only be defeated step by step. In the end, his fate was very obvious. It was very clear that Li Zongjiu himself would have no chance at all. "Your strength is not bad, but if the three of us join forces, you will only die." The second head sneered coldly. No wonder the third head died in the few moments of fighting. The powerful strength that Li Zongjiu had displayed had already caused the second master to have a lingering fear. If he did not give it his all, he might be injured directly. Moreover, judging from Li Zongjiu's fighting style, as long as he had the slightest chance, he would definitely spare no effort to kill you. With this kind of strength, it was indeed necessary to be extra careful and careful. Li Zongjiu did not speak, but only touched the tattoo on his finger. Suddenly, a fishy wind blew. Roar! The poisonous dragon Aotion appeared, the strength of a level 8 innate was released continuously. Powerful energy continued to permeate the air. Rumble! After Aotion appeared, a slight flap of his wings was able to release an extremely strong aura. After that, Aotion quickly rushed towards the second head. Both of them were level 8 innate, and they were in a stalemate. Li Zongjiu also needed to wait for an opportunity. He charged towards the two left and right hands. The sudden appearance of the poisonous dragon Aotian also gave them a strong pressure. Suddenly, the three of them frantically retreated, and their strength exploded. However, Li Zongjiu had already locked onto one of them. This person could not escape from Li Zongjiu's attack. In the end, he also charged towards Li Zongjiu. "Hold that guy back, I will help you after I kill this dragon." The second head roared. The appearance of the poisonous dragon Aotian gave them too much pressure. They had no choice but to join forces to block Aotian's attack. Boom! Li Zongjiu pointed his matchless sword towards the head of the person in front of him. The other party also threw a pair of iron fists towards Li Zongjiu. Bang bang! Buddha's palm. Mountain flipping golden seal. All of a sudden, Li Zongjiu also threw away his sword. The matchless sword attacked automatically. It forced the other party to retreat. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's palms were constantly forming seals, and waves of strength were thrown towards the person in front of him. World-shocking divine fist. The other party's fists also landed on Li Zongjiu's body without any restraint. It turned out that both sides were using this kind of head-on fighting method to injure each other. However, the result was very obvious. Half of the other party's body was directly smashed by Li Zongjiu. The matchless sword flashed and pierced through the other party's head. Although the other party's fists landed on Li Zongjiu's body. However, all the attack power was absorbed by Li Zongjiu's heaven virtual divine form record. In the blink of an eye, he killed a person, the second head in charge, and the other expert who was entangled by the poison dragon in the distance also trembled when they saw this scene. The two of them were furious. Although the three of them were subordinates, they had been good friends for many years. And now, he was actually killed right before their very eyes. How could they tolerate this? With a furious roar, the two of them unleashed their yuan qi in a frenzy. It was as if a violent gust of wind was blowing. The surrounding trees were all uprooted. They formed a strong force and smashed towards the poison dragon. Bam! The poison dragon was hit. He was in so much pain that he cried out. However, the poison dragon opened his mouth and turned into a poison arrow. The person in front of him couldn't dodge it in time. He was in such a sorry state. However, the two of them couldn't break through Aotian's blockade. Finally, Li Zongjiu arrived and landed on Aotian's head. At the same time, the sword in his hand gradually released a terrifying aura. A man and a dragon cooperated with each other. After a series of battles, the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and ran. He ran far away. Boom! The person who was left behind was drenched in the poison dragon's poison. He looked like a pile of mud. It didn't last long. The second person was poisoned to death. However, there were some wounds on Aotian's body. There were even some wounds that looked a little ghastly on their own. With the wounds on my body, I need at least 1 or 2,000 soul beans to heal my wounds. Aotian opened his dragon claws in front of Li Zongjiu. The battle was for Li Zongjiu. Now that he was injured, it was normal for him to ask for some compensation. Only after the compensation could he heal his wounds. After all, the healing effect of soul beans was very good. Li Zongjiu wasn't stingy in this aspect. He gave the poison dragon 1,500 soul beans. The guy smiled and shrunk back. Li Zongjiu did not chase after the second-in-command of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance who had escaped. Firstly, they couldn't catch up. Secondly, after testing the waters, these people already knew that Li Zongjiu was not to be trifled with. The most important thing was to make these people more obedient in the future. After knowing how powerful Li Zongjiu was, he had to think twice before making a move. For them, this was equivalent to stepping on a nail. Naturally, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Li Zongjiu had also taken a fancy to what they wanted. In the end, they had no choice but to end up like this. Hong Long saw this scene from afar. Naturally, he was quite clear in his heart. Li Zongjiu was really too powerful. Almost no one could resist Li Zongjiu. The rat-headed demon was severely injured. Li Zongjiu did not kill it directly. Instead, he left it where it was. At least it could help attract the attention of the other experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. One had to know that there were hundreds of people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the valley. If these people gathered together, even Li Zhongjiu and the poison dragon Ao Tian would have to leave quickly. Only by running far away could they ensure their own safety. There was no doubt about this. It was very dangerous to deal with so many people. They were outnumbered. Even if the opponent released the lightning talisman. If Li Zhongjiu got too close, there was a chance that he would be killed by the thunder talisman of destiny. Li Zhongjiu had no doubt about this. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. In some situations where he couldn't win, he had to keep a low profile. However, he could not be complacent just because he had won 2 rounds. If that happened, the outcome would be very painful. Li Zhongjiu and Hong Long continued to search for another place. At this place, they directly used a drop of blood to refine the indefinite hoop in their hands. After refining the indefinite hoop, it naturally could not run away. It could not be taken away by others. Even Li Zhongjiu could use the indefinite hoop earlier. After the indefinite hoop and Li Zhongjiu established a connection, Li Zhongjiu also felt that there seemed to be something extra in his mind. Something else. It was the indefinite hoop that appeared directly in his mind space. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu's mind power was constantly being absorbed by the indefinite hoop. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu was surprised to find that his mind power was also condensing and pouring into the indefinite hoop. It seemed like it was trying to condense. However, this power was not successful. It was only a small part. After all, Li Zhongjiu's mind power was not strong enough. Only when the mind power in it was condensed to a certain extent, could it give birth to the power of an avatar. So far, there was no way to condense the power of the Great Path Avatar. Besides that, the indefinite hoop in his hand could carry a murderous aura, which was obviously targeted at the power of these demons. This kind of power could be integrated into the sword qi at Li Zhongjiu's command. It was very convenient. The indefinite hoop directly turned into a small ring and fell on Li Zhongjiu's finger. This is the indefinite hoop. It can actually increase the mind power. Li Zhongjiu also noticed this. In the past, when Li Zhongjiu used the white god Fu, it could also increase his mind power. However, it could not be used now. The power of the white god Fu could not drive him and there was no special effect. As for the indefinite hoop, if necessary, it could be added to the mind power and be used directly. It could increase Li Zhongjiu's mind power to a certain extent. Hong Long was also very emotional. He did not expect this thing to fall into Li Zhongjiu's hands. It was very unexpected. Moreover, it was snatched from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Only Li Zhongjiu had such courage and strength. Although the Thousand Moon Sect Master and the others wanted to, they were not strong enough. In fact, if Li Zhongjiu had not attacked and killed the third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would not have been able to escape. Xianxia and the others might not have been able to escape. After using the lightning talisman of destiny and paying such a huge price, how could he let them leave so easily? Let's go. Li Zhongjiu only used half a day to refine it. Then, he looked at the sky and saw that it had turned dark again. Where are we going? Hong Long asked. Normally, after a person obtained such a treasure, they would find a place to hide until their strength increased. Then, they would reappear in the Jianghu to intimidate the heroes or make a fortune in secret. If he were to walk around with this treasure, he would only invite death upon himself. The mission that we accepted before? I am very curious as to what the rewards of the City Lord's mansion will be. Li Zhongjiu would not let go of any opportunity to increase his strength. Moreover, he already had a basic understanding of the surrounding situation. The mission of killing the demons was not over yet. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had to stay and continue killing demons. Ah? Do you still kill demons? In Hong Long's opinion, even if he killed 100 or 1,000 demons, it would not be comparable to the indefinite hoop in his hands. Li Zhongjiu and Hong Long entered the forest once again. Since this doppelganger ring can imitate anything, I wonder if it can imitate the unparalleled sword. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, the doppelganger ring in his hand turned into the unparalleled sword with a swoosh. In terms of its aura, it could even pass off as the real thing. It looked no different from the real unparalleled sword. It's really powerful. Li Zongjiu tried to swing the unparalleled sword that was transformed by the doppelganger ring in his hand. Immediately, the sword chi was released continuously. The sword in his hand released a slight fluctuation. It was unusually powerful. This thing is really powerful. The doppelganger ring was at least an immortal weapon. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Due to the help of the Black Sea Lord, the unparalleled sword had a heart of the Azure Sea. Therefore, the unparalleled sword itself had been upgraded. It could be considered as a half-step immortal weapon now. It could only wait until Hu Wuxuang's strength broke through to the heaven realm. Naturally, it could become an immortal weapon. Similarly, if the unparalleled sword broke through to the immortal weapon realm, Hu Wuxuang would naturally break through to the heaven realm. The two complemented each other. If Li Zongjiu had the ability to upgrade the unparalleled sword, Hu Wuxuang might be able to appear here. He did not expect the doppelganger ring to be able to imitate the unparalleled sword, a half-step immortal weapon. This was much more convenient. After all, the quality of the doppelganger ring was above that of the unparalleled sword. If the unparalleled sword was damaged in a battle, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Hu Wuxuang would definitely be severely injured. Nightfall. The groups of demons seemed to be continuing their operations. These fiendish demons appeared in groups. There was a huge number of them and their strength was shocking. In addition, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had retreated during this period of time. Therefore, some of the freelance hunters found an opportunity to come and fight against the demons. After all, if they could kill these Gui demons, they would be rewarded by the city lord. This was also very tempting for them. In addition, according to the rumors, there was a demon with the treasure of the underground palace. Although the first one might have fallen into the hands of the Sky Fiend Alliance, who could guarantee that there would not be a second one? Since they were in the big world, nothing was impossible. Immediately, these people quickly showed themselves. At night, they hurriedly fought with the demons. Killing demons. Li Zongjiu and Han Long were also rapidly shuttling through the forest. There were still quite a number of demons who weren't weak. However, they couldn't withstand too many moves from Li Zongjiu. By now, Li Zongjiu had gotten used to fighting at this level. After all, he had even fought with an innate level 7 expert. What else was there to say? As long as Li Zongjiu did not encounter a level 8 innate, or even a level 9 innate, he would be able to kill them quickly. Just as Li Zongjiu was doing his best to slay the fiendish demons, something happened. The only second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance who managed to escape did not make it back to Red Spirit City alive. On the way back, he met a small hunting team who had left the city to hunt. When they saw the severely injured second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance, they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a good thing? The Sky Fiend Alliance had many enemies. However, the reason why these leaders were still alive was because they were powerful. Now that he was severely injured, there were no experts around him to protect him. He was easily killed by this group of hunters. The second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance would never have imagined that he would be ambushed on the way back. He was killed mercilessly just like that. This was the cruel rule of the big world. Anyone could easily disappear from this world. No matter what your identity or position was, as long as there was a chance, you would be killed. Anyone could die. Only after one had truly grasped the power could one ensure one's own life. However, the actions of this group of people also allowed Li Zongjiu to be in a safer environment. After all, Li Zongjiu had already shown his face in front of the second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance. When the second leader returned, he would definitely post Li Zongjiu's portrait everywhere and use the power of the Sky Fiend Alliance to find Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu had the indefinite ring. This was true. If the Sky Fiend Alliance could not get it, they would definitely not let it fall into Li Zongjiu's hands so easily. However, he did not expect to be killed on the way back. Even if he wanted to go back and report, it was impossible. The pitiful second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance was a well-known figure in Red Spirit City. However, he did not expect to end up in such a state. As for the Thousand Moon Sect Master, who had secretly returned to the city. Naturally, she would not expose Li Zhongjiu's secret so easily. After all, Li Zhongjiu could be said to have saved her twice. An enemy's enemy was also a friend. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu would become a secret weapon used by the Thousand Moon sect to deal with the Sky Fiend Alliance. This time, it could be said that she had missed out on this treasure by a long shot. The Thousand Moon sect master could sense that this item was probably not suitable for her. If she continued to force it, there would definitely be problems. This was not because she was afraid. Instead, it had a lot to do with the great path that the Thousand Moon sect master cultivated. After experiencing a few crises, she understood that this item was not something that she could possess. If she forced it, it would only bring disaster. In the forest, Li Zhongjiu used the rune net in his hand to kill close to 30 demons. At this time, he had already encountered an extremely elite team. This team's strength was not inferior at all. They were all innate level 6 experts. Clearly, they were very experienced in hunting demons. We are very interested in the sword in your hand. Leave the sword behind and you can leave. The 5 of them surrounded Li Zhongjiu. This was because the unparalleled sword in Li Zhongjiu's hand was transformed from the indefinite ring. Moreover, it had the additional attribute of slaying demons. Therefore, with one strike of the sword, the fighting strength of these demons would rapidly decrease. It was precisely because they had their eyes on the sword in Li Zhongjiu's hand that this team of experts was prepared to snatch the sword away from him. They were experts in slaying demons. Now that they saw the weapon in Li Zhongjiu's hand, they wanted to obtain it even more. You want my sword? Li Zhongjiu looked at the people in front of him. Then, he said slowly, you'd better think carefully. If you leave now, it's still not too late. Even Li Zhongjiu did not know where these people's confidence came from. At the same time, the group of people in front of him was extremely surprised by Li Zhongjiu's confidence. Looks like you're very confident. I've resumed the update. Sorry for the long wait. I'll update properly. There was obvious mockery in the eyes of the 5 people. They looked at Li Zhongjiu and Hong Long. It was like a rabbit surrounded by a group of eagles. There was nowhere to run. It was better to be obedient. At least he could stay here happily. Hong Long knew Li Zhongjiu's strength. Therefore, in his heart, he was not worried about not being able to escape at all. However, these people's strength was obviously not weak, so he also needed to protect himself. Otherwise, if Li Zhongjiu was not careful and did not see him, he would be in trouble. After all, he was not as strong as Li Zhongjiu. Since you don't want to call him out, there's no point in talking. Let's do it. At the command, everyone started to move. In an instant, the 5 people's attacks were like a thunderbolt. They directly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also rushed towards them with the unparalleled sword, which was transformed from the amorphous ring. 1 against 5. Soon, these people realized that Li Zhongjiu's strength was above theirs. If this continued, they would be defeated by Li Zhongjiu. Release the tiger tally. The leader of the other party said. 2 of them took out a pair of tokens and put them together. Instantly, the tokens in their hands released light. A strong wave was released from the tiger tally. All of a sudden, Li Zhongjiu felt a very familiar fluctuation. Then, he saw a fallen tribe's tiger-headed warlord appear in front of him. It seemed to be summoned from the tiger tally. Boom! The tiger-headed warlord landed on the ground and immediately released a terrifying wave. It held a pair of warhammers in both hands. Li Zhongjiu was completely shocked. Logically speaking, the fallen clan should not have been wiped out. Even their own beast god temple should have been destroyed by the ape clan's experts. But now, there was another powerhouse from the fallen race. Li Zhongjiu was also very familiar with his aura. However, Li Zhongjiu soon felt relieved. There was nothing strange about this. Naturally, there were many things that could happen here. Even many things that were impossible could happen here. Therefore, it was not strange to see a tiger-head general of the fallen race in front of him. In comparison, the tiger-headed general in front of him seemed to have a purer bloodline. I didn't expect to meet an old rival. It does feel a little surreal. Li Zhongjiu chuckled. What old opponent? This is a fallen tiger talisman. It can summon a fallen general. With this, it seems like he's already at innate level 8. Hong Long could not believe that Li Zongjiu could still laugh. What was the situation in front of him? He had to kill this guy quickly. I heard that the warlord summoned by the fallen tiger talisman will not rest until he's dead. He can even chase you to the ends of the earth. If he doesn't kill you, he'll definitely not rest. Hong Long could not help but say. Leave it to me. Li Zongjiu sneered. He could say that he had fought with the fallen race before. His opponent's fallen battle chi happened to be restrained by his chaotic energy. If it were someone else, they might really be beaten down by the fallen clan's tiger-headed warlord. But when facing Li Zongjiu, these guys had no chance. The fallen battle chi of my tiger-headed warlord is enough to restrain any origin energy. Kid, die. The team in front of him seemed to be very confident in their tiger-headed warlord. Li Zongjiu used his mind to turn the indefinite ring into a ring. After putting it on, his figure flashed and he quickly charged towards the tiger-headed warlord. When this figure appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The tiger-headed warlord also charged towards him. Its aura shook the sky. The power that appeared on its arm seemed to be able to easily overturn a mountain. The tiger-headed warlord roared and smashed its twin hammers towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also raised his hands abruptly. Boom, his hands grasped the falling hammers tightly. What? That kid can actually withstand the hammers? When the pair of hammers fell, the force behind them was at least tens of millions of tons. Even a level 9 innate realm expert might not be able to withstand it. The tiger-headed warlord was their trump card. Unexpectedly, it did not seem to be able to affect Li Zongjiu at all. Li Zongjiu's chaotic power erupted, then, he directly threw the hammers to the side. His fist was already smashing towards the tiger-headed warlord's head. Boom! The tiger-headed warlord was pushed back more than 10 steps. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, the tiger-headed warlord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although he was sealed in the tiger tally, he still had his own intelligence and thoughts. It was just that this thought was not so strong. As a member of the fallen clan, it was very humiliating to be pushed back by a human's fist. After feeling humiliated, the tiger-headed warlord's combat power instantly surged. A series of heavy punches rained down on Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also used his body movement to dodge some of the attacks. However, when some attacks came, Li Zongjiu also used his own strength to resist them. He even chose to compete with his opponent in terms of strength. The battle between the two sides could be said to be quite heroic. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the sky was falling and the earth was rending. At this moment, the 5 people who had released the tiger tally were completely stunned when they saw this scene. They stared at each other with eyes wide open. The shock in their eyes was simply indescribable. It turned out that when they had fought Li Zongjiu just now, it was entirely because the latter had shown mercy. Otherwise, with such combat power, they could have been taken down easily. They might have even been beaten to death. At this moment, they even wanted to summon the tiger-headed warlord back and escape as soon as possible. Now that the tiger-headed warlord could not take down Li Zongjiu, if Li Zongjiu freed himself and defeated the tiger-headed warlord, they would have to deal with him next. Faced with Li Zongjiu's terrifying combat power, how long could they resist him? Bam! Li Zongjiu's small and skinny body immediately knocked the tiger-headed warlord to the ground. At the same time, his punch also caused the tiger-headed warlord to explode instantly. The tiger-headed warlord turned into a wave of depraved power and returned to the tiger tally. This was considered a defeat. If they wanted to reactivate the tiger-headed warlord, they would have to inject a large amount of soul beans into the tiger tally. However, this was no longer a matter of the tiger-headed warlord, but of their own lives. The tiger-headed warlord that they had been relying on, the fierce general of the fallen clan, had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu with a single punch. Therefore, the 5 of them had already realized how powerful Li Zongjiu was. This tiger tally is not bad. It can be exchanged for a life. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He waved his hand. 2 unparalleled swords appeared. The unparalleled swords instantly condensed and moved. The threatening power released from the unparalleled swords was also quite strong. They were directly aimed at the 5 people in front of him. Judging from the strength that Li Zongjiu had shown just now, it was indeed not difficult for him to kill the 5 of them. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's words were already very obvious. If they used the tiger tally in their hands to exchange for a life, only one of them would not die. However, the rest of them could still be killed by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, these people all became nervous. They looked at each other. One of them threw the tiger tally in his hand out. Li Zongjiu caught the tiger tally in his hand. He felt the power that permeated from it. It was indeed the aura of the fallen clan. The familiar fallen clan obviously existed in the macro world as well. Even the history of the Xingwu continent was not worth mentioning in the macro world. The two were not on the same level at all. It was precisely because of his familiarity with the fallen clan and the tiger-headed warlord summoned by the tiger tally that Li Zongjiu also kept it with him. It should be something that the other party used to save his life. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to hand it over. This was equivalent to taking a gamble. If Li Zongjiu took all their weapons and then came to kill them, they would accept it. They only hoped that Li Zongjiu would keep his promise. You can go. Li Zongjiu pointed at the person who threw the tiger tally and said. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Lord, please let us go. This tiger tally is a token of respect. That person did not leave. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu. At least there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, he was also thinking if he could fight for a chance. Saving his life was the most important thing. Sure, you can live as long as you take out something to pay for your life. Li Zongjiu said. If he killed these people, he would only be able to obtain a few soul beans. Everything they had on them would disappear. Sometimes, some strong-willed people would rather die than hand over their things. Most of them were afraid of death. If there was a chance, they would rather Li Zongjiu spare their lives. They exchanged glances with each other. It seemed to be trying to escape. However, no one could guarantee that Li Zongjiu didn't have the strength to kill them all. Although it was possible that he wouldn't kill them, it was also very likely that he would. This made them very worried. Even if there was a slight possibility, they didn't dare to take the risk. If they weren't careful, they would die immediately. Who would be willing to take this risk? It was better to hand over their things obediently and beg Li Zongjiu to spare their lives. As long as it wasn't a bloodthirsty person, such experts would let them live. This was because even if you were strong today, you might meet someone stronger than you in the future. No matter who was here, they were not free to do as they wished. Therefore, if they left a way out today, it might be helpful tomorrow. However, it was hard to say what kind of person they would meet. It all depended on luck. At least to the 5 of them, Li Zongjiu was a rational person. I'm willing to hand over all the demons I've killed to Lord. In exchange for the lives of the remaining 4. The leader plucked up his courage and said. He even wanted to make such a deal because he wanted to take a gamble. This thing can be transferred? Li Zongjiu asked curiously. The person he was asking was Han Long, who was beside him. Yes, it can be transferred. As long as the other party's signatories agree, it can be transferred. Han Long explained. How many did you kill? Li Zongjiu asked. If you only killed 1 or 2, why would I make a deal with you? 58. The leader of the group said. He didn't try to hide anything. After all, this thing couldn't be deceived. Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised. How could they kill so many? He only killed slightly more than 30. These people actually killed more than 50. However, when there were more people, teamwork was indeed more advantageous. Li Zongjiu needed to kill them one by one. However, this small team could kill a few in an instant. Indeed, they needed a team to be able to do it so easily. Li Zongjiu was also thinking that he should recruit some subordinates. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to earn enough soul beans to increase his strength if he was alone? 58. I'll allow you to change 3 people. Pick 1 of them to die. Li Zongjiu said. Originally, attacking Li Zongjiu would lead to certain death. Even Li Zongjiu could complete it. If he didn't care about these things and directly killed you, what could you do? Although Li Zongjie wouldn't get anything, you would lose everything. It was obvious who would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, according to what Li Zongjie said, they did not have a choice either. They weren't even allowed to refuse. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The other party was also very clear. Although Li Zongjie looked amiable, just from the aura when he beat up the tiger-headed warlord, they knew that Li Zongjie was definitely not a kind person. He wasn't someone that ordinary people could withstand. He could easily crush your head. Sir, please give us a chance. Let us gather 80 demons and offer them to you. The other party gritted his teeth and said. This was a very excessive request. It was even equivalent to challenging Li Zongjie's bottom line. Li Zongjie clearly didn't look like a fool. If he gave them a chance to subdue demons, wouldn't that be giving them a chance to escape? Oh? Sure, leave your soul imprints here. Gather 80 demons and I'll release all of you. Li Zongjie said. Collecting soul imprints was something that Li Zongjie could do easily. Their expressions changed slightly. If they gave their soul imprints to Li Zongjie, it was equivalent to becoming Li Zongjie's slave. Unless they knew a secret technique that allowed them to directly cut off their soul. In that case, it was equivalent to sacrificing their cultivation to achieve such a goal. This was also a very good method for them. After all, they still had a way to survive. Coincidentally, there were some among them who knew this secret technique, which allowed them to part with their souls. But it was a pity. This was a very good idea. If Li Zongjie didn't have the soul-splitting ring, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. But now that these people had handed over their soul imprints, Li Zongjie had placed them on the soul-splitting ring. In an instant, these people's souls were all bound. Unless you completely erased your own soul. In that way, they would be able to gain freedom and not be controlled by Li Zongjie. But this was equivalent to death. There was nothing to say. Their original plan was to sacrifice a little of their soul energy to deceive Li Zongjie. However, this method did not seem to work. After their soul imprints were taken away by Li Zongjie, they seemed to have been placed in an extremely mysterious place. This thing used a powerful force to connect the souls of the 5 of them through the soul bridge. In an instant, this force was born. The expressions of the 5 changed. Oh no, our souls. Oh? This Dharma treasure has such an effect. Li Zongjie was also surprised to discover that this soul distraction ring seemed to have an effect. In order to refine one's own great Tao incarnation, one did not need to cultivate slowly. Instead, one needed to directly seize the souls of others and integrate them into the soul distraction ring. Through the soul distraction ring's refinement, it would condense into Li Zongjie's soul energy. Li Zongjie could not use this soul energy. However, he could use this soul energy to directly condense a great Tao incarnation. This method could save Li Zongjie a lot of trouble. Li Zongjie also liked this function very much. Looks like your little tricks are not working. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't complete it in 3 days, I'll directly take your souls. Li Zongjie sneered. What were these people thinking? How could he not know that these tricks were left behind by him in the past? Young people nowadays had not improved at all. The 5 of them were sullen because they could already feel that their soul energy had been completely controlled by Li Zongjie. This should not have happened. It was all because Li Zongjie had such a Dharma treasure in his hands. Therefore, these people had no way to resist. They had fallen into Li Zongjie's trap. Li Zongjie and Hong Long left immediately. There were still more than 20 fiendish demons left. He could just leave them all to these people. Towards the end, the number of demonic beasts decreased. It would take a lot of time and effort to snatch these demonic beasts away. Li Zongjie and Yi Zichen left immediately. However, there were 5 people in the remaining elite team. They all looked at each other in dismay. He has a magical treasure in his hand that completely sealed our soul power. The malnourished man among the 5 said. He really couldn't be blamed for something like this. Who would have thought that Li Zongjie would possess such a treasure? What should we do now? What else can we do? We've lost this time. However, this person doesn't look like someone who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. Let's gather the demons first. When it came to this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This was truly the legendary case of losing the bride and losing the army after the hatchet. This kind of heaven-defying loss wasn't something that just anyone could do. Li Zongjiu took Hong Long and casually found a relatively remote and quiet place to rest for a while. Just these few days of hunting fiendish demons had already made Li Zongjiu feel a little tired. This place wasn't as good as the Xingu continent. The consumption of energy was also completely different. The consumption was even greater than in the lower realms. If we want to create a guild, do we have to follow some rules and restrictions? Li Zongjiu asked. Hong Long nodded. Of course. If you want to obtain a guild creation token, you have to go through the Tower of Trials. There's a chance you'll get a guild creation token. Of course, you can also buy it with soul beans. However, I heard that a guild creation token costs at least 50,000 soul beans. 50,000 soul beans. Li Zongjiu sucked in a breath of cold air. He could only exchange for a few thousand soul beans for a single pill. A mere guild creation token cost 50,000 soul beans. It was truly too expensive. Not only do you need a guild creation token, but you also need a place to establish your guild. Once you have a guild creation token, you can recruit guild members and collect guild fees from them. As long as your guild develops well, you'll be able to make a lot of money. Li Zongjiu finally understood. With a guild creation token, one wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. In fact, one wouldn't even need to earn money. As long as the guild members were all present, or even more so, one would be able to collect a considerable amount of guild fees. Just these soul beans would be enough to feed one. This was a chance to quickly make a fortune. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very interested. Then if I get a guild creation token, can I sell it? Li Zongjiu suddenly thought. Of course you can. Many people are buying it, Hong Long said. Hong Long said. Obviously, using the guild building token to generate profits was a very good method. One thing that could be guaranteed was that after you had established a guild, you would be able to obtain the guild building token. Once you established a guild creation token, the guild members would definitely not betray you. They wouldn't stab you in the back. Because of these rules, in this great world where there was no trust at all, a guild creation token was extremely important. The possibility of obtaining a guild creation token from the Tower of Trials was simply too low. Therefore, Li Zongjiu needed to use other methods to obtain a guild creation token. If he sold the distraction ring, he would probably be able to get 10 or so guild creation tokens. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The stray soul ring could create a great Dao incarnation for Li Zongjiu. With this Dao avatar, it could immediately give Li Zongjiu an extra life. Who wouldn't want such a benefit? In fact, he even felt like he was cultivating twice as fast. If he placed this Dao avatar in a spiritual pool to cultivate, when he succeeded in cultivating, he could merge the two into one. This would allow Li Zongjiu to obtain great power. Originally, this power could only be obtained after reaching the Lord of Heaven realm. However, Li Zongjiu had obtained it and obtained this power in advance. This was a good opportunity. Li Zongjiu would definitely not let it go. Just as Li Zongjiu and Hong Long were resting in the mountains, suddenly, two figures landed in front of him. They seemed to be fighting, one chasing and the other escaping. Where are you running to, you little devil? How dare you kill my guild members? I will definitely kill you. The one being chased was a girl in black. Hearing the words of the person behind her, the girl in black turned around and sneered. A group of lustful people. So what if I killed them? What can you do? The girl in black said arrogantly. Li Zongjiu looked at the scene in front of him and thought of a plan. Can I just snatch the guild creation token? Could they snatch it? Speaking of this question, there were indeed people who had studied it. Generally speaking, they could not snatch it. This was because the guild creation token could only be used once. Since the faction had already been established, it meant that the guild creation token had already been used. In theory, it should have been used up. However, the daily maintenance of the faction required the guild creation token. Of course, the token itself would not be called the guild creation token, but something else. But there was a way. After establishing the faction leader would be replaced. In a faction, the faction leader usually had the highest authority. Basically, whatever he said was law. Therefore, it was difficult for the people in the faction to usurp the position. Unless they worked with outsiders to kill the faction leader, then the second faction leader, who was the deputy faction leader, would automatically become the official faction leader. After becoming the official faction leader, the position of the faction leader would be clear. There was also a situation where an outsider could directly kill the guild master and force him to hand over the position of guild master. In this case, the outsider could directly own a guild and wouldn't need a guild establishment token or something like that. They just needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Of course, this was a good idea. Being able to become the leader of a gang, he definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. If you could directly defeat the faction leader and force him to hand over the position of the faction leader to you, why would you need to do this? It was not difficult to get a guild creation token. Therefore, in general, this kind of behavior was relatively rare. If you had no other way, you could just take care of the faction leader immediately. The entire gang will come to deal with you. When the time comes, you'll know what it means to have no place for me in this vast world. After listening to Hong Long's explanation, Li Zongjiu nodded. It did make some sense when he put it that way. Originally, he wanted to simply snatch the guild creation token from the faction and use it directly. This would save him a lot of trouble. For Li Zongjiu to defeat the faction and take the position of the faction leader, it would be a very complicated matter. There were too many uncertainties. Therefore, Li Zongjiu thought that it would be better to just buy a piece. It would save him a lot of trouble. You call yourself the leader of the Green Gang with that level of cultivation? You can't even catch me. The black-clothed demoness in front also turned around and mocked the people behind her. But Li Zongjiu? He saw it. The woman in black was going to be in big trouble. The other party had already set up a trap and was just waiting for the woman in black to jump into it. However, Li Zongjiu heard something that piqued his interest. How strong is this Qing gang? Li Zongjiu asked. Hong Long seemed to be searching his mind for any information regarding the Qing gang. Soon, he recalled everything that was related to it. Qing gang is a newly established gang. It's ranked in the top 50, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of manpower. Hong Long said. Then let's start with the Qing gang. They're all here anyway. Li Zongjiu thought. Then, he followed them carefully. He no longer cared about the matter of hunting magical beasts. In any case, there was an elite team that hunted magical beasts for him. Naturally, he was very relaxed. When the time came, he could directly obtain the number of magical beasts killed by these people and easily obtain the rewards. As for sympathizing with them, they should spare some, there was no need for that. Although they wanted to rob Li Zongjiu, after having been out for so long, Li Zongjiu had never been at a disadvantage. It was already a great blessing to be able to keep their lives. What else did they want? The woman in black suddenly realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be some strange elemental energy fluctuations around her. All of a sudden, the black-clothed woman crashed into a wall of elemental energy and bounced back. Not good. The woman in black's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of horror. She saw 3 figures appear in front of her, blocking her way. At the same time, a few extremely hidden nets appeared in the void. Skynet. The woman in black's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The cost of making this Skynet was not cheap. The other party must have wanted to take her down by making this thing. Moreover, it took a certain amount of time to set up this Skynet. It could only be said that the other party had already set up this trap and was waiting for her to come. That's right, this is the Skynet. Your freedom movement is very powerful, but in front of this Skynet, you have no chance to escape. In fact, the leader of the Qing gang had already had a chance to catch up with the woman in black. But even if he caught up with her, it would be very difficult to catch her with such a skillful freedom movement. Instead, she would seize the opportunity to escape again. Therefore, he had been waiting here for an opportunity. Through the gang's order, he had sent out the message in advance so that they could be prepared first. Now, he had finally forced the other party into this trap. You guys actually used such a trick on a weak woman like me. The woman in black was obviously very angry. But at the same time, she was also looking for an opportunity to escape. But now that she was surrounded by 4 people, it was harder to escape than climbing the sky. You demoness, you killed more than 20 people of the Qin gang, and you have the nerve to call yourself a weak woman. If you obediently hand over the Freedom Movement secret manual, I can consider sparing your life. The leader of the Qin gang said. Of course, this was nonsense. Once you handed over the Freedom Movement secret manual, you would have no value to speak of. If the other party wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake. Even a child would not be fooled. However, the woman in black had a pitiful look in her eyes. She looked at the leader of the Qin gang in front of her. Is what you said true? My carefree body movement technique is in this spiritual pearl. Release the inescapable net first, then I will give you the spiritual pearl. The woman in black said. After releasing the sky net, she would be able to use her Freedom Movement secret manual more easily. She would be able to move freely between heaven and earth in an instant. Then, it would be harder to catch her. But the other party was not a fool. He would not let her go just because she said so. Of course, he would not let her go. The leader of the Qin gang shook his head. Give me the Freedom Movement secret manual first. After I see it clearly, I will let you go. I swear in the name of the leader of the Qin gang. You should believe me now, right? Otherwise, you can only take your Freedom Movement secret manual with you and go to Wuji. The words of the leader of the Qin gang were 30% incitement and 70% threat. He was clearly telling her that she had no choice. If she dared to say anything, there would be nothing left to say. He would just kill her. She was talking so much nonsense. She definitely didn't have any good intentions. I'll definitely kill you. Otherwise, if I let you go, you will definitely become a threat in the future. The best way to deal with you is to get rid of you right now. Alright then. I hope you can keep your promise. The girl in black said weakly. At the same time, she threw the spiritual pearl in her hand to the leader of the Qin gang. The leader of the Qin gang was already full of smiles. Once he got his hands on this thing, he would definitely gain great strength. The carefree body technique. In this world, it could at least be ranked in the top 100 body techniques. Who wouldn't want such a top-notch body technique? Whether it was killing or escaping, it was second to none. Everyone wanted to get it. Originally, the leader of the Qin gang didn't have a share of such a treasure. However, he was lucky. Who would have thought that he would meet this girl in the wilderness, since she had mastered the legendary carefree body technique? Of course, he had to take this girl down. The latter happened to be looking for the demon group. However, it seemed that she didn't live in the main city of Red Soul. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have dared to kill so many people of the Qin gang. Just as he was about to grab the spiritual bead suddenly shook and turned into 3 rays of light. With the appearance of these 3 rays of light, a terrifying explosion instantly attacked. When this wave of spiritual energy hit him, he didn't even have time to react. It directly blasted the leader of the Qin gang away. Leader. The subordinates saw that their leader was sneakily attacked by this demoness with a pearl. It's the Ice Blast Pearl. His subordinates also exclaimed one after another. The leader of the Qin gang was instantly hit by the power of frost released by the Ice Blast Pearl. His whole body was frozen. Seeing this, the girl in black instantly turned into a shadow. Her figure quickly turned in the air and rushed towards the 3 people of the Qin gang in the blink of an eye. The 3 people of the Qin gang opened the sky net in their hands. In an instant, they fell towards the girl in black. The surrounding space seemed to have been restricted as well. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression assaulted her, making it difficult for the black-clothed girl to resist this power. Xianxia body art. The black-clothed young lady's body seemed to have transformed into thousands of clones. She continued to attack the terrifying net around her. The energy fluctuations in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic. The spatial pressure released by the heavens net was actually shattered by the girl's kick. The inescapable net could form an extremely terrifying pressure that could turn the space around you into a prison. That way, it would be difficult for you to escape from it. In the end, it will directly crush you. However, before this kind of power formed, if they could find the weakest point of the net and rush out, they would at least have a chance of survival. Now, the black-cloaked girl's thousands of figures were attacking precisely for this opportunity. When this move appeared, it was filled with countless variations. Boom! Finally, she found the weakest point. Immediately, the black-cloaked girl launched an attack at the weakest point of the net. This was because if she did not hurry, the leader of the Qing gang would break through the seal of the Ice Blast Pearl. At that time, with the leader of the Qing gang attacking, it would be a very dangerous matter. She had to dodge. Bang! The weakest point of the inescapable net was kicked away by the black-cloaked girl in a row. Finally, she rushed out. Seeing this, the three Qing gang experts' faces changed. They did not expect the girl to be so strong. This Xiaoyao body art was really too powerful. Not only did it have such speed, but it also had such a powerful force. It was no wonder that this Xiaoyao body art was ranked in the top 100 in the macro world. In terms of body art, it was definitely very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that the latter's cultivation was only at innate level 7, he would have killed all of them if he had displayed such strength. The black-cloaked girl seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. She hurriedly swallowed an elixir and quickly fled into the distance. Bang! At this moment, the leader of the Qing gang finally broke free from the thick layer of frost. Set up the array and kill her. Don't leave her alive. At this moment, the leader of the Qing gang understood that it was almost impossible to get the girl to hand over the item. Since that was the case, he might as well kill her directly to avoid any more trouble. He did not care at all whether he could get the Xiaoyao body art or not. It was his fortune to get this item, but it was his fate to lose it. It was better than this demoness coming to find him in the future and then killing everyone in the Qing gang. Therefore, this order was quite clear. They had to take the girl's life. The black-cloaked girl knew that things were not good. Once these people had the intention to kill, it would be really difficult to escape. Boom! Boom, boom, 3 of the Green Gang's experts unleashed their sword chi, instantly surrounding the latter. The black-cloaked girl did not have any chance to escape. She did not have enough strength. After all, the 3 Qing Gang experts were all at level 7 innate realm. The leader of the Qing Gang was at level 8 innate realm. The difference in strength was too great. It was hard to resist. The black-cloaked girl was hit by a ray of sword chi. She could no longer run and fell to the ground with a boom. It was too horrible to look at. Fortunately, she was wearing an inner armor with good defense. Otherwise, the sword chi just now would have pierced through the black-cloaked girl's stomach. Li Zongjiu, who was far away, naturally heard these people's conversation. At the same time, he also knew that the black-cloaked girl seemed to have something amazing in her hands. That was why she was met with such an unexpected disaster. He was also very curious as to what kind of treasure it was. The black-cloaked girl was once again surrounded by a few rays of sword chi. Her body was also severely injured. It was hard to escape. Only at this moment did the black-cloaked girl's heart finally give up. This time, she had really gone too far. Azure Skyfang's sword chi. The leader of the Qing gang had extremely strong combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the Qing gang. Just the gang establishment token alone was worth a lot of money. Therefore, to be able to establish a gang, his strength was naturally not simple. It was naturally difficult for the black-cloaked girl to withstand the sword chi. But just as the sword was about to fall, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked the sword chi. Only a back view could be seen. Holding a sword with one hand. It blocked all of the sword chi from earlier. Li Zongjiu held his sword with one hand and smashed the opponent's sword chi to pieces. He stood in front of the girl in black. So handsome. When the black-cloaked girl saw Li Zongjiu in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up. It was mainly because Li Zongjiu had appeared and saved her. Otherwise, the black-cloaked girl wouldn't have cared about Li Zongjiu. She treated him as a passerby. Who are you? How dare you work for the Qing gang? When the other party saw Li Zongjiu appear and another Qing Yaojin, they immediately confronted Li Zongjiu and Hong Long. Originally, a black-cloaked girl was already enough to make them flustered. They did not expect another top expert to appear. They could not help but be vigilant. Hong Long did not need to appear. He could just hide in the distance. Even if he came out, he would only be courting death. Sorry to disturb you. Either you hand over your gang or you die. Li Zongjiu held his sword with one hand and pointed it at the leader of the Qin gang. Immediately, the leader of the Qin gang was stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear wrong? Are you asking me to hand over the position of the leader? The Qin gang's eyes were filled with mockery. They were mocking Li Zongjiu for overestimating himself. If the position of the leader could be taken down so easily, he would not need to be the leader. You can take care of the other three? Li Zongjiu said to the girl in black behind him. The girl in black was stunned. Ah, you can't handle it alone? You want me to take action? The girl in black did not expect Li Zongjiu to not have many trump cards. Did he want her to fight with him? Since he wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress, he should have just made a move and killed them all. Now, he even needed her to make a move. It was simply too embarrassing. She did not even want to talk to Li Zongjiu. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, there was such a mysterious helper. If he refused to help, he would definitely be hunted down by the Qin gang. I can only hold on for 15 minutes. It's impossible to kill them, but I still have the ability to escape. The black-clothed girl said. Li Zongjiu also admired the black-clothed girl's face. It was as if it was a matter of course for him to take action now. But since there was something to talk about, it was fine. Then let's switch. You block this one, and I'll kill the other three. Li Zongjiu said. The black-cloaked girl thought for a while and finally nodded. Her free movement technique was easier to deal with when facing a person. At the very least, she still had a great chance. It would be troublesome if there were too many of them. The two of you are truly condescending. When the four members of the Qin gang saw Li Zongjiu and the black-clothed girl discussing how to deal with them in front of them, they were shocked. They did not take them seriously at all. Obviously, this Li Zongjiu was too arrogant. I'll let you have a taste of my green Skyfang sword. The three of you, form a battle formation and skin that brat for me. The leader of the Qin gang said. Since they were so arrogant, he would let them have a good look at the true strength of the Qin gang. They definitely lived up to their reputation. In the future, the Qin gang would definitely become one of the top 10 gangs in the Scarlet Spirit City. Yes, leader. The three of them were the backbone of the Qin gang. Naturally, they would listen to the leader's orders. After the leader gave the order, they did not hesitate and resolutely carried it out. The three of them directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu also rushed towards the three of them. The three of them were all innate level 7, about the same strength as Li Zongjiu. Now that they exploded, they formed three terrifying auras and surrounded Li Zongjiu. Sword formation. In addition, when the members of the gang fought together, they would be in a state of fighting strength. Therefore, at this moment, when the three of them joined forces, they were at least equivalent to an innate level 9 expert. Even if it was an innate level 9, they would be able to temporarily suppress them. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and summoned the tiger-headed war general that he had repaired earlier. Li Zongjiu's thinking was different from the others. Others might feel sorry for their soul beings and would not be willing to waste them to repair the tiger talisman. In fact, he would only release the tiger tally at the very last moment. Li Zongjiu's thinking was naturally different. If he did not use such a good thing, wouldn't it be a waste? Perhaps this tiger-headed war general could bring him more benefits and allow Li Zongjiu to recoup his losses in a shorter period of time. Soul beans could be earned back after spending them. However, if this person was gone, it would really be gone. Moreover, these people would run away. When the tiger-headed war general appeared, the atmosphere of the scene changed instantly. The atmosphere was extremely subtle. The three experts of the Qin gang were stunned when they saw this. However, the tiger-headed war general was so fierce that it did not even consider why it was here. Its mind was only filled with Li Zongjiu's order to tear the people in front of it to shreds. Immediately, the tiger-headed war general's figure rushed out. It blocked two of the three. Li Zongjiu rode on his sword. The real unparalleled sword attacked continuously in the form of a sword. Li Zongjiu grasped the sword formed by the indefinite ring in his hand and exploded with extremely fierce sword qi. The Qin gang's master was forced to retreat. Originally, the black-clothed girl had thought that it would be better to just run away from the beginning. After all, she was facing the Qin gang's leader alone. If she went all out and paid a small price, she would be able to escape. After all, she did not know if Li Zongjie was really that fierce to be able to block so many people. If this guy was bragging, she would be in trouble. In the end, she would not be able to escape. However, now it seemed that Li Zongjie's strength was not bad. This guy that he had suddenly summoned seemed to be able to fight. She did not have a good impression of the Qin gang. Now that she had the chance, of course, she would teach them a lesson. Hee, you're in for a bad time. My helper is a first-class fighter in Crimson Soul City. Once he starts, he won't stop until he kills all the enemies. The black-clothed girl continued to add oil to the fire. By distracting the Qin gang's leader, she would have more opportunities to delay more time so that Li Zongjie could get rid of the three people quickly. Then, they would join forces to deal with the Qin gang's leader? This problem would be easier to solve. Do you think you can live until then? Fong's sword. He raised his hand and a green sword appeared in his hand, accompanied by a murderous aura. You actually have a demonic weapon. When the black-clothed woman saw the cyan sword, her eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Mainly because of the fanged sword. The terrifying aura released from it was a demonic weapon. Immediately, the woman in black's eyes were filled with fear. A demonic weapon was similar to an immortal weapon, but in some aspects, a demonic weapon was more powerful and harder to resist. Hey, this guy has a demonic weapon. Hurry up and kill them to help me. The woman in black was naturally frightened. She didn't expect this guy to hide so well. If he was hit by the magic weapon, the injury would probably be irreparable. At that time, he would directly die. No one wanted to die just like that. Facing the leader of Qin gang who had a demonic weapon, the woman in black didn't dare to be careless anymore. He displayed his free and unfettered body art. She reached a very mysterious state. Everywhere in the sky, there were shadows of the latter. But in reality, there was not a single real body among these shadows. This was the special ability of the Xiaoyao body art. Otherwise, how could she, Du Xiaojia, rely on this move to roam the Jianghu for so long? Li Zongjie took the time to look back. This so-called demonic weapon was indeed emitting a terrifying aura. It looked like a good thing. Li Zongjie was also thinking in his heart that he had to get his hands on this good item. Even if he didn't use it, he could sell it in the future and exchange it for soul beans. This would be a good income. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? The Qin gang's master was instantly displeased. You arrogant fellow, how dare you disregard my existence like this? One must know that he also wanted to save face. Who knew that Li Zongjie dared to ignore him? He was a level 7 and 8. But Li Zongjie really didn't care about him. Unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword, which had been hiding its power all this time, suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. It directly blasted the person in front of him, causing the latter to retreat. Even the latter was astonished by the sudden increase in power. He had not expected such a situation to occur. He was a little flustered. Li Zongjie also took advantage of the situation and threw out the sword in his hand. At the same time, he suddenly closed in on his opponent and threw a punch. It directly broke the latter's elemental energy defense with ease. Boom! When the elemental energy defense was shattered, the two peerless swords chopped off the elemental energy from the elemental energy defense. Shwa shwa, the sword chi landed. This person didn't even have time to react when his arms were chopped off. When he did, his mouth was wide open in shock. No! My hand! My hand! With a panicked roar, Li Zongjie punched again, and the latter's head was directly smashed. This person didn't seem to have any treasures in his hands. Therefore, this punch completely ended the latter's life. Li Zongjie was better at close combat. Now that he had used his full strength, it could be said that he thought highly of him. Using a sword was just a cover for Li Zongjie's strength. It was to make it convenient for him to launch a surprise attack at such a time. After all, in such an unfamiliar environment, it would be too stupid to explode his full strength. He waved his hand and collected all the soul beans that the latter had dropped. At the same time, he quickly rushed toward the other two. The tiger-headed warrior was indeed a brave warrior of the fallen tribe. His strength was several times stronger than the termite demon queen. If Li Zongjiu had met this guy back then, the entire sacred martial realm would have been destroyed. If an expert like the Black Sea Lord refused to take action, it would be troublesome. The entire world would be killed by the fallen tribe. Of course, if the fallen tribe had such strength, they wouldn't have been hunted down by the ape tribe. Speaking of the Black Sea Lord, Li Zongjiu even suspected that the Black Sea Lord had come to this great world. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm in the lower realm. In fact, it was simply impossible because of the age of the medicinal ingredients. There was simply no way to have enough medicinal ingredients to concoct a better medicinal pill. There was also no stronger cultivation system. Even the inheritance of the demon clan might not have the ability to break through to the celestial realm. At most, it would be lingering in the innate realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm. Even Li Zongjiu hadn't found a way to break through to the celestial realm after coming to this great world. He could only take one step at a time. He had to take the position of the faction leader first. Li Zongjiu quickly displayed his strength again and killed the remaining two. Once again, he received close to 30 soul beans. However, it seemed that the tiger-headed warlord had overexerted himself. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate to put the soul beans he had just received into the tiger tally. Immediately, the tiger-headed warlord's strength was restored. It was more useful than a human. Why do I feel that this guy can still be upgraded? Li Zongjiu looked at the tiger-headed warlord, who was full of fighting spirit, and suddenly had a premonition. He could clearly feel it. It was obvious that this wasn't the tiger-headed warlord's limit. If there were enough soul beans, it could help the tiger-headed warlord continue to improve its strength. It could at least reach the peak of the innate realm. This made Li Zongjiu an unexpected discovery and gain. The group of people from before probably didn't have enough soul beans to improve the tiger-headed warlord's strength. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. However, the most important thing now was to get rid of the Green Gang's faction leader. He saw that 3 of his faction's core members had been killed. Even the Green Gang's faction leader couldn't take down the woman in black. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had freed up his hands. This made the Green Gang's faction leader stunned. Immediately, a trace of anxiety flashed across his eyes. He wanted to escape at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Zongjiu commanded the 2 swords and the tiger-headed warlord to attack. He didn't even talk nonsense. He attacked as soon as he got close. Boom! Powerful origin energy fluctuations pierced through the entire area. Fanged ghost. A ray of light appeared around the Green Gang's faction leader. Then, he threw out the sword in his hand. Instantly, the sword in his hand transformed into a fanged ghost. It had a green face and fangs. It was quite ferocious. Li Zongjiu directly plucked the aura from the fanged ghost. Then, it merged into the indefinite ring. Change. The unparalleled sword in his hand instantly transformed into a fanged sword. In Li Zongjiu's hand, there was actually an identical fanged sword. And it could exert the same effect. It had the same momentum. Li Zongjiu was just giving it a try. After all, the Fang sword seemed to be a real demonic weapon. It was on the same level as an immortal weapon. Even the unparalleled sword was only a half-step immortal weapon, not a real immortal weapon. Now, Li Zongjiu easily copied the Fang sword. Not only was Li Zongjiu surprised, but the leader of the Qing gang also widened his eyes when he saw this scene. How can it be? How can you have the Fang sword? The leader of the Qing gang exclaimed. However, Fang Ghost was able to tell the difference between the real deal and the fake one. He immediately reached out and slapped Li Zongjiu. The girl in black was also quite surprised when she saw the Fang sword in Li Zongjiu's hand. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to have so many tricks up his sleeve. After all, Li Zongjiu's tricks were endless and quite powerful. Li Zongjiu also activated the Fang sword in his hand, and the Fang ghost in it burst out instantly. The 2 Fang ghosts collided directly. With a boom, the aura vibrated and spread out continuously. The Fang ghosts kept colliding with each other. The movement of the battle was also earth-shattering. It has almost reached the celestial realm. This thing is so powerful. When he saw the leader of the Qin gang use the Fang sword, he thought that the power of the Fang sword was just ordinary. But now? After the fanged ghost's strength erupted, they could clearly feel how terrifying the fanged sword's strength was. Obviously, the leader of the Qin gang didn't have enough strength to release the full power of the Fang sword. That was why such a situation happened. When the two Fang ghosts fought, Li Zongjiu didn't waste any time and opportunity. He directly attacked the leader of the Qin gang with the tiger-headed warrior. After all, the indefinite ring was a duplicate of the same item, so it was hard to say when the other party would beat it to the point where it would be exposed. Therefore, at this time, he must seize the opportunity to kill the person in front of him. The tiger-headed warrior swung the twin hammers in his hands. He smashed them toward the leader of the Qin gang's chest. Dong, with a loud bang, even the power that spread out from the collision had a kind of power that could destroy the sky, and it continued to vibrate continuously. The leader of the Qin gang retreated rapidly. Was directly knocked back by the opponent. Green Mountain tactics, fighting under the clear sky, magic arsenal. The leader of the Qin gang saw the strength of Li Zongjiu and the tiger-headed warrior. In addition, there was a girl in black who was eyeing him covetously. If he didn't use some magic treasures, there was no way he could defeat Li Zongjiu. At the same time, the leader of the Qin gang had already felt the pressure from Li Zongjiu. Immediately, a series of green beans flew out from the latter's sleeves. These green beans bounced a few times in the air, and then directly transformed into the appearance of the leader of the Qin gang, and appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. He directly activated the magic art and blasted toward Li Zongjiu. Buddha's palm. Li Zongjiu struck out with his palm, and the power in front of him exploded one after another. This leader of the Qin gang has a lot of treasures in his hands. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but exclaim. Even the leader of the Qin gang was so difficult to deal with. If it was the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Li Zongjiu couldn't be too careless. Otherwise, he might really be taken care of by the other party. The girl in black also joined the battle. She kicked the figures formed by the green beans into pieces, bang. 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 I'll deal with these doppelgangers. You go and deal with him. The girl in black said. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate at all. Under such circumstances, he directly left the battle circle and charged toward the leader of the Qin gang again. The unparalleled sword in his hand, surrounded by the power of ice and fire, easily pushed back the figures in front of him. Once again, he broke through the defense of the doppelgangers and came in front of the leader of the Qin gang. What? Seeing Li Zongjiu come out, the leader of the Qin gang's face suddenly changed. The joint attack with the tiger-headed warrior seriously injured the leader of the Qin gang directly. The leader of the Qin gang fell from the sky to the ground. Li Zongjiu also fell from the sky. With one punch, he broke one of the leader of the Qin gang's legs. The unparalleled sword was placed on the leader's neck. The cold, bone-piercing power of the sword made the leader of the Qin gang's face become filled with fear. You, who exactly are you? Such a top expert suddenly appeared. This person's strength was definitely not simple. How could it be such a coincidence that he met such an expert? He couldn't believe that this was a coincidence. Someone must have deliberately arranged this. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either you hand over the leader's position or you die. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. There was also a clear iciness in his eyes. He was clearly saying that he would not show any mercy to them. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't waste any more time and would kill him. Let's talk nicely. I can give you whatever you want. I can give you 100,000 soul beans as long as you give me time. The leader of the Qin gang said hurriedly. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be moved. He just stared at the leader of the Qin gang with a cold gaze. Do you know who I am? Commander Mishur of the Red Soul City is my uncle. In a moment of desperation, the leader of the Qin gang wanted to reveal his identity. At the very least, he wanted to use this to threaten the latter. If he took the leader's position, his uncle would definitely come looking for him. After all, he wouldn't have such a good chance to escape. It wasn't something that he could escape from just because he wanted to. As a commander of the Red Soul City, he had absolute strength. This wasn't a joke. He could easily deal with him. 3. 2. Li Zongjiu raised the unparalleled sword in his hand. He was about to descend and chop off the leader's head. He didn't care about the consequences. As long as he got the leader's position, he could talk about the rest later. Commanders were amazing. If they dared to block Li Zongjiu's path, they would be killed in one strike. What could you do? You were just so arrogant. There was no need to care too much about other things. If other factors could easily influence your decision, it would be difficult for you to succeed. In that case, it will be difficult for you to succeed. You won't even be able to do the simplest thing well. Therefore, if you wanted to do something well, you had to be completely focused and single-minded. Stop, I'll hand it over. The unparalleled sword was already pressed against the man's windpipe, and the surface of his skin was already cut open. In this way, the man in front of him felt a real threat. An aura of death involuntarily emerged from his body. If he had not spoken in time, Li Zongjiu would have stabbed him with his sword. There was no room for regret. He broke out in a cold sweat. In this macro world, anything could happen and happen. Therefore, he did not doubt that Li Zongjiu would kill him. After all, Li Zongjiu did not look like he was afraid. Finally, the leader of the Qin gang took out a gang token. He erased the mark on it and handed it to Li Zongjiu. I'll give you the token and you'll spare my life? The guild building token. This was the legendary guild building token. Hong Long had described to Li Zongjiu what the guild building token looked like. Li Zongjiu received the guild establishment token without any expression on his face. He didn't seem to be very excited either. It was his emotionless expression that made Hong Long feel uneasy. He could not even imagine the background of Li Zongjiu in front of him. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. He did not bring more people with him when he came out. Usually, after becoming the leader, he would hide in his gang's base to cultivate. After all, if there was any fighting, he only needed to send his subordinates out. He could hide safely in the city, cultivate, and gain benefits. Why not do such a good thing? However, he had just established the Qin gang not long ago. When he heard that there were benefits to be gained, he came over. He did not expect to be killed by the girl in black. This made him very unhappy. Later, he found that the girl in black had the legendary carefree body movement. He was even more greedy and wanted to obtain the free and unfettered movement technique. The final outcome was obvious. It just so happened that it fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Even if Li Zongjiu was being polite, he wouldn't let you off so easily, so he snatched your guild establishment token. When Li Zongjiu engraved his mind imprint on it, some additional information suddenly appeared in his mind. He was even able to see it in an extremely specific manner. Looking at the additional information in front of his eyes. Gang members. Gang activity. In addition to the contribution points of the gang members, there was also a column for hatred points. In this hatred point, there was also some recorded information. They were all enemies who had killed members of the Qin gang. The black-clothed girl was among them. Li Zongjiu was supposed to be one too. However, now that Li Zongjiu had become the leader of the Qin gang, the hatred from before had disappeared. Du Xiaojiao was now ranked first. That was the black-clothed woman in front of him. This thing is quite useful. The existence of the guild establishment token really surprised Li Zongjiu. He even understood and felt clearly that this was the power of the macro world. It was the creativity of a heavenly emperor tier powerhouse. It was so terrifying. All these things appeared because of the will of the heavenly emperor tier powerhouse. Anything could appear this way just because he wanted it to be this way. It was unbelievable. Everything was just the will of the great emperor of the Xianxia sect. Okay, I'm a man of my word. Li Zongjiu said. The latter used his own essence energy to reattach that broken leg of his. Li Zongjiu got his guild establishment token as he wished. He took over the entire Qin gang. Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. The establishment of this gang is not my power. You've provoked a group of people you can't afford to provoke. After the leader of the Qin gang finished speaking, he immediately left. He summoned his Fang sword over. At the same time, his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. If you continue to stay here, Li Zongjiu might suddenly have a murderous intent and kill you directly. What can you do? Let him go just like that. The black-clothed woman said angrily. She just watched him escape. Thinking of how arrogant he was before, the black-clothed woman was quite angry. I've already gotten what I wanted, Li Zongjiu said. He was not a homicidal maniac. Sometimes, when he was unhappy with you, he might kill you directly. But sometimes, as long as he achieved his goal, there was no need to kill so many people. When your strength reached a certain level, you would have no enemies. Just like Li Zongjiu, if he returned to the Xingwu continent, he would not have any enemies to speak of. In this macro world, enemies would always exist. You might even be targeted without even knowing it. Moreover, after killing you, soul beans would appear. These soul beans were the most direct benefits. Although it was a bit wasteful, some people liked it this way, and some people were forced to do it. Anything could happen. Li Zongjiu did it according to his heart. If it was necessary, he would kill the other party. But Du Xiaojia was a bit unhappy. After all, this person wanted to kill her just now. If she had not been lucky, she would not have had the chance to escape. Of course, it was also because Li Zongjiu had helped. If Li Zongjiu had not helped her, she would have been in a lot of trouble. You actually robbed a gang just like that? Amazing. Isn't the gang fun? Do you want me to be the deputy leader? Du Xiaojia saw that Li Zongjiu was a bit interesting. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was her savior. He had a lot of secrets. Sure, but you have to hand over your carefree body technique, Li Zongjiu said. There could only be one deputy leader. If Li Zongjiu died now, Du Xiaojia would directly become the leader. There was a reason why Li Zongjiu did not kill the Qin gang leader just now. It was because of this. If the guild-building token had an emergency mechanism, after the original leader died and the guild-building token changed hands, it would directly lock onto the deputy leader and erase the effect of the guild-building token in Li Zongjiu's hands. Instead, it would be used on the deputy leader. Li Zongjiu's efforts would have been in vain. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was also thinking about her carefree body technique, Du Xiaojia immediately took a step back. Du Xiaojia took 2 steps back vigilantly. Don't even think about snatching my free and unfettered body art. I still have very powerful people above me, and my luck has always been very good. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to snatch it. However, to Li Zongjiu, it didn't matter if he had it or not. Hence, Li Zongjiu didn't care about it. If he bought it, it wouldn't be too expensive. Hence, he didn't force it. However, the guild creation token was different. The guild creation tablet was worth 500,000 soul beans. The benefits it could bring were uncountable. Hence, Li Zongjiu had to snatch it. Even if he had to kill some people, he had to do it. However, for the carefree Dharma body, Li Zongjiu was indeed very interested as he watched. However, one had to know that this thing was only ranked in the top 100. Hence, Li Zongjiu wasn't very interested in its value. If this thing could reach the top 10, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Du Xiaojia in front of him. Otherwise, you'll have to take the initiative to hand it over. Otherwise, death was the only way out for them. Li Zongjiu had always done things simply. Your movement technique is only ranked in the top 100. I'm not very interested. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. If he could obtain this huge Qin gang, for Li Zongjiu, it would be a great tool to increase his strength. He had to study this thing properly. Du Xiaojia also glanced left and right. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. How about this, I'll be friends with you. My name is Du Xiaojia. You can call me Miss Du. Du Xiaojia said generously. She actually extended her hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't be stingy. He shook her hand. Li Zongjiu. There was nothing wrong with telling her his name. If you have any problems in the future, come find me in Spirit Void City. It's not fun here. I'll leave first. Du Xiaojia didn't plan to stay here for long. After all, there were dangers all around. It was better to leave this place first. Li Zongjiu did not stop him. Spirit Void City, it was probably one of the main cities, but he didn't know how strong it was compared to the Crimson Soul City. When Hong Long saw the other party leave, he quickly showed himself and came to Li Zongjiu. How is it? Done? Hong Long was also pleasantly surprised. At the very least, he had seen Li Zongjiu snatch the token from the other party's body. Done. Do you want to join? Li Zongjiu looked at Hong Long and said. Hong Long did not expect Li Zongjiu to invite him to join the faction. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. Do I have the chance? Hong Long said. How do I add this in? Li Zongjiu didn't seem to understand how to use the guild establishment token. You just need to let the members drip a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Hong Long said. Then, he dripped a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Immediately, a wave of energy came from the guild establishment token. In Li Zongjiu's mind, information about Hong Long appeared. Of course, it was just some basic information about his strength and contribution. He couldn't see anything else. After all, this was a faction, not some strange machine. Promote him to the deputy faction leader. Li Zongjiu held the guild establishment token in his hand and used his mind to control it. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the guild establishment token and landed on Hong Long's body. Hong Long was flattered. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to give him the position of deputy faction leader directly. What kind of honor was this? He had never experienced such trust between people before. If ordinary people wanted to join a faction, they would have to pay a price. At the very least, they would have to pay a fee to join the faction. With a faction, ordinary people would not dare to bully you. However, it was not easy to join a faction. It was impossible to join just because you wanted to. The position of deputy faction leader also had more power. He could command the members of the faction and take the initiative to recruit members. It was considered that he had gained a part of the authority to manage the faction. It was considered a high position. If one could gain a part of the authority in such a position, how powerful would he be and how convenient it would be? Of course, it also depended on how he used it. Moreover, the position of deputy gang leader required a person who was very trustworthy to be qualified for it. Li Zongjiu didn't care. As long as the person was trustworthy enough, it was fine. It didn't matter if the person was powerful or not. Anyway, he was the strongest in the faction. This was Li Zongjiu's thought. He wouldn't waste too much time thinking about these things. Thank you, faction leader. Hong Long said excitedly. In the future, I'll leave all the messy matters in the faction to you. Li Zongjiu said. He naturally didn't have the time to care about these matters. Therefore, he let Hong Long do it. Anyway, Hong Long seemed to be good in this aspect. It would be easier to leave it to him. By the way, the girl just said that she was from the Spirit Void City. Where is the Spirit Void City? Li Zongjiu didn't know much about the situation in the macro world. When Li Zongjiu said the words Spirit Void City, Hong Long was stunned. Hong Long paused for a moment, as if he had been bitten, or as if he had bumped into the tree. His entire body froze. You mean the Spirit Void City? Hong Long? He asked Li Zongjiu in shock. Yes. Li Zongjiu was sure that he didn't hear it wrong. Besides, he couldn't have made up a name. Spirit Void City, it's real? Hong Long muttered to himself. He seemed to be in endless shock. Being slapped by the shocking waves again and again? He was completely dumbfounded by the slap. Is this place very special? In the entire limitless True Flame world, there are 5 main cities, but in reality, there are only 6. This 6th main city is also a legendary existence. It is said that in this main city, even the weakest one has the strength of the celestial realm. Li Zongjiu understood when he heard this. So much foreshadowing. The 6th main city was the Spirit Void City. It was just that no one knew where the Spirit Void City was. But looking at the guy in front of him, he understood that the Spirit Void City was not a legend. It was just a legend in the eyes of ordinary people. When you have enough strength. When you have enough strength to come in contact with these things, you can really master these legendary things. Those who were once high and mighty will also appear in front of you. Everything will no longer be a legend. It seems that I have to go to the Spirit Void City if I have the chance. Everyone is in the celestial realm, which means that there are stronger existences. There must be good things in it. This was something that Li Zhongjiu did not expect. This little girl actually came from the Spirit Void main city. No wonder she was so confident in escaping from the Qin gang's leader and the other experts. This was indeed something that Li Zhongjiu did not expect. Otherwise, if he squeezed this little girl dry, he might be able to get other treasures. If I knew this guy would hand over the position of leader so easily, I wouldn't have killed those experts. Li Zhongjiu regretted killing people. Who knew that the guild building token would have such a great effect? Why did he have to kill those people? He could have just left them here. He would definitely be able to create some other value. Li Zhongjiu and Lin Fan left the place. 2 days passed. The elite team that went out to hunt demons finally returned. After all, their soul imprints were in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Hence, it was not difficult to find Li Zhongjiu. These people were obviously very tired. After a series of battles, this elite team was already on the verge of collapsing. Now, they were finally done. They just wanted to collect the heads of these demons as soon as possible in exchange for their lives. 5 people appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. There were a total of 100 demons on the bounty notice in his hand. Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied. These people had no choice but to hand over the items to Li Zhongjiu and complete the transfer of the number of demons on the notice. Now that the number of demons is enough and we have given you the items, please keep your promise, sir. The leader of the other party said bravely. Now, it was time to decide life and death. Li Zhongjiu looked at the nervous faces of these people. I can return your soul imprints to you. Li Zhongjiu said. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, when he said that, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Usually, when someone said this, there must be other conditions. This immediately made everyone nervous. Sure enough, he wouldn't let them off so easily. When they thought of such a situation, although they were already mentally prepared, when such a situation appeared, they were still shocked. They could only accept it. If he couldn't accept it, what else could he do? To die, although the process of living in such a large world was very painful, who would be willing to accept death? Sometimes, it was just a small step to enter a wonderful world and have a supreme status. Only by living could one have the hope of obtaining everything. Everyone was waiting for Li Zhongjiu to speak as if they were waiting for a death sentence. If you want to join my gang and work for me, I will return your soul imprints. This way, it won't be considered as breaking our agreement. Li Zhongjiu said. He was a very trustworthy person. Sometimes, if he said that he wanted your entire family dead, he would kill your entire family. Even if he left a small survivor, it would become a standard for breaking his promise. Join a gang. Everyone looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. You only need to join a gang? You have a gang? These people couldn't believe their ears. They thought that they had heard wrongly. They continued to ask the same question again. That's right. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. At the same time, he took out the guild building token. He placed it in front of everyone. After dripping your blood into the gang, your soul will be returned automatically. These 5 people did not disband after going through such a thing, which showed that their cohesiveness was very strong. At least this group of people had something to look forward to. It was very rare to be so united in such an environment in this large world. It just so happened that Li Zhongjiu couldn't find anyone else to use at the moment, so he recruited all 5 of them. Although there were other people in the gang, Li Zhongjiu did not know them. How could he command them to do things? It was not easy to manage. At this moment, the man in the lead finally took a step forward and gathered his courage. No matter what, they would die anyway. Now that Li Zhongjiu had a gang, for idle people like them. Of course, it was a very good thing. They even wanted to join some gangs to protect themselves. But now there was such a good opportunity. Li Zhongjiu didn't know how difficult it was to set up a gang. As long as you set it up, there would be countless people flocking to join your gang. After the leader of the group joined the gang, the leader of the group became a disciple. Li Zongjiu automatically returned his soul imprint. There was also a disadvantage after joining the gang. That was, if you did not get permission, you could not leave the gang. In other words, you had to continue to work for the gang, sharing honor and disgrace. Of course, this was not a big deal for people who joined the gang voluntarily. The restrictions of the gang were not that strong. They only needed to pay tribute on time. The others saw that he had taken back his soul imprint and followed suit. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's gang had 5 new members. Since you are all members of my Qing gang, earn more money in the future, Li Zongjiu said. In the Xinggu continent, Li Zongjiu was in charge of many forces. Even the largest white deer mansion was founded by Li Zongjiu. But in fact, in terms of management, Li Zongjiu did not have any thoughts in this area, so he directly let Hong Long manage it. After joining the gang, Li Zongjiu did not continue to keep these people and let them go freely. After that, Li Zongjiu also wandered around for a few days. Then, he headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At this moment, in the Crimson Soul City, the original leader of the Qing gang had also returned to the main city and quickly reported the matter of the gang establishment token. The report was reported to Commander Misher. Commander Misher was also well known in the Crimson Soul City. He was ruthless and killed people like flax. Because of the cultivation method he cultivated, Commander Misher looked like a stone man. His combat strength was extremely strong. The defense of his physical body alone was equivalent to an immortal armor. If an ordinary person wanted to break through, it was almost impossible. After Commander Misher heard what the leader of the Qing gang said, his eyes darkened slightly. Haha, how dare you? Find this person for me. Tell him that I, Misher, am looking for him. Commander Misher laughed like a stone with a crack. In the Crimson Soul City, it was too easy for him to find a person with his authority. He did not expect that someone would dare to mess with him. It was simply courting death. In the Misher Hall where Commander Misher was, he had a total of 500 Iron Stone soldiers under him. The strength of this group of people could be said to be very strong. At least, it was impossible to find one to fight against their Iron Stone army alone. Soon, Commander Misher had already sent people to find news about the new gang leader of Qing gang. However, this could only be done in secret. When you have this power, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibility. At the same time, there were some restrictions. For example, if you want to control this gang, you must do it in secret. Using your own means and strength, you must secretly establish this gang and let someone take over this gang. Then, the gang leader who had been promoted would be able to hand over all the benefits to him. This was the benefit of having power. It could easily settle all these matters. It allowed you to reap greater profits. Even people who had the power and the means would do so. Even the city lord of the Crimson Soul City was doing it in the same way, using this method to reap greater profits. He, Commander Misher, had so many soldiers to raise, so the daily consumption was also a very large number. Otherwise, how could he raise such a powerful army? Everything was linked to these things. Now Li Zongjiu had touched a piece of Commander Misher's cake. That must be to find Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu and the others were not surprised that someone wanted to deal with him. But it was not easy for these people to deal with him. Li Zongjiu did not show up, but asked Hong Long to hand in the demon mission. Li Zongjiu was not stupid. There must be someone in Red Soul City who was watching him. But the effect of this gang building token was, in fact, one way. The gang leader could find the members of Qing gang. But the members of the gang could not locate the gang leader. It was not an easy task to find Li Zongjiu in this vast sea of people. Li Zongjiu and the others secretly returned to the Crimson Soul City, and at the same time, changed to another inn. Li Zongjiu dismissed the members of the elite team on the spot. If there was another mission involving a group of demons, he would summon them again. Every day, Li Zongjiu's current setting was to extract 2 soul beans from each gang member. Currently, there were 36 members in Li Zongjiu's gang. Every day, he could obtain 72 soul beans. In a month, he would be able to obtain over 2,000 soul beans. This made Li Zongjiu very satisfied. Although there weren't many right now, in the future, when the gang grew to over 1,000 or even 10,000 people, how terrifying would the soul beings be? Li Zongjie moved his fingers and calculated. This was indeed a little cool. As for the members of the Qin gang, Li Zongjie had never seen him before, so he did not know him. He did not have much interest in paying attention to these people. Who knew if there would be any trouble left behind from before among these people? Li Zongjie casually found a small, relatively hidden building. This small building was beside a mountain and a river. It was an elegant place. It was called the Mountain Residence Building. It was said that the real owner of this mountain residence was a stunning woman. However, very few people could see her. Usually, it was her subordinates who took care of it. It was considered a quiet place, and many people liked to live in such a place. However, the fees were much more expensive than outside. Just a day alone required a total of 20 soul beans. The mountain residence building had a total of 8 courtyards. They were all independent courtyards, and usually, 2 or 3 families could live in the courtyards. However, Li Zongjie directly booked one of them. How could he allow others to snore next to his bed? If he was targeted by others in such a place, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Li Zongjie spent 50 soul beans a day to book this one. He should have obtained many things from the demon group mission. However, most of Li Zongjie's soul beans had been consumed by Poison Dragon Ao Tian and the Tiger Tally. He was left with less than 500. In the evening, Hong Long returned. On the way back, he did not dare to believe it. He even looked left and right, trying to be secretive. It wasn't until he returned to Li Zongjie's place that he secretly took out the rewards he had received. What is it? Why are you being so secretive? Li Zongjie looked at Hong Long in front of him. With his sneaky look, those who did not know better would think that he had stolen some treasure. Huff, huff, you should be mentally prepared. Li Zongjie had seen all kinds of situations before. He actually needed to be mentally prepared. He immediately took out the unparalleled sword. If you don't tell me, I'll cut you down immediately. Hong Long shook his head helplessly. Seeing Li Zongjie's lack of emotion, he finally took out all the things he had obtained. When Li Zongjie saw the item, he was stunned. No way. That's right. I didn't expect the city lord to be so generous this time. Hong Long did not seem to expect it either. The demon gang's mission this time was actually able to give out such a great reward. Fortunately, the receiving of these mission rewards was also in a secret state. They were all independent rooms. Unless one's performance was particularly obvious, otherwise, it was impossible to tell what kind of things one had received. Hong Long's expression was also very good. Therefore, he quickly took out the item. When Li Zongjie saw the item in his hand, he was very surprised. Guild building token, another guild building token. Now that Li Zongjie had a guild, this guild building token was superfluous to Li Zongjie. As long as he sold it, he could get 500,000 soul beans. This item is good. Just sell it. Li Zongjie said. These things didn't seem to be very difficult to obtain. Oh, otherwise, how could he obtain such things in his hands now? It seemed that he was also the son of fate. We can sell it and upgrade the guild. Hong Long said in a low voice. Upgrade the guild? When Li Zongjie heard Hong Long's words, he was stunned. What did he mean? Did he want to upgrade the guild? That's right. Upgrading the guild can increase the maximum number of members. It can even have other functions, such as obtaining the guild's resident rights. Within this resident rights, even the city lord cannot control what happens inside. If anyone from outside the guild walks in, the guild master can use the resident rights to kill them. Hong Long said. Li Zongjie's eyes lit up. He could ignore the other things, but it was still the right to directly kill people. This seemed to be a little satisfying. It was very suitable for him. Is there such a good thing? Li Zongjie did not expect this. Then, he looked at his own guild's data. Indeed, it was a grade 1 guild. The number of members could only accommodate 200 people. This meant that there was a limit. A grade 2 guild could accommodate 1,000 people. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were only 3 grade 2 guilds. Thousand Moon Sect, Heavenly Fiend Alliance, and the Night Ghost Gang, which was hidden deep and kept a low profile. Therefore, if an enemy dared to trespass into the territory of these three factions, they could kill you at any time. Even the city lord's influence would not be able to spread here. This would allow the gang's power to grow better, and it would be more effective in deterring others. If a second-grade faction openly recruited, there would be countless people who would want to join. Naturally, its influence would be extraordinary. Li Zhongjiu did not think that he would be so lucky as to find a new guild creation token and even upgrade it. Then hurry up and upgrade it. How do I upgrade it? Li Zhongjiu said. It's not that simple. I've checked. If you want to upgrade this second-grade faction, other than the guild creation token, you need 10,000 soul beans. At the same time, you need to have your own territory. That is, you need to buy a house. Or, you can just rob it. Hong Long had been following Li Zhongjiu all this time and had seen the outside world. At the same time, he understood that the best way to get what he wanted was to directly rob it. It was the most direct. Do you think I'm a bandit? Do you think I get everything by robbing? Li Zhongjiu was immediately unhappy. This guy was treating him like a bandit. Sometimes, he just didn't want to cause trouble. Since someone else had the item, he would just take care of it. However, Hong Long's suggestion was not impossible. However, if he wanted to rob 10,000 soul beans, it would be a little difficult. After all, who would carry so many soul beans with them at all times? Otherwise, he would have directly robbed the warehouse of this small mountain residence. Then, he would definitely be able to obtain a large amount of soul beans. After all, his daily income was in the hundreds. In addition to some other things, he would only need half a month to earn 10,000 soul beans. However, Li Zhongjiu did some calculations. He did not think that opening an inn would be able to earn so much money. He heard that the owner of this small mountain residence owned more than one inn. If there were hundreds of them, there would be nothing to worry about. Li Zhongjiu felt it was a pity that he didn't bring Xiaoxiao with him. Otherwise, with Xiaoxiao's mind, he would be able to think of some ways to make money very quickly. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could only wait. He would wait for an opportunity to appear and see how he could gather the 10,000 soul beans. After all, he already had a guild establishment token that was worth 500,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he had the backing of an entire gang. Although there weren't many people, they were still able to easily obtain these soul beans. Put this thing aside for now. Are there any other rewards? If the reward was something good, he might be able to sell it for a good price. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, he would not waste it. He was also rewarded with 1,500 soul beans. They're all here. Hong Long handed over everything without concealing anything. So petty. Li Zhongjiu almost had the urge to overturn the city lord's mansion. Wasn't there supposed to be a generous reward, but now, he was only given such a small amount of things. What use could these things have? Be content. This is already considered generous. You haven't seen how stingy the city lord's mansion is. Hong Long said. Clearly, Hong Long knew the city lord's mansion very well. It was already very difficult to obtain soul beans. At least he gave us a guild establishment token. This isn't something that can be obtained so easily. Hong Long comforted Li Zhongjiu. 1,500. What's the use of these soul beans? I still have to do it myself. Li Zhongjiu said. Then, he looked at Hong Long. How about this? Go and see if there are any suitable missions. I'll cultivate first. Li Zhongjiu could feel that he was about to touch the barrier of the breakthrough. Therefore, he needed some time to cultivate. Silence. However, in this great world, the improvement of one's strength was indeed very fast. At least Li Zhongjiu was confident that he could break through to the celestial realm within half a year. In the Xingwu continent, there was still a doppelganger that was ready to explode at any time. At least in this period of time, the doppelganger's strength would continue to grow rapidly. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate it. He couldn't ignore it either. He glanced at his time funnel. It had already been a month since he arrived here. Time passed really quickly. It's only been a month. It's not bad to have such a breakthrough. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. At least his current state had improved quite well. If he wanted to break through so quickly in the Xinggu continent, he naturally wouldn't have such an opportunity. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't reject this great world. In fact, he was already familiar with such a dangerous environment. Okay, I'll go look for it. Hong Long exited the small mountain residence. That was to wait in the main hall and see if there were any suitable missions that appeared. Li Zongjiu meditated in front of the mountains and rivers. The effects of the 100 Calamity elixir were still vivid in his mind. In addition to the recent battle experience, he had integrated all of it into his body. He began to gradually improve his strength. Gradually, he touched the barrier of innate level 8. Li Zongjiu also tried to concentrate his strength and directly break through the barrier. However, it didn't seem to be very effective. He lacked the strength to break through the barrier. Soon, Li Zongjiu also picked up the soul bean in his hand. This thing is really the spring of power. Li Zongjiu directly crushed the soul bean and absorbed the power into his body. Boom! Immediately, a storm of power formed in Li Zongjiu's body. Soon, this power rushed directly to Li Zongjiu's barrier. That terrifying commotion instantly broke through the barrier around his body. The entire mountain residence was filled with Li Zongjiu's powerful strength. Coincidentally, in the depths of the mountain residence, there was a small bamboo house in the dense forest. When it felt this power, it immediately raised its head. The power of innate level 8? I didn't expect that my little mountain dwelling would be a cultivation treasure ground. In the bamboo forest residence, two beautiful figures sat at the table drinking tea and chatting. When they felt the power, they smiled. Sister's mountain residence was built with the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Even if you don't know anything, living here will be very beneficial. If you know how to use the power of the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation, the benefits will be enormous. It's a pity that there are too few experts who know about formations. Although there are many books on formations, there are very few who are talented. My 8 gates heavenly mystery formation has been covered in dust for a long time, just as the woman in green shook her head and sighed. Suddenly, an extremely familiar fluctuation quietly appeared here. Moreover, it also became lively. Instantly, a trace of shock appeared in the eyes of the woman in green. The mountain residence was originally a place where the lady in green experimented with arrays. He wanted to apply all the formations that he had learned. So she used this wooden house to form an 8 gates heavenly Xian array. However, no one had been able to activate the power of the 8 gates heavenly Xian array since the mountain residence was built. This array was of a higher level, so it was hidden deeper. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find this array and activate it. She did not expect to meet someone who could discover the secret of this 8 gates heavenly Xian array today. This person was Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu discovered this formation, he was also shocked. This was because he was amazed by who had placed such an exquisite formation in this place. This 8 gates heavenly Xian array was of a rather high level. It was at least level 11. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself spent a lot of time to find a way to activate this array formation and directly activate it. Boom! Although he did not know who set up the 8 gates heavenly Xian array here, Li Zongjiu needed it now. He could make use of the power of this array to consolidate his cultivation at Xiantian level 8. Li Zongjiu activated the Heaven Void God form record. Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised by the gradual decrease in power. He absorbed the terrifying spiritual qi. Finally, Li Zongjiu stabilized this power at innate level 8. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense how powerful his strength had become after his breakthrough. This is incredible. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. If it was not for this 8 gates heavenly Xian array, Li Zongjiu would have to consume a large amount of soul beans to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, this power would fall back quickly, which was equivalent to a failed breakthrough. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, this 8 gates heavenly Xian array seems to be lacking a little. When Li Zongjiu tried to absorb the power of this array, he almost destroyed the 8 gates heavenly Xian array. The power that suddenly surged out was too strong. However, the structure of this 8 gates heavenly Xian array was not that sturdy and complete. Therefore, when the power was activated to a certain extent, the entire array would be in a state of collapse. It was clear that the people who had set up this formation back then weren't very skilled at it either. Li Zhongzhou's mind power surged into the array disk of the 8 gates heavenly Xian array. Soon, they found a few places that were specially set up to create such power. Li Zhongzhou quickly changed some of the feng shui positions. The 8 gates profound heaven formation directly integrated everything in the surroundings into the formation. It borrowed the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to activate them. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou only needed to transfer a few things to make a move. Sister? He's modifying your array? Beside the green-clothed lady, a purple-clothed young lady's eyes were also filled with shock. She never thought that this person would be so bold. Wasn't this showing off in front of an expert? One had to know that her elder sister was the #1 array master in this Crimson Soul City. This person was simply too arrogant and conceited. In the eyes of this array master, it would be seen as a provocation. Shu, the lady in green, signaled the latter to keep quiet. The 8 gates heavenly Xian array was an early work. She was very clear about the flaws it had. However, he had never been able to modify it. She only treated it as a kind of appreciation for her own work. Therefore, this thing had always been there. She did not expect this person to activate this array just now. He found the weakness of the array so quickly. Water gate, stone gate, forest gate, bamboo gate, mountain gate, dragon gate, chi gate. Heaven gate. He grasped it so accurately. This person's foundation is very good. Not only that, his talent is also very high. The latter said in surprise. Under this adjustment, Li Zhongzhou also strengthened these few weak points. It reached the true state of endless growth. The 8 gates heavenly Xian array. However, the lady in green smiled slightly and her mental strength suddenly surged. In the side of the courtyard, a blazing fire suddenly burned. In this way, it directly joined the fire gate among the 8 gates. When the fire gate appeared, Li Zhongzhou also realized that there was an expert around. Perhaps the person who set up the 8 gates heavenly Xian array had joined the fire gate? It would cause the 8 gates heavenly Xian array to attack each other and create chaos. The other party made a move to test Li Zhongzhou's strength. However, Li Zhongzhou was just casually interested. He was not here to play games with you. If you want to cause such destruction, then do as you please. He, Li Zhongzhou, still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou did not care about the sudden addition of the fire gate. It was obvious that there was going to be a problem. However, Li Zhongzhou still did not make a move. The lady in green in the bamboo forest suddenly shouted angrily. This guy actually did not make a move. This angered the lady in green. In an instant, the flame was extinguished. I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant. The lady in green obviously did not expect that Li Zhongzhou, a mere innate level 8, could be so arrogant. Even the sky human realm was not as arrogant as you. He really did not know how to appreciate favors. Originally, she wanted to promote Li Zhongzhou. She thought that Li Zhongzhou would be a very interesting person. However, who would have thought that in the end, things would turn out like this? Li Zhongzhou completely ignored her. This made the latter very surprised. In this Red Spirit City, no one dared to treat her with such an attitude. Haha, I didn't expect that there would actually be someone who could anger elder sister to this extent. If this person knew elder sister's name, his intestines would probably turn green with regret. Such a good opportunity, yet he couldn't grasp it. How bad is this person's luck? The purple-clothed girl said with a smile. Let's leave it to fate. The lady in green said indifferently. In another 2 months, we will be recruiting new people. Recently, in this city, are there any rising stars? I have also been to the training tower to look for them recently. However, they are only a bunch of boorish people who fight and kill. They can't be considered rising stars. If we can't find anyone with talent, then what about the next Spirit Void Heaven? It's going to be a failure. What's a mere Spirit Void Heaven? With Elder Sister here, even if they went to Spirit Void Heaven, they might not be a match for Elder Sister. This time, the storm of changing the array had passed. Li Zhongzhou did not delve too deeply into the matter to find out what was going on. The other party had also extinguished the flame. In the next few days, Hong Long continuously looked for strange missions. However, these missions did not catch Li Zhongzhou's attention. He directly rejected all these missions. He also did not care about these 10,000 soul beans. Right now, the Qin gang's members had not reached the upper limit. Hence, they were not in a hurry to upgrade the gang. They had to slowly wait for an opportunity. Afterwards, Li Zhongzhou also sorted out his cultivation. At the same time, he discovered that the effects of the evil dragon's eye could be felt even more deeply in this great world. In my opinion, this evil dragon's eye originally belonged to this place. Li Zhongzhou also discovered the special characteristics of the evil dragon's eye. In the world of the evil dragon's eye, one could revive without limit. In other places, this was impossible. However, in the world of the evil dragon's eye, it could be easily done. This kind of power, and even this kind of setting, was very familiar to the entire great world. The rules were all set. Hence, the evil dragon's eye in his hand was similar. But how was it brought down? However, Li Zhongzhou did not know how effective it would be. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Li Zhongzhou did not move around much. Instead, he focused on cultivating. The surrounding spirit qi was also very dense. It was very helpful for cultivation. Li Zhongzhou's cultivation had also stabilized at innate level 8. Normally, he would try to concoct some pills. It was because he was concocting these pills. This allowed Li Zhongzhou's alchemy skills to improve even more. Hong Long also tried his best to recruit members during this period of time. Now, the Qin gang had more than 100 people. For many people, being able to join a gang was already a dream come true. At the very least, there would be someone to protect them. There was a gang, and everyone supported each other, even though the gang leader had never shown his face. However, this didn't hinder the development of the Qin gang. Li Zhongzhou received over 200 soul beans every day, which was a pretty decent income. Ao Tian's injuries had also recovered. After recuperating for the past few days, he had also grown a lot stronger. Moreover, in this small mountain residence, they ate well, slept well, and did not have to worry about food and clothing. Therefore, under such circumstances, they quickly gained weight. On this day, Ao Tian wanted to go out for a walk and take a stroll. He couldn't be trapped in this small mountain house forever. Anyway, he had Li Zhongzhou's protection. He didn't expect Li Zhongzhou to raise his cultivation to such a level in such a short time. It was truly shocking. Ao Tian had only gone out for half a day, and he actually sent a distress signal to Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou, who was cultivating, immediately widened his eyes when he received the signal. He stared in Ao Tian's direction, revealing a trace of darkness in his eyes. Ao Tian has been captured. Hong Long hurriedly came in front of Li Zhongzhou. Should we call for reinforcements? We have over 100 people in the Qin gang. As long as we give the order, over 100 people will immediately charge out. As the vice-faction leader, Hong Long still had the right to give orders. However, Li Zhongzhou waved his hand. If they could defeat Ao Tian, innate level 9 was enough. However, if they wanted to capture Ao Tian, they would need to be at least in the heaven realm. Therefore, even if all the people in the Qin gang were added together, they wouldn't be able to deliver this head. No matter how many people went, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Only when Li Zhongzhou personally made a trip, could he investigate this matter clearly. He definitely couldn't let the other party be too arrogant. Although Li Zhongzhou hadn't faced a heaven realm expert before, so what if you were in the heaven realm? Anyone who dared to touch Li Zhongzhou's men would be regarded as a provocation. Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed. He leaped towards the sky. Hong Long looked at Li Zhongzhou's departing figure, and couldn't help but flash a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't know what Li Zhongzhou's situation was like. Under normal circumstances, Li Zhongzhou would also ask Hong Long to come along. After all, some situations and information could only be understood from Hong Long. However, this time, he didn't have the intention to ask Hong Long. Obviously, this matter had now reached a very awkward moment. Hong Long's heart was also very worried. Li Zhongzhou's figure swept past the Crimson Soul City. The other party deliberately lured Li Zhongzhou out of the city. At least 500 miles away. Close to this place was a surging river. The river was fierce, as if countless wild beasts were fiercely running. But the surroundings were silent. Finally, Li Zhongzhou's figure landed. Nearby, there was some aura left behind by Aotian. Obviously, Aotian was active here before. I'm already here. Since you're in the heaven realm, why do you need to be sneaky? Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. It seemed like he was talking to the air, but also seemed to be talking to himself. It was strange to see them like this. But after Li Zhongzhou's voice fell. Above the river in front, a water curtain gushed out. The water curtain spread out. In front of his eyes, he could see that Aotian was trapped under this water prison. He was also seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, Li Zhongzhou's eyes changed slightly. Even though Aotian himself was rather unrestrained. But at least he was someone who had an agreement with Li Zhongzhou. Since they had already made an agreement. Then to Li Zhongzhou, he was one of them. You trust me, I'll help you. He treated Aotian as his own companion. Now that he saw his companion being beaten up like this, how could Li Zhongzhou not be angry? You're quite capable. I worked so hard to catch the poison dragon, but you actually snatched it away. A voice came from the other side of the river. The other party was obviously more careful, and they were also worried about what kind of expert Li Zhongzhou would be. But when they saw Li Zhongzhou, they couldn't help but feel that they were making a big fuss. They didn't expect the other party to be such a brat. A mere innate level 8, and he managed to trick his poison dragon away. With your strength, you were able to break the transcendental chains. I believe you must have a celestial artifact in your hands. Hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Zhongzhou also saw the other party's figure clearly. He was wearing a green robe, and his face was yellow and emaciated. But from his eyes, he could tell that this person's appearance was that of a young man. He couldn't be too old. You want it? Take it yourself. Even if Li Zhongzhou wanted to escape, it was impossible for the green-robed man to let Li Zhongzhou leave. Li Zhongzhou would not allow the green-robed man to imprison Aotian like this. The green-robed man saw that Li Zhongzhou was acting recklessly, trying to provoke the strength of a celestial realm expert. He immediately snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm across the air. Then let me see how powerful you are. A gust of wind condensed in the sky, and a giant palm suddenly fell towards Li Zhongzhou. The poisonous gas condensed into a palm print in the sky. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's figure disappeared. However, in the green-robed man's eyes, Li Zhongzhou's speed had completely exposed his own strength, and he was so vulnerable. You want to compete with me with such speed? Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can give you a quick death. The green-robed man laughed. With just one move, he had already tested Li Zhongzhou's strength. He thought that Li Zhongzhou was hiding some kind of power, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO, and he was still at the mercy of the green-robed man. A mere innate realm expert dared to compete with him. This was a great provocation to the green-robed man, and he had to kill Li Zhongzhou first. Li Zhongzhou summoned the tiger-headed warrior without hesitation. The tiger-headed warrior landed, and with a roar, the two hammers collided. The Fallen Clan? How dare such a trashy race jump in front of me? The green-robed man growled, and directly pointed his finger, which seemed to turn into a terrifying light at this moment. This green light flew, and directly turned into a giant python, rushing towards the tiger-headed warrior. Even if it was a giant python that burst out casually, it was still a giant python of the celestial realm. The tiger-headed warrior would not be able to hold on for long, and would definitely be defeated. Let's see what else you have. Li Zhongzhou fought and retreated. The green-robed man also chased after Li Zhongzhou without fear. At this moment, at the place where Li Zhongzhou had been, the unparalleled sword quietly emerged. When both of them were relatively far away, it directly dived into the water. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed into the water prison, and directly cut open the water prison that trapped Aotian. Ao opened his eyes, and recognized the aura of the unparalleled sword, which was the aura of Li Zhongzhou. He was astonished. Grabbing it? He allowed the unparalleled sword to send him flying. Although the unparalleled sword was still unable to reveal Hu Wushuang's true form for the time being, Hu Wushuang's true form could not be revealed. But it was unparalleled sword was able to control unparalleled sword. This was also a benefit was to us too. Had unparalleled sword was able to could communicate with unparalleled could communicate with him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu deliberately lured the green-robed ancestor away. It was not a wise thing to be entangled with a celestial realm expert. Li Zongjiu had never thought of defeating a celestial realm expert. He only needed to save Ao Tian. When the water prison was broken, the green-robed man also paused. He looked back at the direction of the water prison that he had set up, and his eyes were already sure that his water prison was broken. Li Zongjiu did not come alone. It seems that although your cultivation is high, your brain is not very good. Li Zongjiu sneered, and did not give the green-robed man time to react. His words were completely infuriated by the latter. You're courting death. The green-robed man shouted angrily. At this moment, he did not intend to waste any more time with Li Zongjiu. His body rose into the air, and directly grabbed the ground. Then, there seemed to be dozens of huge cracks on the ground. The cracks also directly formed a spider's arm. With a loud bang, this huge spider directly dragged Li Zongjiu up. What? Li Zongjiu felt the changes on the ground. This kind of summoned spider was at least 100 meters wide. With such a huge body, it was definitely a very terrifying movement for Li Zongjiu. Boom! The strength of a celestial realm expert was really powerful. It could easily create such a big movement. Li Zongjiu punched the spider's back. He wanted to smash the spider to the ground, but he found that there was no reaction from the spider at all when he punched it. Only some of the soil on the surface flew out a little. Kill him. At the green-robed man's command, this spider directly rolled on the ground, and quickly pressed Li Zongjiu under its body. At the same time, its sharp spider legs fell down like raindrops. One after another, they were all aimed at Li Zongjiu's head. If it were anyone else, facing such a dense rain of attacks, they would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. However, Li Zongjiu had mastered a skill. He was training in the evil dragon's eye almost every day. 2 of the 9-headed snake's heads had already been smashed by Li Zongjiu, and now the spider's speed could be said to be very terrifying. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's reaction speed was far faster than the spider in front of him. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the spider's movement in front of him was also very slow. However, Li Zongjiu had to pretend that it was very difficult for him. Otherwise, if the spider used some kind of move and increased its strength, he would have to use some kind of ultimate move. Immediately, Li Zongjiu quickly dodged, and each time, he narrowly avoided the spider's attack. At the same time, he also tried to counterattack. He punched the spider's leg. However, it did not have any effect. It was as solid as a rock. It's really hard to fight. Li Zongjiu glanced at it. The strength of the celestial realm was already so strong. During this period of time, he had been wanting to break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. However, he always felt that there was a force above the celestial realm that blocked the path to the celestial realm. In order to break through this path, the power needed was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. Some people would be completely suppressed by it for their whole life, and would never be able to rise again. They would never be able to reach the celestial realm. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu knew that the other party was in the celestial realm and still wanted to appear. It was also because he wanted to take this opportunity to experience the strength of the celestial realm. Only after understanding it could he make better preparations and more or less have an idea in his mind. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine how strong the celestial being realm was based on one's own guesses. First, find a celestial realm to practice. This was probably Li Zongjiu's idea. Only Li Zongjiu dared to have such a bold idea. If it were anyone else, it would be too late to escape. How dare you trick me? The green-robed man also realized that Li Zongjiu was obviously teasing him. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the spider on the ground raised its body high at this moment. He had actually changed from crawling to walking upright. Stones were also falling from their bodies one after another. The green-robed man landed on the spider's body. Immediately, a terrifying aura burst out. Boom! A strong force instantly spread out. The spider shook its head, and suddenly, dozens of energy waves burst out and rushed over on the ground. Li Zongjiu kept dodging, but eventually, he was hit by one of the energy waves. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Li Zongjiu fell heavily on the ground, and he was extremely shocked. After receiving this heavy blow, Li Zongjiu also suffered quite a bit of damage. Immediately, his Heaven Void God record was activated quickly. He quickly recovered from his injuries. With the foundation of the chaotic body, he could rapidly recover from these wounds. Li Zongjiu's strength had not reached the celestial realm. However, during this period of time, Li Zongjiu could already feel that his body's recovery ability was incomparable to anyone in the Xianxia realm. He wanted to fight with his opponent and kill him. Of course, it was impossible. However, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to kill Li Zongjiu. He didn't die. The green-robed man saw that Li Zongjiu was still intact. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so resilient. With a wave of his hand, the spider suddenly rushed forward. This time, with the green-robed man's personal command, Li Zongjiu could not escape. Die. One hit, one kill. But Li Zongjiu did not turn around to escape. He stayed where he was, facing his opponent who was rushing over, and he also had a formation in his hands. Immediately, he could feel that there was an obscure wave of energy coming from the surroundings. Seeing that Li Zongjiu finally took the initiative to attack, the green-robed man's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, Li Zongjiu was still able to fight back under his attack. Around his body, an extremely strange power instantly condensed. When this power attacked, the green-robed man was also shocked. Suddenly, as if he had heard something, the expression on his face instantly changed. Not good. In the next second, he felt an extremely terrifying power condensing. By the time the green-robed man reacted, it was already a little too late. Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zongjiu used the curse technique taught by the Tombstone Spirit. Instantly, a powerful pressure was released from the area within a radius of 10 miles. It seemed to have directly condensed into the power of the mountains and seas, which instantly blasted towards the green-robed man below. The power that appeared in an instant shocked the green-robed man. Even if he himself had the strength of a celestial realm being, under the power of a powerful curse, he still found it difficult to move. Boom, earth-shattering sounds of destruction could be heard. The green-robed man was directly blasted into the ground. It was unknown how deep the ground was, but the giant spider's body had long been shattered. The green-robed man was trapped under the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zongjiu also felt that his strength was exhausted. It seemed that in the move just now, he had also used up all his strength, but it was a different experience. When he used the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra just now, he also clearly felt that this power directly poured into Li Zongjiu's body. It seemed that this powerful move was released by the power of the mountains and seas around him. When he felt his own power condensing together, the power that erupted in an instant was really terrifying. And compared to when he used this move on the Xingwu continent, that kind of power and explosion? The feeling was also a lot stronger. Li Zongjiu had long expected this. Now that he used it, Li Zongjiu did indeed feel the power of the curse. Today, this guy could be considered to have been crippled. The latter was more or less crippled on the spot. But the recovery ability of the celestial realm was not simple. Li Zongjiu immediately left the place at this moment. This move was also precisely because the latter was full of confidence when he used it. That was why he defeated him in one fell swoop. He used a little tactic and the sneak attack was successful. If this guy was really vigilant, it would not be easy for Li Zongjiu to defeat him. Now was a good opportunity to escape. He directly headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At least in the Crimson Soul City, he would not be easily killed. Everything had its rules. It would be relatively safer. However, this exchange had already let Li Zongjiu know that even if this guy was in the celestial realm, he was not invincible. There were still flaws. As long as there were flaws, it would not be a problem. He was not an invincible existence. The last time he used the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra, Li Zongjie was almost in a weak state for a long time. However, this time around, he had only consumed a single elixir and had almost recovered. This had something to do with the cultivation of the heavenly void divine image record. In addition, it was because of his breakthrough. Last time, he was a level 6 and 8. And this time, he was a level 8 and 8, there was a difference of 2 levels, and such a big difference in effect was also very obvious. Li Zongjie headed towards the Crimson Soul City. Through communication with Wu Shuang, he knew that at least Ao Tian and the unparalleled sword had returned to the city. It was fine as long as they were safe. Not long after, Li Zongjie also returned to the Crimson Soul City. There were not many accidents and dangers along the way. He was a level 8 and 8, and in fact, in this Crimson Soul City, he was not considered weak. Experts in the celestial realm basically had their own things to do and their own pursuits. They did not walk around to do missions every day. Instead, they were busy with their own cultivation. Generally, those who did this mission were innate and Hotian level existences. However, one should not forget that there were actually many Hotian level cultivators, and they made up the majority of the population. Like Li Zongjie, there were few innate level cultivators in the beginning. Li Zongjie left. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons in a green robe also directly lifted the huge rock on his body. Just now, this move directly blasted him into the hole that was hundreds of meters deep. It was not easy for him to struggle out. His body was also sore. However, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Most of the attacks were blocked by his green robe. Interesting, he even knows curse techniques. This curse technique seems to be the inheritance of the great Emperor Xianxia. Looks like another person chosen by the great Emperor Xianxia. I didn't expect that such a small probability would be met by me, ha ha ha. Spiritual Master 5 Poison's eyes flashed. Anyone who was chosen by the great Emperor Xianxia? In their eyes, he was basically the same as the fiendish demon that had emerged from the underground palace with the treasure. It was a person who carried a treasure. They believed that this person must have a lot of secrets on him. Just this curse technique of the great Emperor Xianxia was a very powerful thing. If they could get this thing, it would be a very big harvest. It looked like the will of the great Emperor Xianxia had not dissipated. He was indeed the great Emperor Xianxia. After going through such a disaster, he could still persevere. It was really surprising, at least it surprised Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. It was not difficult to find this guy. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' original target was Ao Tian. Since he did not kill Ao Tian, he would more or less leave something on Ao Tian's body. He would not just watch Ao Tian disappear like last time. So he had already left a mark on Ao Tian's body. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons immediately recovered some strength. There were a few wandering demons that wanted to sneak attack him, but they were easily dealt with by Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. Red Soul City? Let's see where you can escape to. Li Zongjie quickly returned to the Scarlet Soul City. He returned to the small house on the mountain. Hong Long was taking care of the severely injured Ao Tian. At this moment, Ao Tian was still in his true form. When Unparalleled Sword saw Li Zongjie return, it immediately appeared beside Li Zongjie and acted extremely intimate. Finally, I can wake you up. Li Zongjie grabbed Unparalleled Sword in his hand. Although the process took a lot of time, he finally had a true old friend by his side. To Li Zongjie, this was something to be happy about. How's his condition? Li Zongjie asked. Not too good. Although I don't know how to heal injuries, he seems to be severely injured. Hong Long said. Li Zongjie also went to check on Ao Tian's condition. It was indeed very bad. Not only was he severely injured, but he was also placed with an energy seal. This energy seal also prevented the latter's body from recovering. Hence, he was now in a coma. Moreover, his injuries could not heal by themselves. No, according to that guy's methods, he must have left something behind. Li Zongjie's mental strength quickly scanned Ao Tian's body. When this power surged out, Li Zongjie was able to get a clear picture of Ao Tian's condition. He really left a tracking mark. Li Zongjie directly pulled out one of Ao Tian's scales. Ao Tian released a wave of energy and fixed it on the scale. After pulling out the scale, Li Zongjiu also picked up a stone from the ground. Then, he stuck the scale on the stone. Using all his strength, he threw it far away. Boom! The stone disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. No one could see it clearly anymore. Li Zongjiu had already used this method many times. There was nothing new about it at all. He directly threw the thing away. Let this fellow search according to the scale. The elemental energy lock had directly sealed Ao Tian's elemental energy. Even Li Zongjiu had no way of unlocking it. At least for the time being, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only rely on external help to heal the latter's injuries. Otherwise, Ao Tian would have a hard time recovering. Another option was to use soul beans. However, if one wanted to use soul beans to heal, one would need a large amount of soul beans. However, even Li Zongjiu didn't have that many soul beans. Therefore, they could only stabilize the latter's injuries here for the time being. At least his life was saved. He wanted to unlock this elemental energy lock. There were two methods. The first was to kill the green-robed man. Then, the elemental energy lock that he had set up would automatically disappear. The second was to raise Li Zongjiu's strength to the Skyman realm. Then, he could easily unlock the elemental energy lock. Of course, he could also find other Skyman realm experts to help. However, experts of this level wouldn't easily do it. Moreover, Li Zongjiu didn't think of asking others for help for such a small matter. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu didn't know any Skyman realm experts. However, if he wanted to talk about Skyman realm experts, there was one in this small mountain residence. It was the formation expert who purposely fought with Li Zongjiu to test him. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the latter at that time. Go and investigate this green-robed man. He will definitely come to Crimson Soul City. Find out his identity. Li Zongjiu said. At this time, the benefits of having a gang were directly reflected. Li Zongjiu could easily mobilize hundreds of people to do things for him. If the green-robed man came to Crimson Soul City, he would be able to find out at the first moment. At the same time, he could also use resources to investigate the identity of the green-robed man. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If there was a group of Skyman realm experts behind this guy, Li Zongjiu would choose to hold back for the time being. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for the current Li Zongjiu if he stirred up a hornet's nest. Okay. Hong Long also set off directly. What will come will come. I have to make some preparations. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. He also brought a lot of top-grade primordial stones from Xingu continent. It was just right to use these top-grade primordial stones to set up the formation. As long as there were enough ants, they could even kill an elephant. However, this also required a method. It wasn't as if you had a large number of ants and just rushed up. Moreover, it also depended on the location. It wouldn't work in the water either. The elephant would shake you off in minutes. The terrain was extremely important. Li Zongjiu needed to prepare the terrain to his advantage. Now, Li Zongjiu's cultivation had reached innate level 8, which was hundreds of times stronger than when he was in Xingu continent. The current Li Zongjiu could easily kill him in Xingu continent without the slightest hesitation. The difference between before and after was also quite big. Therefore, with Li Zongjiu's current cultivation to set up a formation, although he didn't dare to say that he could directly kill people, it could still serve as a buffer. It was still very good. Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Formation. This was the most powerful formation in Li Zongjiu's hands. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also began to carve the formation patterns in his small courtyard. In the past, it required 4 people to set up this formation, but now Li Zongjiu alone was enough. This was the difference in strength. The huge difference made Li Zongjiu extremely strong. It took a full 3 days to set up the formation. That 5 Poisons Daoist master had discovered the mark he had left behind in a mountain stream, and on the spot, he was extremely furious. He knew that the other party was definitely hiding in the Crimson Spirit City, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. A person with a dragon, where could they hide? It must be very easy to find them. With his Yuan Qi lock, the other party couldn't transform at all. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons was still very confident about this. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons? When the figure appeared in the Red Soul City, Hong Long also received the news from the Qin gang. But at this time, Hong Long was taken away by someone. It was Commander Misher's people. Hong Long's wantonly mobilization of people naturally attracted the attention of Commander Misher. The 5 people of the elite team in the city witnessed all this. At the same time, they quickly contacted Li Zongjiu and reported Hong Long's matter. This made Li Zongjiu frown. Commander Misher? Li Zongjiu could guess that the other party captured Hong Long in order to find him. This Commander Misher should be the backer that the Qin gang's leader mentioned before. Misfortunes never come singly. Li Zongjiu also wanted to cultivate quietly, improve his strength as soon as possible, and go home earlier. But there were so many people who wanted to force him, Evil Lord, to take action. The evil dominator finally wanted to keep a low profile. Did they have to force him to take action in this great world? Then, let's properly experience the might of the Evil Lord. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation formation had been completed. Although there were many enemies, but Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. He was not worried about what these people could do to him. It was only the capture of Hong Long. For Li Zongjiu, this was not an urgent matter. Even if Hong Long died, Li Zongjiu would still be merciful and avenge Hong Long. Moreover, Hong Long himself would not die so easily. The great formation has been completed. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with light. The decisive battle with Spiritual Master 5 Poisons would begin at this moment. But the last time he had exchanged blows with the latter, he had used a curse technique. Presumably, this would be a truly hard battle. To kill Spiritual Master 5 Poisons? It would definitely not be an easy task. But who asked Spiritual Master 5 Poisons to block his path? Li Zongjiu let people leak out the news. Of course, it was also leaked extremely vaguely. Very quickly, Spiritual Master 5 Poisons had already received the news. There was someone who had brought an injured poison dragon to the small mountain residence. The small mountain residence. After Spiritual Master 5 Poisons received the news, he immediately charged towards the small mountain residence. A tyrannical aura enveloped the small mountain residence. It just so happened that the 2 girls in the purple bamboo forest were not at home today. Even Spiritual Master 5 Poisons did not dare to casually make a move in the Red Spirit City. Otherwise, the city guards would be able to assassinate him at any time. Although he could escape, but it would be rather inconvenient in the future. Therefore, he still needed to slightly conceal his movements. He directly threw out several spatial mirror pearls. Instantly, it covered the entire small mountain residence. Li Zongjiu abruptly raised his head. It had only been half an hour since the news was released, and the other party had already rushed over. They were really in a hurry. Boom! A tyrannical aura enveloped him. Very quickly, they discovered the location of Li Zongjiu. After all, they had exchanged blows with him before. Therefore, at such a close distance, they were able to easily find Li Zongjiu. Brat, it's really unfortunate that I found you. Only death awaits you. Taoist Master 5 Poisons directly slapped downwards with his palm. Boom! The domineering palm energy instantly fell on the small courtyard where Li Zongjiu was. Buzz! A powerful vibrating force spread out. It seemed to have blocked all of the opponent's attacks. Within Taoist 5 Poison's eyes was a trace of surprise. He looked up at the sky. A surge of power surged out. It directly trapped him within. Array formation? Only children play with formations. When Spiritual Master 5 Poison saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. It seemed like Li Zongjiu was just an ordinary person. However, such a person had actually been recognized by the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord. He had come to the Great Realm for the sake of imparting curse techniques. Therefore, he wanted to see what kind of treasure Li Zongjiu had on him. Every moment, there would be new people coming to this macro world, but very few of them could survive. And this macro world was used as a training ground. Naturally, it had to be given to some heavenly monarch level experts who were truly training. Similar to Li Zongjiu, it was called a prize. The mysterious Sky Emperor had tens of millions of incarnations. These tens of millions of incarnations would head to the corners of countless worlds to search for people with special talents, or people with special talents. These people would have some redeeming qualities on them, and were very important to them. Taoist Master Five Poisons very obviously did not think that his luck would be so good to find such a prize. Li Zhongjiu was completely unaware that he had already become the prey in the opponent's eyes. But unfortunately, in such a situation, it was not certain who would be the one to hunt who. Taoist Master Five Poisons did not dare to be careless. After all, he had suffered at the hands of Li Zhongjiu. If they continued to fight, perhaps this guy would have many more problems. But when he saw that Li Zhongjiu wanted to rely on the formation to contend against him, he immediately laughed out loud. This Li Zhongjiu was underestimating him, Taoist Master Five Poisons. He was simply not putting him in his eyes. This kind of trashy formation, I only need a finger. Taoist Master Five Poisons directly pointed out with a finger. Boom. Five Poisons finger. The power of this finger directly condensed the existence of thousands of terrifying poisons. When this power was displayed, Li Zhongjiu's Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation formation was immediately damaged. But at this moment, the power of the Black Tortoise also instantly erupted, rushing towards the person in front of him. Boom. A powerful force instantly covered the collision. The power of the Black Tortoise and the opponent's power of the Five Poisons collided. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zhongjiu directly activated the Black Dragon Hammer. Immediately, a terrifying power instantly spread out. His figure leapt, taking the initiative to attack Taoist Master Five Poisons. Last time, when he fought with Taoist Master Five Poisons, he already knew that in reality, this guy's strength could not be considered very strong. However, the poison technique that the latter had mastered was extremely powerful. But Li Zhongjiu had a kind of ability that was impenetrable by poison. At least he was able to withstand this attack. He had a certain degree of resistance against poison. Therefore, when fighting Taoist Master Five Poisons, he had a certain advantage. Li Zhongjiu also directly rushed up, releasing the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying power appeared, smashing towards Taoist Master Five Poisons. And Taoist Master Five Poisons himself also released a poisonous miasma. It blocked Li Zhongjiu outside of the poisonous miasma. But Li Zhongjiu's Black Dragon Hammer also directly smashed towards it. Immediately, this terrifying power exploded out. But Taoist Master Five Poisons himself was also extremely shocked, because the Black Dragon Hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand was also extremely powerful. Every strike of the hammer seemed to directly strike the heart. Clearly, Li Zhongjiu's strength was extremely strong. Very quickly, Taoist Master Five Poisons also blasted Li Zhongjiu away. Another Five Poisons finger descended, pointing towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also planned to forcibly resist this finger, using the chaotic body to resist the Five Poisons finger. Seeing Li Zhongjiu actually dare to use his own body to resist his Five Poisons finger, Taoist Master Five Poisons snorted disdainfully. Idiot. But when Li Zhongjiu received the Five Poisons finger, although his face changed, poison chi surged within his body. This surging poison instantly exploded within Li Zhongjiu's body. Not good. Li Zhongjiu let out a low roar. This was also Li Zhongjiu's gamble. If he could withstand this Five Poisons finger, then the Taoist Master Five Poisons in front of him would not be able to pose any threat to Li Zhongjiu. The chaotic chi instantly surged out, at the same time beginning to repair Li Zhongjiu's body. Soon, the chaotic force absorbed all of the Five Poisons from the opponent. You actually have the chaotic body. The chaotic body. Even in a large world, it was an extremely precious cultivation body. If he could obtain the power of the chaotic body, why would he need to work so hard to cultivate the Five Poison body? Immediately, Taoist Five Poisons' eyes lit up. He never thought that he would have such a great opportunity. The heavens really treated him well. I'll be taking your chaotic body, said Jian Chen. Li Zhongjiu could not help but sneer. You want my chaotic body? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Originally, Li Zhongjiu did not have a very accurate estimate of the chaotic force in his body. However, looking at it now, the thing in his body should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the other party, a celestial being, would not stare at Li Zongjiu in such a way. Moreover, this thing had already made him lose his mind. Although on the surface, he seemed to be immersed in a state of calmness, in reality, he had already sunk into a state of extreme desire. Li Zongjiu poured his chaotic force into the black dragon hammer. I really don't care about your 5 poison body. Is this all you've got? Then I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out today. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. You're overestimating yourself. In the next moment, a venomous snake suddenly surged out from Daoist 5 Poison's body. The snake spirit coiled towards the black tortoise formation. After all, the black tortoise formation was extremely powerful. If he did not block it carefully, he might really be hit by it. If that happened, he would completely lose the initiative. Boom, the snake spirit coiled around the black tortoise formation. At that moment, poison instantly covered Daoist 5 Poison's entire body. His entire body was filled with poison. It was as if he had turned into a poisonous person. Extremely terrifying power surged out from the surroundings. It was as if the surrounding air had been poisoned to death. Such a terrifying change occurred in the surroundings. At the same time, the range of this poisonous gas was also spreading out bit by bit. It gradually spread towards Li Zongjiu's direction. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also quietly operating the formation. Curse. Mountain Sea Mind Focus Mantra. When Li Zongjiu once again summoned the extremely terrifying Mountain and Sea Mind concentrating spell, the other party instantly realized it. Li Zongjiu was going to play the same old trick again. But unfortunately, he, Daoist 5 Poisons, was not an idiot. He had been fooled twice by the same trick. They saw that Daoist 5 Poisons had actually broken through the Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation formation. His figure quickly appeared in midair. Li Zongjiu's curse technique was only able to break through a layer of the opponent's poison technique. This caused the latter's poison arts to be greatly damaged. However, unlike the last time, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Last time, it was because of Li Zongjiu's curse that he couldn't get up for a long time. For Daoist 5 Poisons, that was an extremely dangerous situation. Li Zongjiu raised his head to look at the figure in midair, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You've finally fallen into my trap." One could immediately see that Daoist 5 Poison's expression changed slightly. The surrounding energy seemed to have a strange feeling. Instantly, Daoist 5 Poisons frowned. 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation, Reverse. Absorb. Li Zongjiu formed hand seals with his hands, activating the formation in front of him. Daoist 5 Poisons also didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would hide another huge formation under the formation. Immediately, he himself was also shocked. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The power of Li Zongjiu's formation within the formation was also relatively strong. It was even more terrifying than the Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation formation. When the formation reversed, the 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation was originally a formation that provided energy for the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation became something that was used to release power. And the source of this energy was Daoist 5 Poisons. The formation seemed to have completely bound Daoist 5 Poisons, controlling the latter's body. At the same time, a terrifying suction force instantly absorbed the energy within Daoist 5 Poison's body. It was absorbed, swallowed, and released far away. What? Daoist 5 Poisons also hurriedly operated his own cultivation technique, wanting to resist the formation. However, it was a pity that the person who set up the formation wasn't Li Zongjiu, but this mysterious expert of the heaven realm. Although the technique of the formation wasn't much, the foundation was extremely solid. Li Zongjiu also forcefully modified the 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation, turning it into a weapon in his hands, turning it into a killing formation. Daoist 5 Poisons absolutely didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would be able to mobilize such a powerful energy. It was truly unexpected. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zongjiu absolutely couldn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Immediately, the power of primal chaos poured into the Black Dragon Hammer. His figure quickly rushed towards Daoist 5 Poisons. Daoist 5 Poisons opened his mouth, and a poisonous fog sprayed towards Li Zongjiu. This was the 5 poisons qi that he had refined himself. Relying on this mouthful of 5 poisons qi, almost no one dared to casually approach him. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to complete the sure kill attack. Towards this 5 poisons qi, he absolutely couldn't avoid it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure also directly rushed towards the 5 poisons qi. Boom! The instant Li Zongjiu rushed up, he was also covered by the poisonous fog that filled the sky. In just an instant, Li Zongjiu also felt an extremely terrifying devouring force. This poisonous fog was currently continuously devouring Li Zongjiu's life. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to hold his breath. It was as if he had passed through this extremely terrifying poisonous fog desert. Li Zongjiu also carried the hammer in his hand. Closing his eyes, he viciously smashed the hammer onto Daoist 5 Poison's head. Bang! Daoist 5 Poison's head instantly buzzed. In just an instant, it was already enough to make Daoist 5 Poisons choke. In just an instant, the power of the surrounding formation had already instantly trapped the latter. At the same time, it unceasingly extracted his power. It scattered towards the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu once again swung the hammer, directly smashing the latter's body. In an instant, this half of the body was also shattered. After all, the destructive power of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. It didn't give the latter any time to think, and directly shattered his body. Daoist 5 Poisons was heavily injured. However, this half of his body was smashed to pieces. However, it didn't turn into a soul being. You actually dared to injure me. Do you know who I am? Daoist 5 Poison's half-opened mouth let out a furious roar. He had to let Li Zongjiu clearly understand the enemy he was currently facing. This was to achieve the goal of deterrence. As for Li Zongjiu, his eyes were filled with disdain. You're only a mere clone. You dare to be impudent in front of me. Wait till your true body comes, then talk to me. After saying this, Li Zongjiu lifted the black dragon hammer in his hand, directly summoning terrifying lightning that instantly engulfed Daoist 5 Poison's body. Spiritual Master 5 Poison's body instantly shattered into pieces. The lightning directly engulfed Spiritual Master 5 Poison's body. A large amount of energy quickly poured into Li Zongjiu's mind-splitting ring. Killing a Sky Human Realm expert, Li Zongjiu did not expect that he would actually succeed. Looking at it now, his chaotic body was basically a true treasure. Although he had been heavily injured earlier, and the 5 poisons had basically completely corroded Li Zongjiu's body, he was still able to hold on. But after activating the Heavenly Void Divine Form record, Li Zongjiu's injured body was rapidly recovering. Boom! Li Zongjiu stabilized his injuries. If not for my evil god body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hit with this hammer. Li Zongjiu sighed in his heart. Although Li Zongjiu's body contained the terrifying power of chaos, but in reality, Li Zongjiu's body was the evil god body, which was even stronger than the power of chaos. He still had the evil soul eye that he had not had the time to use. Li Zongjiu lay on the ground, activating the Heavenly Void Divine Form record to recover his injuries. But at this moment, Aotian suddenly rushed out of the courtyard with a boom. In the black fog left behind by Spiritual Master 5 Poison, there was suddenly a wisp of smoke that wanted to take advantage of this gap to escape into the distance. Li Zongjiu had not discovered that this 5 Poison's Daoist master had left behind something within the black fog. But Li Zongjiu did not have the strength to continue chasing. He saw Aotian bite the black poisonous gas into his mouth. The poisonous gas turned into a pearl, which was finally bitten by Aotian and swallowed into his mouth. Boom! Aotian had expended a lot of energy to rush out. After eating the 5 poison pearl, his body landed on the ground with a boom. He forced himself to move his body. Then, they began to laugh at the 5 poison pearl. After Daoist Master 5 Poisons died, he didn't turn into a soul being. This meant that he was different from other people and should be someone from outside this great world. It was the incarnation of a Heaven Monarch realm expert. In this great world? He came here specifically to train and strengthen his incarnation, but he did not expect to be killed by Li Zongjiu. Thus, the other party didn't turn into a soul being. After a full hour, Li Zongjiu finally regained some mobility. Storage ring? What's this? I haven't seen it in a long time. When Li Zongjiu saw the storage rings on the ground, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When Li Zongjiu was in the Xingwu continent, he was very good at killing people and taking their storage rings. But in this great world, however, due to various restrictions, these people would not leave behind a storage ring after death. Only if you were willing to hand over the storage ring would you be able to obtain it. Otherwise, there was no way to obtain it. After you died, apart from your clothes, as long as it had your imprint, it would disappear completely. The soul would turn into a soul bean. It would be taken by someone else. Li Zongjiu didn't have time to investigate the contents of the ring before he felt a powerful energy surge out from the surroundings. It broke the mirror image space that Taoist Master Five Poisons had released. Then, a woman in green landed in Li Zongjiu's courtyard. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. This small mountain residence was her territory, right? She opened the door to do business. Since there were tenants here, she naturally had to ensure the safety of the tenants. However, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. Someone attacked you? The woman in green looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her. Meanwhile, Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at the other party. Another expert had arrived. Judging by the methods used by the woman in green, her strength was not to be underestimated. She was definitely another heaven-tier expert. I'm the owner of this small mountain residence. You can call me Lingyu. Lingyu saw Li Zongjiu's eyes full of vigilance and said, indicating that the latter need not be afraid. A heaven realm enemy has been dealt with. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. His strength could be considered to have recovered a bit, but if he had to fight with a heaven realm expert, he would definitely not be able to fight. Moreover, if another one came, he might not be able to withstand it. This time, it was only Taoist Master Five Poisons who was unlucky. The poison that he was most proficient in had a weaker effect on Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had the opportunity to directly attack. Dealt with, the meaning was very obvious. Only after killing the other party would it be truly dealt with. You're an innate, but you can actually deal with a heaven realm expert? Lingyu was also surprised. Because she knew Li Zongjiu's strength. When Lingyu sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings, her eyes were also filled with shock. You actually rewrote my array formation? You reversed my 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Lingyu was naturally surprised. This level of modification was no joke. Li Zongjiu's first attack was only to fix some loopholes that he found. However, to completely reverse this formation, one must understand the existence of this power, the various formation eyes of the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Under the situation of not having a formation map, to be able to do this just by seeing such a formation, one must be a very powerful genius, only then could one reverse the formation. This was a very clever method. Don't worry, I'll change your formation. Li Zongjiu said. You're very talented. If you have someone to guide you, you'll improve even faster. I wonder if you're willing to join. Lingyu's heart was also moved. She wanted to invite Li Zongjiu to join her sect, but Li Zongjiu shook his head. Sorry, I already have a better place to go. I still have other things to do. Li Zongjiu refused. According to Lingyu's temper, if it wasn't for the fact that he was so talented, she wouldn't even bother with him. Now that she was rejected, Lingyu was even more unhappy. She even felt ashamed and angry. Since he didn't agree, then forget it. The Immortal Spirit Valley didn't have to worry about people joining. Since Li Zongjiu didn't know how to appreciate favors and wasted this opportunity, then it could only be considered Li Zongjiu's bad luck. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. This time, it's my fault for not taking care of you. I'll waive a year's worth of room fees for you. After speaking, Lingyu left. After all, Li Zongjiu was her customer. Now that a customer had been ambushed in her store, the mountain residence itself had to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, their reputation wouldn't be too good if word got out. Li Zongjiu was naturally happy. After a year, how many soul beans would that be? It had to be said that these people were really generous. They gave out tens of thousands of soul beans in one go. After Lingyu left, Li Zongjiu opened the storage ring left behind by Taoist Five Poisons. Someone like Daoist Five Poisons definitely had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to make a move in someone else's small mountain residence. To be able to open an inn, one had to have the protection of a Heaven Realm expert. However, they definitely wouldn't give anyone the chance to kill their way in. After all, the purpose of opening an inn was to create a safe reputation. Li Zongjiu opened the latter's storage ring. He was immediately stunned by Daoist Five Poisons' collection. A total of 200,000 soul beans. How many people did this guy kill? Or was it that things like soul beans were actually worthless in front of the incarnations of true monarchs? That was why such a large batch had suddenly appeared. This truly caused Li Zongjiu to be incomparably shocked and astonished. A collection of 200,000 soul beans. In an instant, it caused Li Zongjiu to be in a state of sudden wealth. Apart from that, there was also a set of secret cultivation manuals. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that its level wasn't low. Five Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. Li Zongjiu casually flipped through it. This sort of thing wasn't very useful to him, so he casually tossed the Five Poisons Exterminating God Sutra to Ao Tian. Ao Tian was currently refining Daoist Five Poisons Pearl. This Five Poisons Pearl was the power that Daoist Five Poisons had cultivated his entire life. Originally, if this Five Poisons Pearl had been summoned back by its original owner, there would have been a chance to recover this power. Who knew that Ao Tian would bite down on it? This was something that Li Zongjiu hadn't expected. His experience of killing a Heaven Realm expert was only this one time. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let the opponent's power escape. These were all the essence of power. Collecting them and absorbing them was also a good thing. At the very least, the absorption effects would far surpass the effects of soul beans. Li Zongjiu prepared to make a trip to the transaction hall to sell this Five Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. This item wasn't very useful in his hands. However, Li Zongjiu suddenly thought of something. If he wanted to maintain a gang, he would have to add something to the gang as a reward. Only in this way would he be able to increase the enthusiasm of the gang. However, Li Zongjiu couldn't figure out what he needed these people to do in order to reward them. Keep it for now. Afterwards, Li Zongjiu took out several treasures from the storage ring of Daoist Master Five Poisons. For ordinary people, this was simply the king of hell, a truly poisonous item. He didn't even want to touch it. However, for Ao Tian, this was definitely an extremely nourishing item. 4 types of highly toxic substances. This guy's 5 poison extermination mantra also has it written. In addition to your little poison dragon's poison dragon pearl, it's just enough to form this 5 poison formation? You're lucky. Since you've encountered it, I'll leave it to you. Li Zongjiu very generously gave these 4 extremely precious poisons to Ao Tian. Originally, Daoist Master 5 Poisons wanted to refine these 5 types of highly toxic substances to form his 5 poison extermination mantra and use it to break through his cultivation realm. However, he didn't expect to be killed by Li Zongjiu halfway through. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't leave any face for him. He killed him directly. Everything was taken advantage of by Ao Tian. Ao Tian was also wild with joy. With these things, he could continue to break through. In fact, this time, he had a chance to break through to the Heaven Realm. Right now, Ao Tian was doing his best to cultivate and refine the item in his hand. However, this required time. Therefore, Hong Long's side could only be delayed for a while. Li Zongjiu also wanted to take this opportunity to feel the power of 100,000 soul beans. They came to the trading hall. Li Zongjiu had also chosen carefully. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had learned to be smarter. He directly hid his figure and bought a small tool to temporarily change his appearance. It wasn't that Li Zongjiu was afraid of trouble. The main thing was that he had so many soul beans on him. He wasn't afraid of being stolen, but he was afraid of being remembered. These soul beans weren't a small number. Who knew how long it would take for Li Zongjiu's gang to receive these 200,000 soul beans? Therefore, it was more practical to kill these experts and earn money quickly. High risk, high reward. This was very normal. This was the way of the world. Li Zongjiu was also very clear. If you didn't have enough? If you didn't have enough strength, then you would only end up being crippled. 100,000 soul beans. This was enough to buy many high-grade items. He browsed through many level 12 pills. Some extremely powerful immortal weapons were rejected by Li Zongjio one by one. These things didn't catch his eye. They didn't suit his taste. It would be best if it could increase his intrinsic strength in one go. This thing is interesting. Li Zongjio suddenly saw a special item described on the menu. It was stored under the category of special items. He hadn't seen it before. The reason why it was special was because very few people could choose it. At the same time, it was also because very few people could use it. A bottle of chaotic aura. When Li Zongjio saw this name, he couldn't shift his gaze away. He stared at the chaotic aura in front of him. Unknowingly, even his breathing became a little hurried. This thing can be sold? Li Zongjio didn't know where this chaotic aura came from. Even just 3 streaks of chaotic aura directly created a primordial chaos bell. The powerful ability of the primordial chaos bell was still vivid in his mind. But where did the chaotic aura come from, Li Zongjio didn't know. He didn't know the situation at all. Therefore, when Li Zongjio saw that the chaotic aura could be sold, he couldn't help but admire the mysterious Heaven Emperor. He couldn't be so awesome. The chaotic aura could restrain many things. Now that Li Zongjio had discovered the usefulness of the chaotic aura, he was naturally overjoyed. He immediately looked at the price. 98,000, Li Zongjio rolled his eyes on the spot. A tier 12 pill was only worth 20 to 30,000 soul beans, but this bottle of primal chaos aura was sold for 98,000. Who could afford it? No wonder it was placed in such an inconspicuous place. Most importantly, even if one could afford the primal chaos energy, very few would buy it. If they couldn't refine it, it would be a bottle of poison after drinking it. I'll buy it. Anyway, these soul beans were all snatched from others. At the very least, there was still a guild creation token that could be sold for a lot of money. He paid 98,000 soul beans. The shop assistant took out a small, worn-out bottle from under the cabinet. There was even a seal on it. Li Zongjio put away the bottle. Then, he left the trading hall in a low-key manner. This time, no one was following him. However, Li Zongjio also saw a few people who were also being targeted by others. Obviously, these people were also novices. They were probably going to experience what Li Zongjio had experienced. There were also many new people being born every day. There were even many puppets appearing, making it impossible to tell which ones were which ones. Anyway, there were rewards all the same. They just needed to take these rewards. Li Zongjio returned to the mountain residence. The members of the Green Gang also noticed Commander Mishir's actions and reported back some information about Commander Mishir. Since they had joined the gang, they must listen to the gang leader's orders. Otherwise, they could easily get rid of them. If the gang leader dealt with them, they would be in trouble. Therefore, without any rewards, these gang members were also willing to help you and complete some tasks. At least Hong Long was not in any danger at the moment, which made Li Zongjio relax. At the same time, Li Zongjio also asked someone to pass on a message to Commander Mishir. They would meet 3 days later for another negotiation. This way, Hong Long would at least be able to keep his life safe and sound during these 3 days. Li Zongjio knew that Hong Long would not die so easily. But he still wanted the latter to at least be at ease. At the same time, he wanted Commander Mishir to be sure that at least he would not rush in recklessly and disturb Li Zongjio's plan. 3 days was enough for Aotian to complete his evolution. At the same time, it would take at most 2 or 3 days to refine the chaotic chi in his hand. Only after refining it would he have enough strength to fight with the other party. Commander Mishir was not like Daoist Master 5 Poisons, a lone wolf. There were many experts under Commander Mishir's command. If they found something wrong, these people would definitely take action, and the scene would be very dangerous. Aotian had absorbed the 4 great poisons and the essence of Spiritual Master 5 Poisons Poison Pearl. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he was rapidly condensing his strength and breaking through. He was sprinting towards the limits of his realm. Li Zongjio opened the primal chaos aura that he had spent 98,000 soul beans to buy. It was in the formation in his courtyard. It was refining. In the entire Crimson Soul City, other than here, there was really no other place that was safer than this. Every place was filled with danger. However, the background of this small mountain residence seemed to be not small. This time, the owner of the small mountain residence was a little angry. Therefore, this period of time, at least, was absolutely safe. However, if I spend a few more soul beans to buy a piece of land and upgrade it into my sex encampment, I'll be able to guarantee my own safety. As Li Zongjiu thought about it, he already had a plan in his heart. Within his own gang's encampment, Li Zongjiu could kill people. Moreover, within this range, Li Zongjiu was practically a god. It was strong enough to kill anyone at any time. Therefore, Li Zongjiu liked this very much. If he was unhappy with someone, he could just trick them into coming to his house. Then, he could settle it. All problems would be solved. However, it was extremely difficult for them to become a second-rank guild. It wasn't that easy. They needed a total of 600,000 soul beans. Even including the price of buying real estate, the amount was incalculable. They would need at least 700,000 to 800,000 soul beans to apply for a second-rank guild. To be able to establish a first-rank gang was already very difficult. To upgrade to a second-rank gang was even more difficult. Right now, there were only 3 second-rank gangs in the city. One could only imagine how difficult it was to do so. Could it be that these people who came and went did not want to establish a second-rank gang? Of course not. Within the city, there were tens of small first-rank gangs. However, there were only so many second-rank gangs. Li Zongjiu wanted to go and see where he could choose a good location. Taoist Master 5 Poisons was simply his gift-giver, bringing him so much good fortune. In the future, when he saw Taoist Master 5 Poison's true body, he would properly thank him. He had destroyed Taoist Master 5 Poison's incarnation. Then, Taoist Master 5 Poison's true body would definitely obtain Li Zongjiu's identity. As for when he would take revenge on him, it was hard to say. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had to be extra careful. Otherwise, if this person had a few Heaven Realm incarnations, they would directly kill him. Then he would be in trouble. After all, he did not know exactly how many incarnations the other party had. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had to continuously increase his own strength. Only his own strength was the true way of the king. Everything else was also fleeting clouds. Li Zongjiu, in his secret training room, opened the jar of chaotic energy in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying chaotic energy filled the air. If the chaotic power that Li Zongjiu had discovered in the primordial chaos bell was like a small stream, then what about the primordial chaos bell? Then the chaotic energy that appeared in front of him was like a vast ocean. Its strength was millions, tens of millions of times stronger than before. Such a difference in strength also made Li Zongjiu feel it very strongly. It was as if it was not him absorbing this chaotic energy, but this chaotic energy was absorbing him. Oh no, I'm going to be devoured by this chaotic energy. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu felt an enormous suction force coming from this chaotic energy, directly sucking him in. Instantly, Li Zongjiu felt as if his soul was being absorbed by the chaotic energy. He came to a place of chaos. The things that he had cultivated before were actually blasted into pieces in an instant. It was as if the power that he had cultivated for many years was penetrated and destroyed by the chaotic energy at this moment. Everything returned to chaos. Li Zongjiu could feel an endless amount of chaotic energy penetrating through his body. All kinds of power that had accumulated in his body. Omnidirectional hell technique. Mental power. Flame power. They were all directly blasted into pieces. Therefore, his own power was also destroyed in an instant. At the end of the destruction, Li Zongjiu's body was only left with a trace of chaotic energy. There were still remnants on his body. It was also this chaotic energy that protected Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have been directly turned into chaos by this chaotic energy. Everything would disappear as well. It was precisely because this chaotic energy was so dangerous that it was listed in the special 5th grade. Anyone who knew how powerful this chaotic energy was would not take the initiative to come into contact with it. However, the chaotic energy itself was also quite precious. Therefore, the price was also very high. Li Zhongjiu's last bit of primal chaos force protected his origin source as it drifted in the boundless primal chaos chi. Suddenly, there seemed to be a ray of light in the chaos. Immediately after, the primal chaos energy woke up like a pot of boiling water. Such a force had finally appeared in the endless primal chaos. It was a hammer. A very small hammer. It was so inconspicuous that it looked very ordinary. But it was full of power. Such a terrifying force exploded in an instant. Then, the hammer seemed to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy. Gradually, the endless chaotic energy was absorbed into the hammer. Immediately, the hammer in Lin Fan's hand grew bigger and bigger. Boom! At a certain moment, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be awakened by the explosive force in the hammer. Immediately, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He opened his eyes. Li Zhongjiu was still sitting in the small room. There was nothing around him. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The bottle that contained the chaotic qi in front of Li Zhongjiu was empty and had disappeared. Li Zhongjiu touched his body and found that there were no changes. Everything that had happened earlier on was just like a very, very long dream. My cultivation seems to have not changed, but my will. Li Zhongjiu quickly summoned his hammer of will. When he saw the hammer in his hand, although it was black, there seemed to be a force flowing on it. The appearance of this force was very obvious. Primal chaos energy. My will has fused with the primal chaos energy. The power within the chaotic qi was so strong that Li Zhongjiu had no way of absorbing it at all. Fortunately, his willpower was able to absorb the chaotic qi directly. Chaotic hammer of will. Li Zhongjiu could only call it that. Although this hammer of will was only a manifestation of his own will, Li Zhongjiu could still use it easily. This hammer was Li Zhongjiu's own will, and it was also where the power he could mobilize was located. It was extremely powerful. Even Li Zhongjiu did not expect such an accident to happen. After all, the cultivation of will was more difficult. In comparison, there was still a big gap. Li Zhongjiu was also worried. However, this time, Li Zhongjiu's will had completely stepped into the celestial realm, the will of the celestial realm. It was equivalent to having the mind power of the celestial realm. Li Zhongjiu had already broken through the most difficult stage. He did not expect to break through under such circumstances. Indeed, having soul beings was the way to go. Li Zhongjiu could even purchase the chaotic energy directly. After purchasing it, it raised Li Zhongjiu's strength to his current level. That was pretty terrifying indeed. Only with sufficient financial resources would one be able to possess formidable strength. Li Zhongjiu could be considered to have found a shortcut. It was no wonder that it was difficult for people to go back after coming to the Great World. Although it was not safe in the Great World, these unsafe factors were what these people really desired. Without these things, they would feel a little lonely and bored. However, Li Zhongjiu's will was strong enough. He would not lose himself in this world of power. In the end, he was like a gambler on the gambling table. Even if he won a lot in the end, he was unwilling to leave in the end. In the end, he would return all of it. This was a very realistic description. No one could control their own desires. At least, 99% of people could not. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu himself was very clear about it. He had to control the power, not let the power control him. It was not just an ordinary celestial realm. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu's hammer of chaotic will also had the chaotic energy, which directly became a very terrifying weapon. It was estimated that not many people could withstand this hammer. If there was, then he would give it another hammer. Li Zhongjiu found Ao Tian. At this moment, Ao Tian was at the final juncture of breaking through. He had already completely refined his own power. Right now, Ao Tian's body was entangled like a long worm. His body was also gradually releasing a terrifying poisonous gas. However, this poisonous gas would not harm the surrounding things. It was just surrounding Ao Tian to protect him. It could be considered as a self-defense mechanism. This thing was extremely powerful. Li Zhongjiu looked at the time funnel. Only a day had passed in the chaotic world. If not for the time funnel and Ao Tian's situation, Li Zhongjiu would have thought that several months or even years had passed. After all, in the chaotic world, there was nothing but this endless power of nothingness. One could not feel the passage of time at all. The poisonous gas that was surrounding Aotian seemed to have turned into a huge poisonous cocoon. Finally, a burst of power erupted from this poisonous cocoon and rushed to the sky. Li Zongjiu casually set up a formation to conceal this terrifying movement. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of many people. Ling Yu, who was in the bamboo forest, also felt that there was a sudden surge of terrifying power in Li Zongjiu's courtyard. It came from poisonous dragon Aotian. This guy is so arrogant and unruly, yet he's so surprising. He really makes people love and hate him. The corners of Ling Yu's mouth could not help but curl up. She was naturally very interested in people like Li Zongjiu. The latter's cold arrogance was not faked. Moreover, with the latter's strength alone, he indeed had the ability to do so to such an extent. Even an expert of the celestial realm directly fell here. Perhaps there was an even bigger surprise on Li Zongjiu's body. Now, the surprise had arrived. Even Li Zongjiu's pet had broken through to the celestial realm. To be precise, it was Li Zongjiu's mount. Even his mount could break through to the celestial realm. It must have obtained a lot of good things, which surprised Ling Yu. Many people who obtain things would want to take it to the trading hall and sell it for soul beans to use for their own cultivation. Who would be like Li Zongjiu, who actually used it on his mount? Did he not know that in this world, only his own strength was the most reliable? Was he too careless, or was the latter too confident? Ling Yu was already interested in Li Zongjiu. Just as Ling Yu's imagination was running wild. Poisonous dragon Aotian had already split open the poisonous cocoon. A pitch-black poisonous armor slowly crawled out of the poisonous cocoon. The power in his body had also undergone a qualitative change. Aotian felt that he had never felt so powerful before. At this moment, he was extremely excited. "Thank you, Master." Aotian came before Li Zongjiu and said respectfully. At this moment, Aotian really regarded Li Zongjiu as his master. Before this, Aotian thought that he was forced to stay by Li Zongjiu's side because of the pressure and the fact that he had nowhere to go. But who knew that Li Zongjiu would fight 5 poisoned sage, who was in the celestial realm, for him? This could be said to be a very risky action. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be willing to do so. Now that he had killed Daoist 5 poisons and given him the 4 treasures that Daoist 5 poisons had painstakingly collected, he was able to have today's breakthrough and have his current strength. This was extremely surprising and pleasantly surprising. He never thought that Li Zongjiu in front of him was so sentimental, he valued him so much. This made Aotian feel very touched. "You've broken through. Let me see how strong you are." Li Zongjiu really wanted to feel the power of the hammer of primal chaos while in his hand. Furthermore, Proud Heaven's black armor looked even more majestic after his breakthrough, and looked even more baleful than before. He had the aura of a divine beast. Hence, Li Zongjiu also made this request. Aotian naturally could not ask for more. Although he had fought with Li Zongjiu in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold before, at that time, it could only be said that they were evenly matched. Both of them stopped at a certain point and did not use their strongest killer moves. It could not be counted too much. Of course, if both of them used their killer moves at the same time, in terms of strength, they were about the same. Now that he had broken through to the celestial realm, Aotian also wanted to feel how strong his strength was. The master was the master. Testing his strength was also a test. It was better than not knowing anything. The two of them hit it off. They flew directly to the outside of Red Soul City. He found a place in the wilderness. Aotian transformed into a poisonous dragon. It circled around in the sky. Li Zongjiu let Aotian make the first move. Aotian opened his bloody mouth. There seemed to be a pitch-black cloud between heaven and earth that opened and closed at this moment, directly devouring Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu circulated his chaotic force under the poison and actually expelled the poison from his body. Boom, a powerful force spread out. Li Zongjiu directly rushed out of the poisonous world without any injuries. Aotian saw that Li Zongjiu's body seemed to be easily refining and absorbing some of the poisonous gas on his body. It was so easy that it didn't hurt Li Zongjiu at all. This made Aotian very surprised. His poison was a combination of the power of 5 poisons. Even a celestial realm expert could only bow his head and admit his mistake when encountering this poisonous gas. However, Li Zongjiu easily absorbed all the poisonous gas around his body. Your poison and the 5 poison spiritual master come from the same source. Although it's very powerful, I'm basically immune to it now. Li Zongjiu said. The poisonous gas that Ao Tian released just now had already completely rotted a barren mountain. However, he couldn't hurt Li Zongjiu in the slightest. To Ao Tian, this outcome was indeed a little shocking. Come and take a hammer from me. Li Zongjiu summoned his chaotic hammer of will. Although Li Zongjiu's yuan power had not broken through to the celestial realm, it was only at the level of innate level 9. However, his mental strength had already reached the celestial realm. This was very surprising. Immediately, a terrifying aura attacked. Ao Tian was also prepared to go all out to defend against Li Zongjiu's next attack. Ao Tian roared and the scales on his body seemed to be released at this moment, turning into a protective armor and protecting Ao Tian's body. Li Zongjiu saw that Ao Tian was already prepared. Immediately, he leaped up and waved the chaotic hammer in his hand 100 meters away. A surge of chaotic energy descended from the sky and appeared out of thin air. As if it had appeared out of nowhere, it blasted directly on Ao Tian's body. Ao Tian's humongous body was sent rolling for over 100 rounds. It was unknown how many stones and trees were crushed along the way. Finally, it came to a stop with a loud bang. The terrifying vibrating force was indeed too shocking. Ao Tian was already about to fall into a coma. The suppression and impact of this power made the scales that he had painstakingly grown look like they were about to be blown away. In the end, they were suppressed bit by bit. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu didn't use all his strength when he swung the hammer just now. Otherwise, the scales on Ao Tian's body would have been shattered. Master, your power is too strong. Ao Tian was full of admiration. Li Zongjiu finally smiled when he felt the power in his body. At least, he finally had the strength to establish himself in this great world. The power in his hands made Li Zongjiu feel more secure. Let's go and pack up. We're about to set off. It's going to be a tough battle. Li Zongjiu said. Even with his current strength, Li Zongjiu felt that he might not be able to defeat Commander Mishur. However, he could at least put up a fight. There's still some time now. There's a chance to perfect the plan. Ao Tian transformed into his human form. Although he still didn't know what Li Zongjiu was thinking, he knew that whatever Li Zongjiu was thinking about was definitely not something good. Li Zongjiu and Ao Tian also asked around. They finally found out what the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was doing. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had recently found an ancient ferocious spirit. They were now leading a team and organizing many experts to deal with the ancient ferocious spirit. Li Zongjiu had never seen an ancient ferocious spirit before. However, Ao Tian knew that it was a kind of soul that had been imprisoned for an unknown reason. After tens of thousands of years, it finally became an extremely ferocious spiritual body. Usually, there would be special crystals in their bodies. However, the existence of these crystals was also very valuable. Now, these ferocious spirits were usually hidden and rarely showed themselves. The people of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had obviously found such a ferocious spirit by accident. Hence, they organized a team. This was also a daily activity of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could such a large group of people contribute so many things to the Alliance? They had to organize such activities to ensure the income of the Alliance members. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had lost so many experts and core members this time. Li Zongjiu had spent a lot of soul beans to find information about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the mission hall. From Ao Tian's point of view, such an action was very unreasonable. He was extremely confused and could not understand it at all. However, if Ao Tian could understand it, he would not be a dragon. He would be a human. If it were an ordinary person, they would not know how to get these things. In reality, these rules were always there. Moreover, this was the limitless true flame great world, which was more realistic. After the two of them received the news, they immediately rushed in the direction described in the information. About 300 miles away from the Scarlet Spirit City, a cave appeared. In this cave, there was actually a 30,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Under such a ferocious spirit, there would usually be some treasures hidden. Other than that, killing such a ferocious spirit would give 1,000 of soul beans. One should not underestimate such a number. This was already a very good return. If one was lucky, one might even be able to obtain some good treasures. These treasures could be sold for a good price. Of course, hunting ancient ferocious spirits was also a very dangerous thing. There was a high possibility of losing one's life if one was not careful. Sometimes, some people would even take the initiative to sacrifice their own life in exchange for a chance to attack with golden-grade ferocious spirits. This time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had organized a crazy attack. There were close to 20 core members. These people were almost all present. With these people's strength, they would naturally be able to solve some problems. However, this time, the information was wrong. The opponent was a 10,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Moreover, it was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Its strength was twice as strong as what they had heard previously, although the 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit was only 20,000 years more. Even if it was only 1 year more, it was already on a different level. Alliance leader, are we still going to fight? Many people hesitated. After all, this was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. If the previous leaders were still around, they would definitely be able to kill this ferocious spirit if they had a fierce battle with it. But in the current situation, they were severely understaffed. Moreover, their own sects were already on the verge of collapsing. It was almost impossible to support such a huge expenditure. That was why they took such a risk and did such a thing. It was shocking and even more shocking. If they suffered another huge loss this time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would be in trouble. What are you panicking for? I'm here. So what if it's only 50,000 years? Attack. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was a man of steel. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was built by him single-handedly. Although he did not know what had happened, someone had destroyed almost half of his hard work. However, it didn't matter. He still had plenty of time to rebuild the Sky Fiend Union. As long as he was in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would not be a problem. He was where the true soul resided. It was because he was in the Heaven Realm. At that moment, he did not waste any more words with the other party. Without any hesitation, he rushed out with a huge axe in his hand. As he rushed out, he angered the ferocious spirit in the cave. It's a 3-headed demon wolf. A 3-headed demon wolf. That meant it had 3 heads. Among the ancient ferocious spirits, it was already an extremely ferocious existence. Hence, when they saw the 3-headed demon wolf appear, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared and the huge axe in his hand slammed down. The people behind him were also prepared. One by one, they rushed forward and unleashed their attacks. Their attacks were released. The attacks came in waves. It never stopped. It was such a concentrated attack that was able to kill the other party. However, this 3-headed demon wolf was not to be trifled with. It was also not at the level that they had dealt with previously. It left its cave and rushed out, sending the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance flying. At the same time, it moved and rushed towards the other experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were not in a hurry. They quickly formed a battle formation. At the same time, they trapped the other party within it. They surrounded and attacked the terrifying ancient ferocious spirit in front of them. The 3-headed demonic wolf continued to bite and tear. Terrifying yuan power undulations were continuously released and swept towards them. Boom. 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 Many of them were sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance suddenly activated his power. The axe in his hand suddenly chopped off one of the heads of the 3-headed demon wolf. Instantly, the latter's power was greatly reduced. At the same time, there were also many experts who were sent flying by the shockwave. Everyone, hurry up. He's about to die. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared. The axe in his hand chopped down on the other head of the ancient demonic wolf. Finally, under the joint efforts of everyone, the second head was chopped off. Just when everyone thought that the ancient demonic wolf was about to die. Who knew that the 3-headed demon wolf would spit out a blue flame from its mouth? It instantly burned the 5 experts in front of it to ashes. Boom. The last head was finally chopped off by the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, he did not manage to chop it off successfully. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was severely injured. With a forceful shake, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect the ancient demonic wolf to be so ferocious. If the ancient demonic wolf was still alive, he would not know how powerful it was. Fortunately, the ancient demonic wolf was now dead. This gave them a chance to take down the person in front of them. After fighting for close to 10 minutes, they finally managed to severely injure the three-headed demon wolf. The latter fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, more than half of the core members of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Even the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect things to develop to this stage. It was hard for him to accept. However, at least he managed to kill the three-headed demon wolf. However, just as the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was about to kill the ancient demonic wolf, all of a sudden, he felt that there was a force that seemed to be approaching. Suddenly, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance became alert. Who is it? Li Zongjiu and Ao Tian appeared. Those who appeared at such a critical moment were either friends or enemies. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of enemies was higher. Now, the three-headed demon wolf was on its last breath. Moreover, so many experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were severely injured. Not only were they severely injured, but their formation was also damaged. The strength of their subordinates was not proportional at all. At such a crucial moment, two mysterious figures appeared. Furthermore, they were in such a remote area. Naturally, it was suspicious. If these people were just passing by, it would be too far-fetched. Alliance leader, this person is number 1 on our blacklist. Before this, Li Zongjiu was also number 1 on the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's blacklist. When the subordinates saw Li Zongjiu approaching, they basically saw Li Zongjiu's hatred. He was an enemy. It's you. You killed my Heavenly Fiend Alliance's men and stole our treasures. The alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance recalled that the person he hated the most in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was Li Zongjiu. It was precisely because of Li Zongjiu that so many people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. The second and third brothers were killed by him. Apart from that, the treasures in the underground palace were also stolen by Li Zongjiu. This made the alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance extremely angry. He even wanted to make up for such a huge loss. Hence, he personally took part in such a mission. All of this was because of Li Zongjiu. If not for Li Zongjiu, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would have fallen to such a state. How could his Heavenly Fiend Alliance be reduced to such a state? They had even lost many of their brothers for the sake of this three-headed demon wolf, although these people were just expendable goods to him. However, when the time came for them to be of use, these people would be able to play a role. Kill. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not have much to say to them. After meeting each other, it could be considered as a greeting. Those who could escape in time would escape directly. Those who couldn't escape in time and wanted to stay would have to fight a bloody battle. Ao Tian also let out a furious roar. His body transformed into a huge poisonous dragon, and he quickly rushed towards the dozen experts below. Li Zongjiu lifted his hammer and charged towards the alliance master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Boom! Immediately, this terrifying power erupted. Li Zongjiu swung the hammer of chaos in his hand towards the alliance master of the Sky Fiend Alliance. The alliance master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance growled. He channeled the elemental energy in his body and blasted it towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Both of their auras instantly clashed. However, Li Zongjiu's primal chaos power was able to disintegrate the Sky Fiend Alliance Master's attack. What kind of power is this? The Sky Fiend Alliance Master had not expected that Li Zongjiu's power would be so formidable that it would be able to destroy his attack. Furthermore, this power landed on his body in an instant. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. Boom! The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying dozens of meters away. He was severely injured. The latter had the strength of the celestial realm, but under the hands of Li Zongjiu, he was directly blasted out with just such a move. The power of the primal chaos power was not something that could be blocked so easily. That was why the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was so shocked. He was shocked by Li Zongjiu's power. The effect of the battle is so good? Li Zongjiu had not expected this. He had only used less than 50% of his power in that attack as he was afraid that he would kill the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance instantly. If that was the case, Li Zongjiu would have fewer arrangements to make. However, he would suffer a lot of losses. This trip was not just for the ancient ferocious spirit. There were ancient ferocious spirits everywhere. How could they be here just to snatch the prey of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? After all, Li Zongjiu did not say that he was here specifically to target the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Ao Tian had already scattered the dozen or so core experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Some of them were dead, while the rest had escaped. This was because these people realized that Ao Tian was a Heavenly Realm being. Regardless of whether one was a Heavenly Realm human or dragon, one's power was extremely terrifying. It was not something that could be easily blocked. Hence, these people had the chance to escape. It was not worth it to die here for nothing. Moreover, the Alliance Master himself had been sent flying by someone. Hence, the situation had become quite critical. It was not a situation where one could leave just because one wanted to. Why are you targeting the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? The Alliance Master was extremely puzzled. When he saw his subordinates being chased away by Ao Tian, he questioned Li Zongjiu. He really could not figure out how he had offended Li Zongjiu. This terrifying person had never seen Li Zongjiu before. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target you. Li Zongjiu waved his hand helplessly. Suddenly, he heard fighting sounds coming from behind him. He saw that Ao Tian had already pressed the three-headed demon wolf that was about to launch a sneak attack on him to the ground. Then, he launched a biting attack on the three-headed demon wolf. The three-headed demon wolf in front of him was easily put down on the ground. Slash. The three-headed demon wolf's body was easily bitten into pieces. Clearly, under the attack of the poison dragon Ao Tian, even a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit did not have much power to resist. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance saw this scene. Almost 3,000 soul beings were dropped from the three-headed demon wolf's body. At the same time, there was a small piece of black metal. Although he could not see it clearly, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance knew very clearly that a treasure had dropped. Immediately, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely regretful. If he and the others had killed the ferocious spirit earlier, he would have returned to his residence by now. However, he still fell. He fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Given the other party's strength and ability to find him, he must have a very strong background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the entire Heavenly Fiend Alliance by himself. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a strong background. Moreover, his mount was of the Heaven Realm. No matter how one looked at it, Li Zongjiu was also a very powerful person. The reason why he appeared here was because the latter wanted to deal with him. As for him, he had already become a lone wolf without any help. Impossible? He had already escaped. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Li Zongjiu did not expect the person in front of him to have such a high level of awareness. They had only started fighting for a short while and he was already thinking of surrendering. He even started to talk about conditions. As long as you can spare my life, I will agree to any conditions. The Alliance Master of the Sky Fiend Alliance had seen experts and powerhouses before. In the eyes of a true expert, the lives of these people were not worth mentioning at all. They could take their lives away with a wave of their hand. They did not care about your life at all. If he did not grasp this precious chance to live, he might die in the next moment. Oh? You're pretty smart. What's the address of your gang? What's your gang's address? Is it peaceful? Li Zongjiu asked. Why would he buy something that he could snatch? Li Zongjiu had already understood this principle. In fact, this principle was even more useful in the great world. There wouldn't be any problems if one just attacked directly. The only problem was that one's strength was far from enough. Only a second-grade faction needs an address. Could it be that the latter was naturally very surprised. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was already able to establish a second-grade faction? He couldn't tell whether Li Zongjiu had a faction or not. However, establishing a faction required at least 2 guild creation tokens and 100,000 soul beans. Previously, he had obtained such an opportunity with the help of others. However, Li Zhongjiu, who was in front of him, also had such strength. This made him very surprised. "Give me your address," Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. Back then, the latter had spent a lot of money to finally find such a precious piece of land. Now, under Li Zhongjiu's coercion, he could only hand over the title deed in his hands. He placed it in Li Zhongjiu's hands. "It's actually 600 square meters. You're quite generous." When Li Zhongjiu saw the information on the title deed, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't expect the latter to know how to enjoy life. During this process, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master didn't mention the person behind him. The person behind him was a subordinate of the city lord. Did he specialize in doing things? Since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, it meant that Li Zhongjiu had already thoroughly investigated his background. Therefore, there was no need for him to explain anything. Sometimes, he would even bring disaster to himself. Originally, he would have a way out, but he liked to ask this and that. In the end, he would lose his life for nothing. Therefore, he endured it. He didn't ask about Li Zhongjiu's background. He immediately sold the manor that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to Li Zhongjiu for 1 soul bean. The two of them completed the transaction and Li Zhongjiu's name appeared on the title deed in their hands. With this, the matter was settled. "Well done, but you have to do one more thing for me," Li Zhongjiu said. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master did not understand what Li Zhongjiu was trying to do. However, he had no choice but to agree to Li Zhongjiu's request. "Misher. You want to deal with Commander Misher?" When the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard Li Zhongjiu's request, he was shocked. Because what Li Zhongjiu said just now was that he should invite Commander Misher to his manor tomorrow. Of course, this manor now belonged to Li Zhongjiu. "After this, I'll let you off and I won't cause trouble for the Heavenly Fiend Alliance anymore," Li Zhongjiu said calmly. The latter understood that Li Zhongjiu was not very clear. However, this matter was related to Commander Misher. If Li Zhongjiu was crippled in the end, it would be difficult for him to protect his own life. He had offended both sides. Similarly, he couldn't afford to offend both sides. However, if he didn't agree to Li Zhongjiu's request now, Li Zhongjiu would definitely kill him. He wouldn't be able to live past today. At first, he was in a difficult position, but in the end, he agreed to help Li Zhongjiu and invite Commander Misher to this place. Li Zhongjiu and Ao Tian came directly to this manor, which was called Cold Moon Villa. If Li Zhongjiu had heard of the names of the few great commanders in the Crimson Soul City, then he would probably know what exactly this Cold Moon Villa represented. Unfortunately, Li Zhongjiu didn't know. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was careful not to reveal the relationship between them to Li Zhongjiu, so Li Zhongjiu wouldn't know at the moment. In Cold Moon Villa, the experts who originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had basically received the news that the Alliance Master was transferring them. Moreover, this was no longer the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's encampment. It was hard for them to imagine what had happened to make their gang leader lose the gang space. This really made them puzzled, but perhaps there were other arrangements. When Li Zhongjiu and Ao Tian arrived. However, when they saw the Cold Moon Villa from afar, they felt a chill run down their spines. Why do they all like to call themselves you? Li Zhongjiu was speechless. Just now, Li Zhongjiu had met at least 3 months. The Thousand Moon Sect Master should also be called Qianyu. There was also a very powerful array master called Lingyu. Now that there was a Cold Moon Villa, the previous owner was most likely called Hanyu or something. Was it because the people in this world didn't know how to name things because they didn't read much, although Li Zhongjiu was just casually ridiculing? But after the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard it, his heart skipped a beat. Everyone was called you. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were very few people who dared to name themselves you. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was one. But the Thousand Moon Sect Master had his own background. There were people above him. Besides, there was an expert who lived in seclusion, called Fairy Lingyu. Then there was this Commander Hanyu. Other than that, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance didn't expect anyone else to be called you. Of course, it was also possible that they were just ordinary people. It was hard to say. It wasn't necessarily necessary to know someone who was very skilled. Those who were mediocre? There were many who weren't very famous. Maybe there was someone called you. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't know that there were only so many people in total, and he actually bumped into them directly. Moreover, he even had some connections with them intentionally or unintentionally. If Li Zongjiu knew about it, he would be very surprised. He asked the latter to write an invitation letter. Li Zongjiu summoned the elite team over and asked one of them to deliver the invitation letter to Commander Mishur. The general idea was that Li Zongjiu had finally found a connection with the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He wanted to ask Commander Mishur to give him some face in the territory of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Everyone just had to compensate and not make a big deal out of it. As for the specifics, they would come over first and talk about it slowly. When Commander Mishur received the letter, he smiled disdainfully. Scoundrel! I gave you 3 days to find such a piece of trash. The face of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is nothing, but I can't afford to offend that woman. Let's see what you're up to first. I want to see who is so arrogant to provoke me. Although Commander Mishur was prepared to give face to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he definitely wouldn't let Li Zongjiu off easily. Otherwise, his Mishur army wouldn't be able to survive in this city in the future. Li Zongjiu definitely didn't know Commander Han Yu. Otherwise, Commander Han Yu would be the one looking for him, not the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Commander Mishur had to give face just because he had some connections. It wasn't that easy to give face. Even if he gave it to him, it wouldn't be that easy to take it. If he didn't show some courage, he wouldn't know that he couldn't afford to offend those people in this city. Li Zongjiu took out the guild creation token in his hand. When he put the 2 guild creation tokens together, a thought appeared in his mind. This thought reminded Li Zongjiu whether or not he should use 100,000 soul beans to upgrade the guild creation token. In addition to the soul beans obtained from the 3 demon wolves, the amount of soul beans they obtained was very high. It was just enough for 100,000 soul beans. In the end, it was all thanks to Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. If Spiritual Master 5 Poisons hadn't given Li Zongjiu so many soul beans, this really put Li Zongjiu in a difficult position. 100,000 soul beans were instantly consumed. At the same time, the 2 guild creation tokens in his hand merged into one. Moreover, on the guild creation token, its luster was also very different. It was originally the color of green iron, but now, in his hand, it was almost white. His mind was instantly immersed in the guild creation token, and he moved out the things inside the guild creation token. Very quickly, Li Zongjiu also found the option of the guild base. His mind moved. Li Zongjiu also pasted the title deed of the Cold Moon Villa in his hand onto the card, as if it was invisible. He read the contents of the title deed. Then, the entire Cold Moon Villa's various landforms appeared in Li Zongjiu's mind. The Cold Moon Villa had changed hands, and at the same time, it became Li Zongjiu's guild base. This instantly shocked Li Zongjiu greatly. The entire Cold Moon Villa had become Li Zongjiu's territory. No corner could escape Li Zongjiu's control. Magical eyes. So strong. Li Zongjiu could clearly feel the appearance of his own power. Then, this terrifying power appeared in Li Zongjiu's hands. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill someone, he only needed a thought. After that, Li Zongjiu also used the guild establishment token to spread the news of the Green Gang's encampment. Everyone in the Green Gang could feel it. Some of the Qing Gang experts who were struggling in the city were also stunned at this moment. They really didn't expect that a gang would be established in such a short time. This meant that the entire gang had already become a second-grade gang. What kind of concept was this? This meant that the Qing Gang had become one of the top 4 gangs in the entire Crimson Spirit City. This was too exaggerated. The members of the Qing Gang couldn't believe it either, mainly because they had never seen the gang leader before. They didn't even know who the real gang leader was, even though they could follow Li Zongjiu's orders. However, he didn't know Li Zongjiu's identity. This was because Li Zongjiu had not been publicly announced in the gang. However, Hong Long, the deputy gang leader, was more well known. However, they heard that the deputy gang leader had been captured. They only knew about this roughly. There were benefits in the gang, but not many people knew about the specific situation. Li Zongjiu arranged for the members of the Qin gang to stay in the encampment. The Cold Moon Villa directly became Li Zongjiu's territory. This was really shocking. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not released. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to use the head of the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to test the power in his hands. He wanted to see if this kind of power that could casually kill people was suitable for him. However, it seemed that there was no need to do so now. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel the presence of a powerful force. This was a kind of power given by the rules of the entire world. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could use this kind of power. He didn't let the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance out because he was worried that this guy would run out and leak information. What if he scared Commander Mishur away? Hong Long would really be finished. Now that he wanted to barge in and drag Hong Long out, it wouldn't be so easy. It wasn't a waste for him to be able to stay in the Red Soul City for so many years. At the same time, he had become a commander and had so many people under him. The next day. Originally, Li Zongjiu was still worried that the other party wouldn't dare to come. However, Li Zongjiu soon realized that he was wrong. What kind of status did the other party have? Even if he knew that this was the territory of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would definitely dare to come. This was because the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't bear the consequences of killing Commander Mishur. It was mainly because of Commander Han Yu's face. Unless Commander Han Yu wanted to deal with Mishur and deliberately did this. However, in Commander Mishur's eyes, Commander Han Yu wasn't such a person. Therefore, the next day, Commander Mishur directly walked over with 8 personal guards escorting Hong Long. After Commander Mishur knew Hong Long's real identity, he already knew that it would be useless to kill Hong Long directly. However, Commander Mishur guessed that the other party didn't know Hong Long's real identity. Therefore, Hong Long was more or less useful now. Commander Mishur and the others swaggered in. Cold Moon Villa. When he walked in, he could clearly feel a chill coming over him. Commander Mishur frowned. There were only 2 people waiting for him in the hall. And he didn't know either of them. He didn't see the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, the person beside Commander Mishur recognized Li Zongjiu. Commander, this is the person who snatched my gang establishment token. This person was the former leader of the Qin gang. This was a very painful experience for the latter. As a leader, he was directly threatened to hand over the gang and the gang establishment token. In the end, he ended up like this. If others knew about this, he would be ridiculed for thousands of years. However, now that Commander Mishur was here to support him, he wasn't afraid of anything. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjiu with a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if to tell Li Zongjiu that he was dead meat. You must be Commander Mishur. Li Zongjiu smiled slightly when he saw Commander Mishur, who walked in with an extremely imposing aura. It was good that he was here. Who are you? Tell me your name. Where is the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? Ask that guy to come out. Commander Mishur sat down and said. He can't come. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then, a terrifying will suddenly burst out from his eyes. Along with the eruption of this power, Commander Mishur and the others trembled in their hearts. The 8 guards beside Commander Mishur and the former leader of the Qin gang were instantly turned into ashes with a bang, 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 bang. There wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness in this slaughter. At the same time, a tyrannical and unparalleled force instantly shattered the armor on Commander Mishur's body. He was seriously injured. Li Zongjiu's speed was as fast as lightning. He directly killed the group of people in front of him. At the same time, Commander Mishur was also seriously injured. His entire body was blasted away. When Hong Long saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. As the deputy leader of the Qin gang, he naturally knew about the gang's encampment. But Hong Long didn't know that Li Zongjiu would attack so decisively. He directly killed the man. Hong Long was quite shocked. Only Li Zongjiu could do such a thing. These people in front of him had no chance at all. When Li Zongjiu made a move, he would not hesitate at all. Hong Long originally thought that Li Zongjiu would hesitate a little at this time. At least, he wanted to negotiate with Commander Mishur first. He had scruples. Commander Mishar had a large number of experts behind him. The Mishar army under his command had a total of 500 people. Although he only brought 8 people this time, there were hundreds of experts who hadn't taken action yet. If they knew that Commander Mishar was killed by Li Zongjiu, these people would definitely not let it go. Once they launched a large-scale attack, they wouldn't dare to enter Cold Moon Villa. But outside Cold Moon Villa, they would definitely wait day and night. After forcing you out, they would directly kill you. There would always be a way to guard you. It was impossible for them to stay in Cold Moon Villa every day. In addition, they would definitely find out all the members of Qin Gang and kill them one by one. It was indeed too risky. How dare you kill me? Commander Mishar was seriously injured, but he could still speak. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. Why not? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The next moment, Commander Mishar also jumped up, trying to escape from the Cold Moon Villa. However, how could Li Zongjiu let him go so easily? If he let him go, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Boom! A surge of power directly obliterated Commander Mishar. It was blasted into pieces. Li Zongjiu didn't need to get anything from Commander Mishar. He could just kill him directly. Since Li Zongjiu was forced to kill people in this macro world, Li Zongjiu could only comply with the rules here and be a good killer. Who was more ruthless? Li Zongjiu had never been afraid of anyone. Commander Mishar directly turned into 21 soul beans. Li Zongjiu reached out with a wave of his hand and caught all of them. An overbearing commander with 500 men under him. In an instant, they transformed into 21 soul beans. In Hong Long and Ao Tian's eyes, it was very unbelievable. Most of the people in the Qin Gang saw this scene as well. Spread the news that the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance killed Commander Mishar. Li Zongjiu said to his subordinates. Li Zongjiu didn't know them, and they didn't seem to know Li Zongjiu either. However, after seeing Li Zongjiu's methods, they knew that their Alliance Master would definitely be a very powerful person in the future. He was decisive and ruthless. Commander Mishar, who no one dared to touch, turned into a soul bean in his hands. He was really powerful. As for the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Li Zongjiu directly locked him up. First, he messed up the situation. Who knew what would happen here? It was hard for the outside world to know what was going on. Moreover, as long as someone came to make trouble, ordinary people wouldn't be able to figure out the current situation. The situation would become more and more murky. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to find a connection. In the end, even the people who were killing each other didn't know why. Hong Long naturally admired Li Zongjiu's methods. Thank you, Alliance Master, for saving my life. Hong Long said to Li Zongjiu emotionally. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu, he would have died. After all, not everyone was willing to take such a big risk. They were just strangers who met by chance. Most of the time, Hong Long was just a guide who appeared beside Li Zongjiu. In fact, he didn't play much of a role. Li Zongjiu sacrificed him, so he was sacrificed. There was nothing he could do. However, Li Zongjiu didn't do that. Instead, he went through so much trouble and took such a big risk to kill Commander Mishar. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed that even the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been killed. Li Zongjiu took care of it. It was really unexpected. Who could have imagined it? Back then, it was just a simple task. The person he met actually brought about such a big change in his life. It was really unbelievable. Cut the crap. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Li Zongjiu said. He didn't waste any time with small talk. He had to settle this matter well. There were still many things to do. Yes, Alliance Master. Hong Long said excitedly. But, Alliance Master, where is this place? Hong Long only knew that the Qin Gang had a gang base, but he didn't know where it was. I think it's called Cold Moon Villa. Li Zongjiu said. What? Cold Moon Villa? Hong Long's expression changed tremendously. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and the Governor of the Red Soul City had a relationship. However, no one knew what kind of relationship it was. There were even many guesses about the location of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base. However, Hong Long didn't expect that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base was the famous Cold Moon Villa. Not only that, the entire Cold Moon Villa was snatched away by Li Zongjiu. This was really too exaggerated. Hong Long couldn't react to it. This kind of strength was really too powerful. However, this directly offended Commander Cold Moon. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Zongjiu said. "If there was a problem, just solve it directly. What else could there be? It was no big deal." "Yes, and it's a big problem," the latter sucked in a breath of cold air. "This Cold Moon Villa is the place of Commander Cold Moon, the subordinate of the Red Soul City Governor. This means that the person behind the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is actually Commander Cold Moon." "Commander Cold Moon? She's really called Cold Moon. So what?" Li Zongjiu didn't care. How could a name scare people like this? Commander Cold Moon is the daughter of the governor. The daughter of the city master. There was only one city master in Red Soul City, and that was Red Soul himself. The latter represented the entire Red Soul City. It could even be said straightforwardly. The latter was the most powerful existence in the entire Red Soul City. Li Zongjiu did not expect such a thing to happen. It was a little awkward. After all, Li Zongjiu did not intend to be enemies with Han Yu. So what if she's the daughter of the city master? Can she go to heaven? Li Zongjiu was just a little surprised. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. So what if she's the daughter of the city master? If that's the case, why don't you go to heaven? Humans would die. If you wanted to provoke Li Zongjiu, even if you were the city master of Red Soul City himself, he would have to find a chance to kill you. Hong Long looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. He could not believe that he could be so calm. He was indeed the calmest person Hong Long had ever seen. This time, Hong Long was completely convinced. Outside, the death of Commander Misher shook the entire Crimson Soul City. After all, to be able to become a commander, one had to have his own abilities. Moreover, Commander Misher was a very famous expert in the city. Yet, he was killed just like that. Things were indeed a little unexpected. Everyone was shocked. Then, there was a piece of news. It turned out that the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance had used the power of his own faction to kill Commander Misher in the territory of Cold Moon Villa. Hence, Commander Misher's subordinates were frantically searching for the people of Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Once they found them, if they could not bring them to the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would kill them directly. Heavenly Fiend Alliance had already suffered a lot of damage. Now that they had been messed up, it was even more impossible for them to recover. In an instant, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, who had been in the limelight, fell to the bottom. The other two Grade 2 sects were caught off guard. Thousand Moon Sect. The Thousand Moon Sect master was at a loss of what to do with the current situation. Suddenly, something like this happened. This made the Thousand Moon Sect master very surprised and shocked. She really could not understand why the Heavenly Fiend Alliance master would do such a foolish thing. In the beginning, this matter was quite heated. However, the Thousand Moon Sect master soon found the crux of the matter. He was not blinded by the fanatical and chaotic scene in front of him. Instead, he was very clear about the current situation. Who was the current leader of the Qin Gang? The Thousand Moon Sect's hierarch was sharp enough to notice that there was something unusual about the new leader of the Qin Gang. I don't know. The Qin Gang has never announced anything like that. Nobody knew what kind of person the leader of the Qin Gang was. All he knew was that the latter was powerful and had a mysterious identity. Their backgrounds were also extremely mysterious. Although the leader of the Qin Gang was unable to find out the details, the owner of the Cold Moon Villa was able to easily find out. He only needed to spend some money to find out who the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was. Soon, the Thousand Moon Sect master found a name. Li Zongjiu. The Thousand Moon Sect master was naturally unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of this name before. After that, the Thousand Moon Sect master also searched around the city. She checked the various inns in the city to see if there was anyone similar to Li Zongjiu's name before. Soon, in the mountain residence, the information about Li Zongjiu finally surfaced. When the Thousand Moon Sect master saw the portrait of Li Zongjiu in his hand, he was stunned. He was completely stunned. "It's him!" the Thousand Moon Sect master exclaimed. It was this person who had caused a commotion in the city recently. However, this person was also the person who had saved her life in the hands of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, even if she knew that the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was Li Zongjiu, it did not mean that Li Zongjiu had killed Commander Mishur. It was hard to figure out what exactly had happened. In addition, during this period of time, the Mishur army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been fighting each other, which had caused a lot of commotion. Gradually, the two sides had a blood feud. They had lost Commander Mishur. Something had also happened within the Mishur army. These people were also constantly dividing their strength. They had their own camps. No one dared to find trouble with Li Zongjiu anymore. The Thousand Moon Sect master did not disclose the clues she had found. At least, Li Zongjiu was her savior. At this time, it was not good to hit him when he was down. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was able to play the Mishur army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the palm of his hand. One could imagine how powerful he was. She, the Thousand Moon Sect master, did not want to have such a powerful opponent. Therefore, she temporarily kept Li Zongjiu's information to herself. She kept all this information a secret. However, how is Li Zongjiu going to deal with Commander Hanyue? Li Zongjiu had snatched the Cold Moon Villa. Naturally, he would offend someone. Commander Hanyue. Commander Hanyue seemed to still be in seclusion. Therefore, she would not come out to find trouble with Li Zongjiu for the time being. However, when Commander Hanyue came out of seclusion, Li Zongjiu's situation would obviously become very dangerous. What the Thousand Moon Sect master did not expect was that Li Zongjiu would use an unexpected method to get rid of the Cold Moon Villa. Li Zongjiu directly listed the Cold Moon Villa for sale. The selling price: 20,000 soul beans, only 20,000 soul beans. The Cold Moon Villa, even with these two names, was worth more than this amount of money. 20,000 soul beans, in the eyes of ordinary people, was naturally a huge number. However, in the eyes of those with real power and status, it was not a problem at all. The original value of the Cold Moon Villa should have been around 100,000 soul beans. To be able to sell for such a price, it was because the location of the Cold Moon Villa was very good. Li Zongjiu did not want to meet the Scarlet Soul City Master so soon. If that happened, he would definitely lose. He might even be remembered. Now, if he could avoid it, he would do so. After all, Li Zongjiu was not a fool. He knew that he was not a match for the Scarlet Soul City Master, but he still wanted to fight with him. That would be too stupid. Too stupid. Although Li Zongjiu had his own pride, he also knew how to avoid the sharp edge. 20,000 soul beans, in this market, was a price that could be used to pick up a bargain. It was only put up for half a day before it was bought by someone. Before this, Li Zongjiu naturally removed the binding of this sect's encampment. After the other party bought it, they immediately sold it for a higher price. After changing hands a few times, it was extremely difficult for the other party to find Li Zongjiu again. Hong Long could not help but admire Li Zongjiu's decisiveness. He did not feel that it was a pity at all. After all, these things were stolen. As long as one was not too greedy, there would always be a return on anything. More often than not, you would suffer a double loss because you were too greedy. Li Zongjiu still lived in the small mountain house. Under the large formation of the small mountain house, he could also ensure his own cultivation, making steady progress, so that he could break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. In the city, Commander Mishur's former territory had also changed dynasties, and the Mishur army under him had also been disbanded, and the remaining part had been incorporated by the new commander. As for Commander Mishur, he only lived in the records, which were also very realistic, very real, and this rhythm was obviously faster than the outside world. At the current pace, in less than 7 days, all the prestige of Commander Mishur had disappeared. In the past, he could still use the latter's name to intimidate people. But now it was no longer possible. Everyone knew that Commander Mishur was just a dead man. Only the living were eternal, and the rest were not taken seriously at all. After death, they were basically ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Things were so simple and clear. Hong Long was also trying his best to recruit gang members. Ao Tian also joined the Qin gang. Was it also the face of a celestial realm expert? It was all here. Li Zongjiu finished dealing with these two big crises and was about to rest for a while. Suddenly, he saw that the sky above the Red Soul City had turned blood red. This blood curtain could be seen in the sky. When everyone saw this scene, they were also very surprised. Some of the newcomers had never seen such a scene. But some of the old people who had experienced it also burst out with incredible light at this moment. They did not expect such a thing to happen again. What's going on? Li Zongjiu also obviously knew that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, there would not be such a change. Hong Long also widened his eyes. He had been in this big world for so many years, but it was really the first time he saw such a situation, but he was very clear about the cause of such things. Demon siege, this is a demon siege. Demon siege. Li Zongjiu was surprised to hear such a thing. Back then, when Li Zongjiu had set up some trials for the students of Sky Sect Academy on Golden Island, he had also used a similar superpower. But in this big world, to create such an earth-shattering siege, Li Zongjiu was very surprised. How bored was the mysterious Sky Emperor? Why did he have to do something in this peaceful time? It seemed that he was going to make a lot of noise. Otherwise, he would not let this matter rest. Why did he have to make such a big fuss? It was for such an effect. What's the rule? Li Zongjiu saw that in the sky above the Scarlet Soul capital, outside of the red light screen, there were already some pitch-black raindrop-like objects that were rapidly falling down. Boom. 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 One could see these raindrop-like things falling, but when they landed on the ground with a loud bang, they directly exploded with an extremely terrifying aura. Some of these things directly fell on the red defensive shield and instantly turned into ashes. Live. Hong Long said. The only rule is to live. The defensive shield of the Red Soul City can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, these demons will also rush into the city. Hong Long said. They have no emotions, they only know how to kill. It's already a blessing to be able to survive. If we can withstand this siege, then we have a chance to become the commander of the Crimson Soul City. If we can't withstand the attack of the demons, then the Crimson Spirit City will completely disappear and be wiped out. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect this siege to be so tragic. It was impossible to escape. Outside the Red Soul City, within a radius of 100 miles, there were countless demons descending from the sky. No matter how fast you are, as long as you don't teleport, you will be surrounded by these demons. The only way to survive was to stay in the city and persevere. These demons all descended from the sky. When Li Zongjiu first arrived, he was also curious as to why this main city did not have a wall. Now, it seemed that the wall was useless. The demons directly fell from the sky. What was the use of the wall? Moreover, this kind of ordinary wall, how could it withstand the attack of a Xianxia realm expert, or even a celestial realm expert? It was completely impossible. Only your own strength could withstand it. At the same time, in this siege, the special effect of your gang's encampment would also be directly ineffective. The only way to survive was to bring all your brothers and have a real life and death battle. Boom. 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 At this moment, the red light screen in the sky seemed to have a huge ripple. Many people had already started to pray, praying that they could escape this disaster. And they quickly formed a team with the people around them, at least those who they trusted. This was something only experienced people would do. Those inexperienced newbies were basically just sending themselves to death. The demons in the distance were already rushing towards the Crimson Soul City. Li Zongjiu took out the unparalleled sword. Then let's kill. Since there is no way out, there is no other way. Li Zongjiu said. There was no problem in protecting themselves. As for how to protect the city, it was up to the city lord and the others. In the face of such an attack, the Red Soul City Lord must have a set of strategies. The city guards in the city also quickly gathered. And they all gathered in one direction. In this direction, which was the city lord's statue in the city gate square. Under the statue of the city lord, one would also receive a boost in strength. At the same time, the city lord's statue itself was also a very powerful dermic artifact. Under the statue, if everyone gathered, it would naturally become a very strong force to resist. Let's go to the city gate square too. Hong Long asked. No, it's here. Call all the people of the Qin gang here. Li Zongjiu said. If after such a demon siege and all the people in his gang died, it would be too tragic. So it was good to be able to save one. After all, they had joined his Qin gang. As the leader, he naturally had to show some respect. Otherwise, no one would be willing to join this gang in the future. 3 minutes passed quickly. In the small mountain house, many experts came. Li Zongjiu gathered many of the Qin gang's experts. Boom, the red light faded. The entire Crimson Soul City also erupted with a terrifying commotion at this moment. The demons that fell from the sky like meteors did not stop. They landed in every corner of the city. Li Zongjiu did not expect that something like this would happen to him. It was a rare event that happened once in a few hundred years, but it happened to him. This matter was going to be messed up. He could only fight with one of them. Li Zongjiu did not mind. It was a good opportunity for him to experience it. Anyway, the most troublesome thing was the Crimson Soul City Master and some other commanders. These people were the real main force for these matters. It was no wonder that they were not usually seen. These people were also doing their best to prepare for these matters. Without further ado, the first fiendish demon quickly entered everyone's line of sight. Li Zongjiu immediately released the array. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Kill this demon in an instant. Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array. Li Zongjiu was also in charge of controlling the array. These fiendish demons also dropped soul beans. At least there was something to be gained. At least it wasn't as if there was nothing left. Of course, when they were devoured by this demon, there was nothing left. These 10 or so Green Gang members, if not for the protection of Li Zongjiu and the others, would have died. With the opponent's strength, it was difficult to resist. Demons could be said to be everywhere. They fell from the sky and were very dangerous. Ao Tian also did not transform into his true form. This was just the beginning. Naturally, he had to be steady. If there was too much of a commotion, it would definitely attract more attention. Once the enemy's attention was attracted, it would be quite dangerous. He did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. Boom! Boom! The entire Crimson Soul City was filled with continuous explosions. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Some of the buildings collapsed as well. From afar, one could see the terrifying smoke rising in the air. Li Zongjiu was also controlling the array in his hand. At the same time, he also activated the 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Array of the mountain residents to replenish the elemental energy of everyone. There were a total of 7 independent courtyards in the mountain residence. When the people in the other 4 courtyards saw that Li Zongjiu's side actually had an array master, they immediately became excited. Quick, let me in. These people were not weak either. Find somewhere else. Li Zongjiu rejected these people from entering his array formation. After all, in times of crisis, human nature would be revealed without a doubt. Once it was a matter of life and death, these people would definitely do anything. One should never underestimate human nature. Sometimes, these people had no humanity to speak of. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself was very clear about this. At such a critical juncture, of course we have to help each other. Only then will we have a chance to escape. You have to think clearly. The other party seemed to have formed a small group of their own. There were a total of 6 people. They were all Xianxia experts. To be able to afford to live in a place like the mountain residents, most of them could be considered to have some strength. You can come in, but everyone has to pay 10,000 soul beans. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he activated the Xuanwu and slapped a demon to death. 10,000 soul beans. You're looting a burning house. You'll definitely die a horrible death. When the other party heard Li Zongjiu's words, they were about to explode in anger. What kind of situation was this? They still didn't know how to unite and help each other. Moreover, such a lousy formation required 10,000 soul beans. They were simply crazy about money. On the spot, a man and a woman turned and left. From the looks of it, the two of them were probably lovers. After hearing this, they didn't have any hope. It was better to quickly find a hidden place to hide. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Unity and help might exist in other places, but in the great world, it didn't exist. If they were united, why didn't they help the weaker ones? Instead, they wanted to squeeze into Li Zongjiu's formation. How could this be called unity and help? They were clearly trying to take advantage of Li Zongjiu. To be able to offer 10,000 soul beans and give them a chance was already an exceptional favor. Therefore, there was no need to think about it. These people definitely wouldn't come in. Among the 6, there was a fatty who was willing to pay to come in and hide. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. It seemed that this fatty's thinking wasn't bad. At the very least, he had a good eye for things. Consider yourself lucky. Li Zongjiu took the fatty's 10,000 soul beans and let him fly in. The fatty also thanked Li Zongjiu profusely. The remaining 5 people immediately left. Furthermore, within their eyes, there was a trace of hatred. If anything happened to them, they would definitely blame Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu completely ignored them. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed others for not saving him. The fiendish demons kept rushing over. At first, it was just a few small demons. Li Zongjiu and the others had an easy time dealing with them. But gradually, the strength of these demons became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the more people died in the city, the more people died. The chances of these fiendish demons gathering together would be higher. It was originally 100 against 100, but it quickly became 100 against 10, 100 against 1. After all, the number of demons was endless. Li Zongjiu kept maintaining and repairing the formation. Immediately, he saw what seemed to be 5 Xianxia realm demons in front of him. And they were all at Khanate level 6 or 7. Aotian, go kill them. Aotian nodded. He immediately rushed towards the 5 Khanate demons. However, just as Aotian rushed out, the 5 people who had just left appeared once again. They immediately surrounded Aotian. These people are pretty good at enduring. Li Zongjiu saw that these people who were hiding chose to surround Aotian. Obviously, they were unhappy and wanted to take revenge on Li Zongjiu. This was going to be fun. Do as you see fit. Aotian didn't expect that there would be people who would take the initiative to die. Since you don't want us to live, don't think about living either. The 5 of them said sternly. Looking at Aotian, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity. They joined forces and charged towards Aotian. Boom! Aotian's aura of a heaven being exploded instantly. In front of these 5 people, he revealed his true form. Instantly, the 5 people's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Heaven. Heaven being realm. The 5 of them were dumbfounded. How? Did they meet a heaven being realm expert? They were totally caught off guard. Immediately, the 5 of them wanted to turn around and escape. But Aotian had already swung his tail and severely injured the 5 of them. The 5 of them did not even dream of it. Aotian was a heavenly dragon realm meta beast. If they had known that Aotian was a heavenly dragon realm meta beast, they would not have dared to act rashly. As for being rejected by Li Zongjiu, so be it. How could they lose their lives for nothing at this moment? After that, Aotian did not hesitate at all. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out and killed all 5 of them. The 5 of them turned into soul beans and were completely destroyed. At this moment, the fat man in the formation was sweating profusely. He did not expect these people to be so secretive. Luckily, he did not have the time to act. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with these people from the inside. It would be best if he could snatch the array formation. However, he did not expect Li Zongjiu and the rest to be so powerful. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. He did not know if there were any top experts in this courtyard. Seeing the 5 of them die tragically, the fat man became well behaved. At least he could survive now. He had to save his own life first. Since these people were all dead, there was no hope left. The fat man could only stay in the formation obediently. Li Zongjiu glanced at the fat man. The fat man laughed awkwardly. These people deserved it. blind as a bat. The fat man cursed fiercely. It was all because of these people. Not only did they die, they almost killed him. Luckily, he was lucky. The speed of Aotion's attack was also very fast. He didn't give Fatty any chance to retaliate. Otherwise, Fatty would probably be lying on the ground by now. After Aotion killed the few powerful demons, he returned to the formation. With the 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation. Needless to say, it had great recovery abilities. No matter how much energy was used, it could recover in a short time. It was the best place to fight. Many of them were not killed by the fiendish demons. It was because in the end, their strength was almost depleted. Before they could recover, they were killed by the enemy. If their strength could not recover, there was nothing they could do. They would be killed by exhaustion. After all, there were too many of them. It could be said that they were endless. Boom. At this rate, I can hold on? Li Zongjiu thought to himself. As long as there were no accidents, there would most likely be no problem. After all, his strength was there, and he had yet to make a move. The main reason was that the 2 formations in his hands complemented each other perfectly. This was also because Li Zongjiu mainly relied on the strength of the master of the mountain residents. The strength and benefits of a formation master were shown very quickly. Li Zongjiu did not expect a formation master to have such a great effect. The owner of this small mountain residence was also a powerful array master. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Li Zongjiu's, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive. Now, in the Red Soul City. In many places, spirit formations also appeared to fight against the other party. Li Zongjiu's side was relaxed because there were people holding back the main attacks of these demons. And these people were the City Lord and the others. The City Lord of the Red Soul City was also an expert of the Heaven Realm. He led hundreds of experts of the Heaven Realm in the square of the city gate, using the statues as a formation. They were fighting head-on with the enemy. Beside the City Lord of the Red Soul City, there were nearly 100 experts of the Heaven Realm. They were all ranked high in the city. Now that this group of people was here, the attacks they suffered were naturally the fiercest. At the same time, there were also 10 array experts maintaining the formation. With the power of the formation in front of them, they were constantly replenishing the energy of the City Lord and the others. Li Zongjiu was very familiar with one of them. This person was Lingyu. Lingyu was also an extremely top formation master in the city. It was no surprise that she appeared here. However, the enemy's attack this time seemed to be very fierce. Even the Great Array was shaking non-stop. The attack this time is too strong. A handsome man beside Lingyu said, his eyebrows were also extremely heavy. When they saw such a situation, they all knew that things were not good. The demon army was more than 10 million. The City Lord of the Red Soul City, 1 man and 1 sword, slaughtered the demons in all directions, cutting the bodies of those demons into pieces. Even the soul beings that fell on the ground were not collected by anyone. Even the City Lord of the Red Soul City did not care about this little thing at all. The most important thing was to kill the enemy. Suddenly, 9 extremely terrifying auras descended from the sky. Even some of the surrounding fiendish demons were instantly suppressed by the 9 auras. Seeing this scene, the City Lord of the Red Soul City's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. These 9 auras were all existences of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, the strength of each of them was comparable to his. If not for the luck of this city, the City Lord of the Red Soul City would not be able to contend with these demons. Damn it! When Lingyu saw this scene, she immediately cursed in her heart. Because the 9 demons at the peak of the Heaven Realm suddenly appeared on the other side. They directly brought an extremely strong threat to the City Lord of the Red Soul City. Activate the strengthening formation. Lingyu seemed to be the backbone of the many formation masters. After Lingyu gave the order, the 10 array masters also quickly formed hand seals and flew about. Rays of golden light fell on the City Lord of the Red Soul City. Suddenly, the City Lord of the Red Soul City's body shone with golden light. At this moment, his combat strength was also greatly enhanced at this moment, and he quickly rushed forward. Boom! With a golden sword in his hand, he contended with the 9 demons at the peak of the Heaven Realm. Li Zongjiu also felt this terrifying fluctuation. He immediately glanced over and saw that the shockwaves from the battle alone were enough to kill many of the beasts and demons in the army of beasts and demons. They are really strong. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel the power of the fluctuation. It spread out for hundreds of miles, and one could clearly feel the existence of this power. Furthermore, this golden light formation also gave the latter a very strong boost in strength. But they still can't resist. Li Zongjiu looked into the distance. The 10th demon at the peak of the heaven realm had also been born. However, it fell in another part of the city, and at this moment, it was also rushing toward the city gate. It was bound to join the battle and kill the city lord of the Red Soul City. Li Zongjiu saw it, and naturally, the others also saw it. Ling Yu and the others' faces changed. Who would be able to stop this powerful fiendish demon? At this moment, Hong Long suddenly said in surprise. Gang leader, the city lord has just issued a city defense mission. As long as you can stop this demon for 15 minutes, you will be rewarded with the position of city commander. The position of commander, to all the people who were struggling in the Scarlet Spirit City, this was a very exciting stimulant. Once one became a commander, at least in the city, he would have a lot of privileges. It was also a symbol of identity. Although he could not kill people in the city openly, he could exercise the law enforcement authority. Once he had the law enforcement authority, as long as he could convict you, he could directly lead the troops to arrest you. At the same time, the number of commander positions was very limited. The future city lord position was also born from these commanders. Once he became a commander, he would have the opportunity and qualifications to compete for such a position in the future. He could also receive a salary every month. After all, he was someone who had contributed to the city, so he must not be mistreated. Hong Long told Li Zongjiu about the benefits of becoming a commander. Li Zongjiu was obviously very interested in the position of the city lord. He must get this reward. It was such a good opportunity. Li Zongjiu would not let it go easily. However, it wasn't a simple task to complete this task. The opponent was a real existence of the 9th level of the celestial realm. Li Zongjiu had not even reached the real celestial realm. However, in the mission of the city lord, it only said that he had to delay the opponent's footsteps for 15 minutes. It was naturally very difficult to kill it. For the current Li Zongjiu, it was also impossible. But to delay it for 15 minutes, it was not impossible to succeed. At this moment, there were already other experts who rushed up dauntlessly. Among them, there was no lack of celestial realm experts. However, the strength of these people was not worth mentioning in front of this giant snake demon at the peak of the celestial realm. They could not withstand a single blow. They did not stop the giant snake demon at all. From this, one could see the attack of this giant snake demon. Li Zongjiu was also observing the footsteps of the serpent demon. The content of the mission was to stall the serpent demon and prevent it from crossing the city center. Once it did, it would be equivalent to failing the mission. Many people were also waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Now, they did not make a move directly. At least, they wanted to see the situation clearly first. If they rushed out rashly, they would be like these people, rushing forward to die. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. Even though he wanted the position of commander as well, at the very least, he knew his limits. He wouldn't rush to the position without any hesitation. Most of the people who had to rush up just now did not want to go up directly, but were pushed up by others, or simply could not avoid it. Therefore, when they rushed up, they were easily torn apart by this serpent demon. Moreover, the serpent demon was surrounded by a poisonous gas. It was because of this poisonous gas that many people lost their fighting strength when they got close to it. The enemy was approaching the center of the city. At this moment, there was finally an expert who was worthy of being called out. 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm joined forces to make a move. A powerful fiery attack landed on the serpent demon's head. However, the serpent demon's defense was too strong, and the 3 of them joined forces to defend against it. The 3 of them did not work at all. On the contrary, the giant snake demon was completely enraged. In an instant, its body rolled and formed a whirlwind, directly sucking the 3 people into its poisonous gas range. The 3 of them had wanted to keep a distance from Lin Fan. However, they had not expected that they would lose all resistance the moment Lin Fan unleashed this move. They were sucked into the poison circle and were instantly poisoned. Even the Yuan-Chi defensive shield on their bodies and any inner armor were useless against the poison. The poisonous gas attacked their hearts. They were also swallowed by the giant snake demon again. The crunching sound of bones being crushed was also heard clearly by everyone. It had bitten people into pieces before they were even dead. It must be a very strange thing to have such a feeling. No one dared to step forward rashly. Even 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm could not resist. If they were to step in, they would only end up losing their lives. Although the position of the commander was very tempting, they gave up on it after thinking about it. In the end, they gave up. Thousand Moon Pavilion of the Thousand Moon Sect. Naturally, the Thousand Moon Sect master also received the news. At the same time, she also wanted to step forward and give it a try. However, when she saw that the 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm were easily killed, she temporarily gave up on the idea. If she rushed forward, only death would await her. Moreover, it would only bring a heavy blow to the Thousand Moon Sect. It's impossible to stop it. We're doomed. Despair flashed across the Thousand Moon Sect master's eyes. If Crimson Soul City was lost, the foundation that she had built in Crimson Soul City would be destroyed in an instant. If the city was lost, would her previous efforts still exist? She was not an expert like the city lord. Although the city was destroyed, her strength was still there. She could find a place to rebuild at any time. Even if she went to other cities, such an expert would still be a distinguished guest. There would not be any change. Only the people below. It was unknown how many of them would survive. Ling Yu and the rest maintained the array. The city lord led the 10 commanders in the city to fight against the 9 top-notch demons. However, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If the 10th demon joined the battle, it would be very dangerous. Damn it! Ling Yu cursed under her breath. She saw that the giant snake demon was about to cross the center of the city and approach them. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A terrifying chaotic energy hit the serpent demon's tail in an instant. Boom! The tail was instantly smashed off by Li Zhongjiu. Immediately, a poisonous gas was released from the tail. Li Zhongjiu had been tempered by the power of 5 poisons from Spiritual Master 5 poisons, so he had a certain level of immunity to the poison. In addition to the increase in his strength and the existence of the chaotic body, it helped Li Zhongjiu resist the poisonous gas. That was why he was not poisoned to death. After smashing off the tail of the giant snake demon, Li Zhongjiu stepped on Ao Tian's back and quickly soared into the sky. Ao Tian's strength was also in the celestial realm. Most importantly, Ao Tian knew how to fly. It was easier for him to fly than Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Li Zhongjiu urged Ao Tian to circle around the body of the serpent demon. After deliberately angering the serpent demon, Li Zhongjiu charged in the direction that the serpent demon had come from. Since he wanted to delay for 15 minutes, he had to anger the giant snake demon and lure it away. Just the time it took to go back and forth was not difficult to hold on for 15 minutes. War was all about strategy. Just now, that group of people kept rushing up. Of course, the other party could easily take care of them. Would they even wait for them to eat when Li Zhongjiu's figure appeared? Ling Yu, who was in the distance, was shocked when she saw him. It's him? Ling Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. She did not expect Li Zhongjiu to appear at this critical moment. Most importantly, this person was quite aloof. He even changed her array formation without her permission. When she wanted to lower herself to communicate with him, this guy actually. He did not want to talk to her. This caused Ling Yu to feel extremely furious. Do you know him? The handsome man beside her frowned and asked when he heard the fluctuation in Ling Yu's tone. He's a tenant of mine. Ling Yu said faintly. She realized that she seemed to be a little agitated just now. No one should be so surprised. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Although Ling Yu said so, the handsome man obviously did not dare to believe that the two of them were so simple. There must be something fishy going on. After all, he knew Ling Yu's character very well. She would never be moved by anything. Just now, there was a rare fluctuation in her expression. The latter was obviously a little surprised. Therefore, the handsome man also remembered Li Zongjiu's appearance in his heart. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. He hoped that Li Zongjiu would be killed by this big snake demon. The Thousand Moon Sect Master, who was in the Thousand Moon Tower, also saw Li Zongjiu. It's him. He finally made a move. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was not clear about Li Zongjiu's strength. However, when Li Zongjiu made a move last time, his clean and neat swordsmanship had left a deep impression on the Thousand Moon Sect Master. At the same time, Li Zongjiu killed Commander Mishir directly some time ago. He knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was definitely not simple. When this task appeared, the Thousand Moon Sect Master was actually looking forward to Li Zongjiu making a move. Now, he finally made a move. At the very least, there would be a good battle to watch. The Thousand Moon Pavilion itself was also supported by the array formation. In addition, most of the forces were attracted by the city lord and the city guards. Therefore, they were not in too much of a risk. Aotian circled around and brought Li Zongjiu with him as he flew into the distance. However, the serpent demon did not hesitate at all. In an instant, its broken tail grew out again. At the same time, it swung its tail violently, sending out a gust of energy that sent Li Zongjiu flying. Aotian's huge body was sent flying. Li Zongjiu leaped off Proud Heaven's back and shot off into the distance. Boom, his figure instantly flew into the distance. Aotian had also completed his mission. After attracting a wave of attacks, he gave up. The serpent demon did not specifically target Aotian. Instead, he chased after Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had just broken his tail and attracted a lot of hatred. No matter what, he could not let Li Zongjiu escape. Go! Li Zongjiu summoned the tiger-headed warlord. This fallen race warrior did not hesitate to descend from the sky. With two hammers in his hands, he smashed them down on the serpent demon's head. The serpent demon was very straightforward. It swallowed the tiger-headed warlord in one bite. The tiger tally in Li Zongjiu's hands also lost its effect at this moment. It can't even block a single move. Li Zongjiu was still expecting the tiger-headed warlord to be able to withstand a few moves. In the end, it was swallowed in an instant. Only when facing a serpent demon could one feel the terrifying power of the latter. It was not something that could be casually withstood. Not to mention 15 minutes. Even if it was 15 seconds, no one could withstand it. Array formation, rise. When Li Zongjiu circled around the serpent demon, he secretly set up some supreme-grade primordial stones that contained the power of the array formation. As Li Zongjiu's strength was activated, suddenly, these tens of thousands of supreme-grade primordial stones contained the power of lightning. They intertwined with each other and floated around the serpent demon. Immediately, Li Zongjiu activated the power of the array formation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning engulfed the serpent demon's body. Floating Thunder Array, one of the high-level arrays that Li Zongjiu mastered. It was this terrifying Floating Thunder Array. It successfully delayed the serpent demon in front of him. However, the serpent demon itself was not harmed at all, it was actually unscathed. Li Zongjiu was shocked. Damn it, this guy's skin is so thick. Li Zongjiu cursed. In the next second, the serpent demon directly smashed the Floating Thunder Array. At the same time, it quickly rushed out and pounced on Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also made the best use of his time and flew further away. Otherwise, the time that they had fought so hard for would be wasted. Speed Up Array. Li Zongjiu cast the Speed Up Array on himself. His body instantly disappeared from the sky above the city with a boom. At the same time, his body split into several afterimages, causing the serpent demon to completely lose its target. It could not figure out which one was Li Zongjiu's real body. It could only use its terrifying power to crush Li Zongjiu's doppelganger in an instant. The latter exploded with a boom, and a huge wave of poisonous gas burst out from its body. This huge wave of poisonous gas destroyed half of the city in an instant at an incomparably fast speed. Most of the people who were in this poisonous gas were on the verge of death. They were directly engulfed by this terrifying poisonous gas. Their breaths disappeared. Two of Li Zongjiu's doppelganger were also destroyed by the wave of poisonous gas. The remaining real body also quickly flew out of the city. Since it had already discovered Li Zhongjiu's figure, the serpent demon immediately chased after him. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Li Zhongjiu. Even if Li Zhongjiu cast the speed-up array and various arrays to delay it, it was useless. It still caught up with him. But at least, Li Zhongjiu had become the one who had delayed the serpent demon the longest. He's really something. When Lingyu saw that Li Zhongjiu had actually succeeded in luring the giant snake demon away, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Clearly, she was very surprised. The fact that Li Zhongjiu could appear was already very courageous. If he could really do it, it would be even more impressive. Even more terrifying. With such strength, she definitely had to nurture him well in the future. But, she just hoped that Li Zhongjiu could also protect himself, or at least escape. The situation was not so optimistic. The situation was naturally not optimistic. Li Zhongjiu even regretted that he had stepped forward. His opponent's terrifying strength, when they fought, there was no way to resist at all. His opponent's defense was too strong, and his various moves could not break through. Besides the sneak attack at the beginning, he had used the chaotic energy to gain an advantage. If he were to attack now, he would definitely be sent flying as soon as he got close to the serpent. Now, to deal with the serpent, there was only one move left. Evil Soul Eye. Li Zhongjiu activated his natal skill. This move? Li Zhongjiu had only used it less than 5 times. In thousands of battles, Li Zhongjiu had only used this move a few times, and it had never failed. When the evil soul eye appeared. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu also saw the big snake demon's body tremble slightly. However, the big snake demon was aggressive and its aura did not weaken at all. Li Zhongjiu was also very surprised. He was stunned for a moment. Could it be that his evil soul eye had lost its effect? If the evil soul eye had lost its effect, Li Zhongjiu would not have any other ideas. He would just run away quickly. However, Li Zhongjiu did not have time to run away. The big snake demon's body made a loud boom. It fell to the ground. Li Zhongjiu was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He thought that this guy was immune to his evil soul eye. Now, it seemed that this guy would also be affected. Since it was affected, it was easy to deal with. Li Zhongjiu also heaved a sigh of relief. He saw the big snake demon's body fall to the ground. His figure also slowly descended and began to set up a formation around it. Li Zhongjiu did not know how long his formation could last. If it could not hold on for a long time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also needed to hurry up. Since the big snake demon was affected by the evil soul eye, it was impossible for Li Zhongjiu to let the big snake demon be affected by the evil soul eye again. Firstly, the big snake demon would enter a defensive state. Secondly, it would also have some resistance. The success rate was very low. The rest of the people in the city saw this scene. When Xianxia saw the big snake demon fall, he was completely stunned. Oh my god, he killed that demon. Even the Xianxia sect leader himself could not believe it. Looking at the scene in front of him, the big snake demon's body fell to the ground with a loud boom. He did not know what method Li Zhongjiu used to defeat the big snake demon. It was really quite terrifying. Such strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Even when Lingyu and the others saw this scene, they were very surprised. They did not expect it at all. Li Zhongjiu actually had the ability to defeat a demon at the peak of the celestial realm? However, they soon found that he did not defeat the demon. Instead, he used some method to make the demon faint temporarily. They also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Li Zhongjiu was not such a terrifying existence. If he could kill a demon at the peak of the celestial realm, then Li Zhongjiu's strength would be very terrifying. At least, the Red Soul City Master would choose to recruit him. The position of commander, naturally, the demon. But it is enough to delay it. A female commander beside the Red Soul City Master, who was dressed in cold silver armor, turned to look in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. When she found that Li Zhongjiu had defeated the big snake demon, she was very surprised. However, she was also a little unhappy with Li Zhongjiu. There was a trace of cold light in her eyes. This was a look that was directed specifically at Li Zhongjiu. She was Commander Hanyue. Li Zongjiu had seized Hanyue Villa and destroyed the Sky Fiend Alliance that she had painstakingly built. She was the master behind the Sky Fiend Alliance. Commander Hanyue. Originally, Commander Hanyue was determined to kill Li Zongjiu. However, when she saw that Li Zongjiu had some ability, she was relieved. He also felt a little relieved for Li Zongjiu. As long as Li Zongjiu was willing to submit, there would be no problem and he could spare his life. This was also because the latter had some ability and was willing to step forward bravely at this time, so she gave the latter a chance. Even the Thousand Moon Sect Master could find out Li Zongjiu's identity, let alone Commander Hanyue. Commander Hanyue only needed to say a word and she would be able to find out who was behind this. However, before she could deal with Li Zongjiu, she encountered such a situation. If Li Zongjiu was willing to help and protect Red Soul City, Commander Hanyue could consider giving Li Zongjiu a lighter punishment. Otherwise, she would definitely teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. In this Red Soul City, there was actually someone who dared to play such a conspiracy against her. Li Zongjiu did not know that Commander Hanyue had decided to let him go for the time being. He did not care about these things now. Instead, he was using all his strength to set up the array. The latter would definitely not last for such a long period of time. Once the effects of the evil soul eye wore off, the giant snake demonic demon would awaken. One could imagine that once the latter awakened, its tyrannical aura would be even more intense. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the giant snake demon's aura was completely released at this moment. Boom! The giant snake demon in front of him instantly released its aura. It had finally woken up. Without the slightest hesitation. Under such circumstances, it opened its eyes. At the same time, a terrifying poisonous gas quickly condensed around its body. Boom! The color of the sky and earth changed. Everything turned into an extremely dense pitch-black color. It directly covered Li Zongjiu. When Hong Long and the others in the distance saw this, they were also stunned. Who would be able to survive the descent of this monstrous poison gas? In the eyes of others, Li Zongjiu himself was definitely going to die. He would be directly poisoned to death by this poisonous gas. Even Ling Yu, who was in the array. When she saw this scene, she was also stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying power was definitely not something that Li Zongjiu could withstand. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was so easily poisoned to death? She could not believe it. The handsome man beside Ling Yu was already clapping his hands and cheering in his heart. At the same time, he felt very happy for Li Zongjiu's overestimation of his own abilities. With such strength, he still wanted to seek the position of commander. This was the result of overestimating one's own abilities. These demons would not give you a second chance. If you were killed, you would be killed. You would not have any chance to start over. Is he dead? The Thousand Moon Sect Master also did not dare to believe it. At least in her heart, she did not dare to believe it. In her opinion, Li Zongjiu would not die so easily. There must be some other reason. Perhaps there would be a miracle. In the next moment, a ray of light appeared directly around the poisonous gas array. Then, an extremely terrifying suction force erupted. The giant snake demon also looked down at its body in shock. There was a trace of astonishment in its eyes. It was as if he was being dragged in by this force. Boom! Finally, the giant serpent demon and the surrounding poisonous gas disappeared in an instant. Li Zongjiu also disappeared together with it. Boom! The surrounding spatial fluctuations made the experts in the city understand one after another. Li Zongjiu actually set up a teleportation array. A teleportation array? At this moment, even the Red Soul City Master could not help but look in the direction of Li Zongjiu. But now, both Li Zongjiu and the Serpent Commander had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Li Zongjiu sacrificed himself to teleport the giant snake demon out. The moment the teleportation array appeared, it also made many people's hearts tremble violently. There was actually such a great person. In this great world, to be able to have such a character was very rare. Now that they saw it, they were indeed a little shocked and surprised. However, Li Zongjiu's departure also successfully relieved the pressure on the Red Soul City. This guy is really... Commander Han, you did not expect Li Zongjiu to have such a backbone. He actually made such a huge sacrifice for the Red Soul City. It was truly admirable. In this way, Commander Han Yu could not say that he would continue to argue with Li Zongjio about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had also been mismanaged. Therefore, there was no need for such a gang to exist. Compared to Li Zongjio's sacrifice today, this gang was nothing at all. If it was destroyed, so be it. Counterattack. The Red Soul City Lord roared. Finally, at this moment, he found the other party's loophole and opportunity. In an instant, all the power was added to his body, helping the Red Soul City Lord's aura soar at this moment. At the same time, he charged towards the 9-peak Sky Realm demons. At this time, he was also accumulating his strength and observing the other party's weaknesses. At this moment, he had also grasped the other party's weaknesses. Coincidentally, the morale of his side had also risen greatly. If he did not counterattack now, when would he? In an instant, this terrifying power exploded. He charged towards these demons. The Red Soul City Lord was fighting. Li Zongjio was not idle either. First of all, Li Zongjio was not dead. Moreover, if Li Zongjio was not confident, he would not joke with his life. The teleportation array in Li Zongjio's hand was teleported to the place. It was not anywhere else. It was the bottle that he had bought previously to store the Chaos Chi. This thing was in his hand. Li Zongjio knew that this bottle was definitely a treasure. It was also a storage space. Although the Chaos Chi seemed like a small strand of energy, it was actually a huge amount of energy. One could clearly feel the terror of this power. For it to be able to withstand the power of the primal Chaos Chi, it was clear that the bottle itself was very powerful. Therefore, the bottle itself was also a powerful magic treasure. The moment he appeared in the bottle, Li Zongjio engaged in a battle with the latter. The Hammer of Chaos will appeared in his hand. He summoned the terrifying and violent primal chaos force, which exploded madly in the small bottle. Although the other party was powerful. However, under Li Zongjio's primal chaos force, they were able to escape. Even then, he would have to admit defeat after getting hurt. Li Zongjio's primal chaos force had beaten them into submission. Immediately, Li Zongjio broke free and successfully escaped from the bottle. Then, he sealed the bottle in his hand. This bottle was originally bought by Li Zongjio. Therefore, the laws of this great world automatically recognized Li Zongjio as the owner of this bottle. It was not surprising that Li Zongjio could control the bottle in his hand. In fact, when he used this method, Li Zongjio was not sure if it would work. In the bottle, he used his mental strength to carve a receiving array for the teleportation array. Then, he used the teleportation array in the outside world to directly teleport the two of them in. Li Zongjio had never tried this method before. Therefore, it was also his first attempt. But now, it seemed to have succeeded. When Li Zongjio's figure landed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He still appeared in the city. However, it was in a more secluded corner. Li Zongjio had placed this bottle in a more secluded place in advance. He would not be at ease if it was in anyone's hands. If the other party directly sealed the bottle, he would definitely not be able to open it and would be done for. Although they had successfully escaped from danger and temporarily sealed the serpent demon, they were still unable to do anything. Li Zongjio's current state was also very bad. His whole body was also surrounded by poisonous gas. Even if Li Zongjio could refine the poisonous gas, the sudden increase of poisonous gas just now was too much and too terrifying. The poison of the other party's realm was too strong. However, danger was still lurking in the city. There were already many demons wandering around. If they found Li Zongjio, they would definitely not show mercy and directly kill Li Zongjio. Wu Shuang, protect me. Li Zongjio was dizzy at this moment. If it took a little longer, he would not be able to hold on. Therefore, he quickly summoned Wu Shuang to protect him. After Li Zongjio's mental strength increased to the celestial realm, he could communicate with Wu Shuang. He was also able to communicate with Wu Shuang, but there was no way for him to reveal Wu Shuang for the time being. He still needed some time. The Wu Shuang sword immediately appeared beside Li Zongjio. It hovered in the air, looking around. Occasionally, one or two little demons would pass by. Li Zongjio also restrained his aura to the minimum. He was also in a state of serious injury. The terrifying poison covered Li Zongjiu's aura and formed a protective barrier. At this moment, Ao Tian and the others in the small mountain house were also a little anxious. However, at least Hong Long had not become the new gang leader. This meant that Li Zongjiu was not dead. Since he was not dead, why did he not appear for the time being? Therefore, Ao Tian and the others were thinking of ways to find Li Zongjiu. Perhaps now was the time when Li Zongjiu was in danger. However, there were too many demons in the city. There was no way to leave. I'll go look for him, Ao Tian said. Back then, Ao Tian was indebted to Li Zongjiu for saving his life. Therefore, Ao Tian sincerely treated Li Zongjiu as his master. Now that Li Zongjiu was in danger, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. He had to step forward bravely. He had some connection with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, he should be able to find him. Hearing that Ao Tian was going out to look for him, the fatty's eyes flashed. At the side, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the fatty. Other than Ao Tian and Li Zongjiu, none of the people present were a match for him. Therefore, he could reap some benefits. Just as the fatty was thinking about it, Ao Tian suddenly appeared in front of the fatty. Then, he smashed the fatty's head with his palm. The fatty fell to the ground, dead. He turned into a soul being. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand why Ao Tian would act so decisively. Before Li Zongjiu left, he had already instructed Ao Tian that if Ao Tian wanted to lead the formation, he had to kill the fatty. This was because the fatty was in cahoots with the others. Originally, he wanted to coordinate with them from the inside. However, he did not expect that. Ao Tian was so strong. Therefore, when Ao Tian killed the other 5, the fatty had already given up on the idea of coordinating with them from the inside. He might as well beat them at their own game and stay here for the time being. The others were not surprised that the fatty was killed. After all, they were all from the same sect. Only the fatty was not from the same sect. Therefore, it did not matter if he was killed. Ao Tian left the formation. At the same time, he attracted the attention of the demons in front of him. He was taken to another place. This temporarily brought some peace to the small mountain residents, but the war continued to break out. The terrifying commotion caused everyone to turn their heads. Ao Tian's figure was very risky in this city, searching for Li Zongjiu's movements. However, the place where Li Zongjiu appeared was also watched by 3 pairs of eyes. In the city, any place would become dangerous. These people would use all kinds of methods to hide their auras. In this way, they could at least ensure a high survival rate. They had even prepared some magic treasures in advance. He was able to completely restrain his aura. Not far from Li Zongjiu, there were 3 people who disguised themselves as a wall. Behind the wall, there were actually 3 people who were closely watching Li Zongjiu. That bottle just now seemed to contain that serpent demon? One of them couldn't help but exclaim. The serpent demon was a pinnacle-level demon, after all. Pinnacle of the heaven realm. He could actually capture it alive. It was already very good to be able to escape, but they did not expect that Li Zongjiu would capture one alive. Such a thing could happen, and after it happened, it was actually seen by the 3 of them. Such a demon can be sold for at least 200,000. 200,000 soul beans, there would definitely be a lot of people who were interested. No one had ever done such a business. Not only that, at least 1 million. That's something that has never appeared before. Another person said with certainty. Looking at the millions of soul beans in front of them, what else was there to say? No matter how big the risk was, they had to get the soul beans first. Otherwise, what would they do if they ran away? However, he missed such a good opportunity. That kid seems to be seriously injured. He's recovering now, and only has that sword to protect him. The 3 people in front of them were all Heaven Realm experts. As a Sky Human Realm expert, he actually did not take the initiative to attack, but instead stayed where he was and made such a move, dragging out an ignoble existence. Of course, there was nothing to criticize, everyone had their own way of living, not to mention, the rest of the people were risking their lives to protect the Crimson Soul City. That was because they had a lot of benefits in the Crimson Soul City. If the city was destroyed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. That was why they were so desperate to protect the Red Soul City. But for people like them, what? They just needed to change a place and live a good life. Of course. If the Crimson Soul City was directly destroyed, these people who were idling in the city would very likely be killed by these demons. These demons did not come to the city for a vacation, but to kill. If the Crimson Soul City Master and the others were unable to kill the demons at the peak of the celestial realm, then these demons would search for other experts and kill them all. Therefore, they still hoped that the Red Soul City Master and the others could win. They were not worried about the Red Soul City Master's side. At this moment, they had to get the 1 million soul beans in their hands first. Of course, they had to seize the time and find an opportunity to attack. Attack! The three of them immediately went on the offensive. Finding an opening where the demons were not around, they rushed out and rushed towards the unparalleled sword in front of them. One of them entangled the unparalleled sword, while the other two quickly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Although Hu Wushuang had not revealed his true body, his will had already awakened. Previously, he was worried that there would be an accident. As expected, such a dangerous accident really did happen. Fortunately, Hu Wushuang had drawn a formation around Li Zhongjiu in advance. Just now, he seemed to be flying aimlessly, but in fact, he was drawing a defensive formation around Li Zhongjiu. When he was attacked by the two, Li Zhongjiu's body automatically released a light screen around him, directly repelling the two of them. Hu Wushuang was also engaged in a fierce battle with the other person. The other party was still a heaven realm existence. Hu Wushuang used his strength to the limit. However, he could only barely resist the latter. I didn't expect this kid to be so vigilant. The two experts who were repelled also touched their noses. A few demons even appeared around them. At this time, if the demons dared to cause trouble, they would be killed directly. No one could stop the three brothers from getting rich. Break his formation. Although the arrangement of this formation was ingenious, it was not unbreakable in terms of strength and power. Therefore, as long as they used a bit of power, they could easily break this formation. It was just that at the beginning, they were a little surprised. Originally, they should have been able to discover it. However, they did not expect such a situation to occur. The main reason was that they were too hasty, so they were repelled and repelled. Although Hu Wushuang was anxious, he was desperately blocked by the people in front of him. In addition, he did not want to show his true body, so his combat power was greatly reduced. At this critical moment, suddenly, a fierce venom attacked from behind the two of them. The two experts were instantly shocked. When they looked back, they quickly propped up a defensive shield with their origin energy. The other party's terrifying venom also rapidly smashed into the defensive barrier of the two people. Roar! Aotian had arrived, his figure landed, and with a swing of his tail, he sent the two of them flying. Obviously, Aotian's arrival had also surprised and shocked them. Aotian landed. Because it was Hu Wushuang who helped him previously, Aotian was somewhat familiar with Hu Wushuang's aura. As such, when Wushuang's aura burst out, he naturally discovered it. Therefore, he desperately chased after it. Finally, he found it. Just in time. Roar! Aotian roared at the people in front of him. He used his voice to intimidate the people in front of him. The people who were tangled with Wushuang's sword quickly retreated. The three of them stood side by side, looking at Aotian. A cold light flashed across their eyes. Where did this bastard come from? This was 1 million soul beans. They could not let this money disappear just like that. No matter how difficult it was, they had to kill Aotian in front of them. Brothers, let's do it. The person in the middle said. When they attacked just now, they tried their best to suppress their aura. They did not completely burst out. This was because once their aura burst out, it would attract the surrounding demons and quickly attack. However, it seemed that it would be difficult to settle this matter peacefully. The item that was worth 1 million soul beans was right in front of them, easily obtainable. How could they give up such an opportunity? Kill! As the voice faded, the aura of the three of them instantly rose. Like a gust of wind, it swept through the city. the aura of the three of them surged instantly. Aotian was taken aback. The three of them were all at the third level of the sky-human realm. With such strength, they still wanted to launch a sneak attack. What were they doing behind his back just now? With such strength, the aura that leaked out just now was extremely weak. The other party unleashed such a strong aura. Clearly, they were not prepared to continue the stalemate. They had to kill Aotian and the rest. Boom, the three of them combined their strength. Instantly, the terrifying energy blasted onto Aotian's body. Aotian immediately unleashed all the scales on his body to resist the terrifying aura of the other party. At the same time, a ball of terrifying venom burst out from Aotian's body. Instantly, the terrifying venom swept towards the three of them. It rushed towards the three of them. Although the venom was strong, its speed was extremely slow. The three of them dodged it easily. Boom, a long flaming whip landed on Aotian's body and tied him up. The other person was quick as well. He swung his whip violently. A terrifying force blasted onto Aotian's body. What appeared in his hand was actually a thorny whip made of yuan power. It tied Aotian up directly. Aotian was in extreme pain. Moreover, this force was extremely strong and wanted to tear him apart. At this moment, the unparalleled sword was attacking wildly. However, the other party was too strong and could not break through at all. Scram! One of them punched the unparalleled sword and sent it flying to the ground. Instantly, the unparalleled sword fell to the ground. It smashed into the ground. It was severely injured. Fortunately, the unparalleled sword had been tempered before. With the support of the Heart of the Blue Sea, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, Aotian could not hold on any longer. He was sent flying by the person who was good at fist techniques. He was severely injured. Hurry up and do it. The surrounding demons are coming. One of them said. There were even some demons that came close and were killed on the ground. Hence, the two of them joined forces to break the formation. Aotian struggled for a while but was unable to get up. In fact, some of the demons had already rushed up and bit Aotian. However, after biting Aotian, this demon died instantly. Aotian was a poison dragon, and the blood on his body was highly toxic. As long as these demons came into contact with it, they would die instantly. This was not surprising at all. Peerless Sword used the last of his strength and quickly rushed out. After the opponent's punch broke the defensive array formation, the unparalleled sword blocked in front of Li Zongjiu. He was prepared to use his life to block this move for Li Zongjiu. Is there something wrong with this sword? Since you want to die so much, then die. His opponent was also forced into a corner by unparalleled sword's tenacious willpower and perseverance. Immediately, his fist came crashing down. He was determined to shatter the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword released all of its power, enveloping Li Zongjiu. It had no intention of leaving. The opponent's strength was approaching, pushing the unparalleled sword to its limit. Just as the unparalleled sword was about to collapse, a warm force wrapped around the unparalleled sword. At the same time, a familiar hand grabbed the hilt in front of him. You've worked hard. Li Zongjiu grabbed the unparalleled sword. At the same time, a surge of origin energy flowed into it, helping the unparalleled sword to heal its injuries. The unparalleled sword was on the verge of shattering under the pressure of such a terrifying force. In addition, it was also severely injured just now. Although Hua Wushuang was a sword spirit, he was also severely injured. Now that Li Zongjiu had poured in his strength, Hua Wushuang could finally heave a sigh of relief. He gently woke him up. Hua Wushuang finally managed to hold on until Li Zongjiu woke up. Immediately, he fell into a deep sleep, unable to hold on any longer. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had woken up, they were relieved. As long as Li Zongjiu woke up, all of them were basically dead. They would no longer be a match for Li Zongjiu. Moreover, according to Li Zongjiu's character, he would definitely not let these people off easily. Indefinite hoop. Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually. The indefinite hoop transformed into the green ghost sword and instantly killed the demon on Aotian's body. At the same time, a surge of origin energy flowed into Aotian's body, helping him heal his injuries. Master. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had woken up, Aotian was overjoyed. As long as Li Zongjiu was still alive. If that was the case, then the injuries he had suffered before were nothing at all. The three of them did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to recover first under such extreme circumstances. Could it be that he was just bluffing? In reality, he had not even recovered from his injuries. How could he recover from such serious injuries so quickly? He must be pretending to be calm here. So what if you have recovered? Hand over the item and we can spare your life. Among the three of them, the one who was good at fist techniques said slowly. There was an undeniable power in his tone. Such a commanding tone made Li Zongjiu smile. In the past, many people had used a superior tone to talk to him. However, the outcome of these people was usually the same. Then you guys are in a worse situation. Because you have no choice, only death awaits you. Li Zongjiu said calmly. His gaze was gentle, and he did not look like a person who was good at killing. After absorbing the venom of the giant snake demon, Li Zongjiu could actually extract the energy from the venom into extremely pure energy. Then, Li Zongjiu's origin energy cultivation level officially broke through. There was no surprise. Li Zongjiu directly stepped into the celestial realm. Although the process was a little dangerous and risky. But for Li Zongjiu? As long as he could make it through, nothing was impossible. This little bit of pain and threat was nothing to him. So you have broken through. No wonder you are so arrogant. But your strength is not enough to support your arrogance. The other party snorted. Then, the three of them looked at each other. The three of them joined forces and burst out the shocking attack. A terrifying flaming fist smashed toward Li Zongjiu. All the demons within 100 meters were burned to ashes by this scorching power. Facing such a threatening and terrifying move, Li Zongjiu immediately raised his fist. The chaotic power condensed in his hand. All of a sudden, he threw out a punch. Boom, the power of the two sides collided. Li Zongjiu's chaotic power tore the other party's power into pieces in an instant. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's figure quickly swept over. The moment he got close, the chaotic hammer of will appeared in his hand. When they saw that Li Zongjiu dared to break into the encirclement of the three of them, they were shocked by Li Zongjiu's bold behavior. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also quickly raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it toward these people. Boom, one of them was directly smashed in the head by Li Zongjiu. He turned into a soul being on the spot. What? Seeing this, the other person was shocked. However, Li Zongjiu's chaotic hammer smashed over again, not giving the other person too much time and chance to hesitate. In an instant, there was a loud boom. Another person was smashed. When the last person saw that his two brothers were dead, it was obvious that he couldn't believe it. They were actually killed in an instant. What kind of strength did Li Zongjiu have? Wasn't this guy just at the innate realm? How could he have such terrifying combat power? He was completely shocked and astonished by this. Then, he quickly wanted to escape. He turned around and left. What million? Now that he was about to lose his life, why would he care about these soul beings? He was about to turn into a soul being. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to kill two of his companions. Then, if Li Zongjiu wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he quickly escaped. You're too slow. Li Zongjiu instantly appeared in front of the other person. He raised his hand. Suddenly, a wave of chaotic energy formed around them. Although it did not form a sealed space. However, the surrounding primal chaos energy seemed to have formed a terrifying bridge that sealed the ladder within, not daring to move at all. Destroy. Li Zongjiu clenched his fist. Immediately, the chaotic energy turned into a terrifying force, completely strangling the other person. Boom. Another 23 soul beings fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. After taking care of the 3 sky human realm experts, Li Zongjiu came in front of Aotian again. If not for Aotian and Wu Shuang, would they have risked their lives? If they had really protected him, he might have been killed by these people already. There was a bit of luck involved. Thinking about it, it was very dangerous. However, Li Zongjiu's luck had always been good. Even in such a dangerous environment, he was still able to come back from death's door. He also cleaned up the surrounding fiendish demons. He brought Aotian back to the mountain residence. That kid is still alive. The man beside Lingyu was shocked when he saw Li Zongjiu flying in the sky. Lingyu also looked over quickly. It was really Li Zongjiu. He's still alive. Lingyu's heavy heart was actually bursting with joy at this moment. This made Lingyu extremely happy. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to survive in such an environment. Where's that huge snake demon? The handsome man also looked around, but he didn't find any trace of the giant snake demon. He was immediately shocked. No matter where Li Zongjiu had sent the huge snake demon to, with the strength and speed of the huge snake demon, it would definitely be able to return quickly. However, so much time had passed. Li Zongjiu himself had returned, but he did not see any trace of the huge snake demon. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had already killed the huge snake demon? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. They did not dare to believe it. Li Zongjiu had such an ability. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, the only person who could kill such a demon was the city governor. No one else had such strength. Hence, this was indeed a little exaggerated. Commander Hanyu and the others also saw Li Zongjiu flying over the city. Undamaged, although the clothes on his body were somewhat tattered, his aura was still intact. He even gave off a feeling that he was stronger than before. This meant that not only was Li Zongjiu unscathed, but he had also managed to escape from such a dangerous situation and obtained a great opportunity. This guy? He really knows how to create miracles. Commander Hanyu had been feeling sorry for Li Zongjiu and had given up on pursuing Li Zongjiu's previous actions and the things he had done to her Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Now that they saw Li Zongjiu appear again, unscathed, they didn't know what to do with Li Zongjiu. It was really a headache. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had taken the serpent demon to some unknown place. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had already dealt with it. Otherwise, it would have rejoined the battlefield long ago. The number of demons descending from the sky had gradually decreased. Obviously, these demons weren't endless. It was mainly because the Red Soul City governor and the others had blocked most of the attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Li Zongjiu returned to the mountain residence. After placing Aotian on the ground, he began to reinforce the surrounding array. This array was quite useful. Half of the crisis had passed. Next, they just had to wait for the governor to kill these top-notch demons one by one. Although there were the 10 commanders supporting him from behind. However, the Red Soul City Lord was the only one who could truly withstand the attacks of these peak sky human realm demons. Li Zongjiu also carefully observed his movements. Every move he made was filled with the deterrence of heaven and earth. The 9 peak fiendish demons were completely suppressed, and they were unable to show their faces. Moreover, as long as one of them was killed, the rest wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be too difficult to clean up this wave of demons. These demons, this should be the only wave, right? Li Zongjiu asked. Hong Long also shook his head. I'm not sure. This kind of situation where demons attack the city rarely happens. Moreover, it's hard to predict what will happen. Li Zongjiu nodded slightly. Before it's really over, everyone can't let down their guard. Li Zongjiu said immediately. The members of the Qin gang also agreed. After witnessing Li Zongjiu's true strength, not a single one of the Green Gang members wasn't filled with admiration for their gang leader. And apart from the governor, who else could deal with these peak sky demons? Only their gang leader, and this person's task was completed. Obviously, Li Zongjiu would soon be conferred the position and title of commander. This kind of honor wasn't something that just anyone could have. The Qin gang would definitely become famous because of this. Li Zongjiu didn't think too much about the consequences. He just felt the power of his breakthrough. Looking at the sky full of demons outside. If he didn't go out and train, it would be a waste. You guys stay here and guard. If there's danger, release the signal. I'll go out and clean up the wave. Why were there so many demons in the sky? To Li Zongjiu, they were walking soul beings. A single demon would have at least 10 soul beings or more. Even if he killed thousands of them, he would still earn tens of thousands of soul beings. What could he do to earn such a high amount of soul beings? At this moment, Li Zongjiu's strength had increased to such a level. These demons couldn't threaten Li Zongjiu at all. Such a good opportunity, he had to go out and harvest a wave of demons. Li Zongjiu rushed out. He used the indefinite ring to imitate the green ghost-fanged sword. He took the lead to clean up the demons around the small mountain residence. These demons couldn't block Li Zongjiu's sword. Previously, when he went to complete the demon group mission, those powerful demons gave Li Zongjiu a lot of trouble. At that time, it would have taken a lot of effort to kill these demons. But now, Li Zongjiu basically killed one with a sword. His left hand was also constantly collecting these soul beans. In the blink of an eye, he had already collected hundreds of soul beans. Li Zongjiu himself was even more so. He directly condensed the power of chaos on his body and then killed the demons in front of him. He cleared the surroundings of the small mountain residence. Li Zongjiu also tried to find a bigger group of demons. Hong Long and the others were stunned by Li Zongjiu's actions. The others were also thinking that they had to hide in a secluded place, or even a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. They couldn't let these demons attack so easily. Then, they just had to attack and defend well. However, Li Zongjiu took the initiative to attack. This attack surprised everyone. There was actually someone who was so daring. Under such circumstances, he purposely rushed into the demon's lair and harvested the lives of these demons one by one. Just as Li Zongjiu was in the mood to kill. Suddenly, he felt that there was a big commotion in front of him. He looked up and saw a group of demons besieging a tall building. These demons kept stacking on top of each other. Their numbers were terrifying and they would be devoured by these demons. The building in front of him was sturdy. It was supported by a formation. On top of this building, Li Zongjiu saw a familiar figure. This person was the Thousand Moon Sect Master that he saw during the mission. On top of the Thousand Moon Tower. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was also frowning. This was because the demons below were about to break through the formation of the Thousand Moon Tower. If this continued, the building would collapse. Just as Xianxia was about to give the order to abandon the building and flee to another safe place, who would have thought that a whirlwind would appear under the building and directly kill all the demons that had gathered under the building? Bang! 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 As the figure made his move, the fiendish demons were also attracted to him. They gave up on attacking the building and quickly attacked the figure. Boom! A large number of demons rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, the strength of these demons was not weak either. Xianxia and the others in the Thousand Moon Tower were using the same method to kill these demons. The sudden appearance of a person had attracted the attention of these demons and reduced the pressure on the Thousand Moon Tower. It's him. Xianxia saw Li Zongjiu once again. She did not even think that Li Zongjiu could be resurrected. Moreover, he had appeared under the Thousand Moon Tower to help them solve their crisis. Thousands of demons rushed toward Li Zongjiu at the same time. Sword of Nirvana. Li Zongjiu circulated his chaotic energy and swept out his sword. In an instant, the thousands of demons were completely annihilated with a loud boom. All of them turned into soul beings and fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. Xianxia looked at this scene with disbelief in her eyes. It was a little too exaggerated. Li Zongjiu's attack had completely solved the problem of the Thousand Moon Tower. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky above the Thousand Moon Tower. The Thousand Moon Sect Master and a group of girls were also stunned by Li Zongjiu's coolness. Even Xianxu's mind could not help but be filled with thoughts. At this moment, she was a little anxious. Facing Li Zongjiu's eyes, Xianxia felt a sense of loss. Why did he save her time and time again and solve her crisis? Li Zongjiu naturally would not answer her question. Instead, he continued to rush in other directions. He killed all the demons in front of him. Naturally, Li Zongjiu did not have any interest in the Thousand Moon Sect Master. He just happened to see a wave of people here and wanted to clean it up. The move just now also earned Li Zongjiu a lot of soul beans. After that, Li Zongjiu continued to chase after the other demons. In the entire Red Soul City, only Li Zongjiu could be so unscrupulous as to chase after demons. These demons were obviously here to attack the city, but now they were being chased by Li Zongjiu. The Crimson Soul City governor's side had also begun to kill all the peak heavenly human realm demons in front of them. In this battle, they lost a lot of experts, but at least they managed to protect the Red Soul City. When the sun shone brightly, the demons gradually retreated. Some directly dug holes on the spot. They drilled into the ground and disappeared. Li Zhongzhou's battle also directly collected close to 200,000 soul beans. He killed close to 2,000 demons. The strength of the heaven realm also gave Li Zhongzhou a strong ability to protect himself. In addition, there was the chaotic energy in his body. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou's strength was also stronger and more terrifying. In this city, he also had the ability to protect himself. This made Li Zhongzhou breathe a sigh of relief. With the strength of the heaven realm, he should be able to deal with the incarnation of the limitless true Lord when he returned. This kind of harmful thing also consumed a lot of Li Zhongzhou's energy. It even made Li Zhongzhou have to come to such a place to increase his strength and defeat the other party. Of course, besides this, Li Zhongzhou also had another goal. That was to learn this powerful curse technique. After many battles, Li Zhongzhou also realized that the cultivation of this curse technique was actually very basic. It was even a very high-end combat skill. Therefore, it was impossible for such an ability to appear in the Xinggu continent. Therefore, in the great world, one also needed to learn curse techniques. The various forces in the macro world were also very magnificent and powerful. If he could bring these forces back, it would at least be a good thing for Li Zhongzhou. Maybe one day, Qi Yanran would also come to this macro world and encounter these things. Li Zhongzhou wanted to pave the way for Qi Yanran and the others. The Qin gang was also a starting point. Since there was such a beginning, he naturally couldn't let it go to waste. Li Zhongzhou returned to the mountain residence. The battle came to an end. The entire Crimson Soul main city was practically crippled by half. Just as Li Zhongzhou was feeling curious and thought that it would take a lot of time and energy to restore such a dilapidated city, Li Zhongzhou thought to himself. However, when the sunlight shone down, everything in front of him was restored. All the broken houses, streets, buildings, and plants were gradually restored under the sunlight, looking brand new. It gave people a feeling that it had never been damaged. It was really surprising and shocking. The power of the macro world is really amazing. Li Zhongzhou looked at the restored Crimson Soul main city. The only difference was that the dead people couldn't be resurrected. The number of people who died in such a huge battle was uncountable. However, it didn't matter. Soon, there would be a lot of people coming from the rebirth forest. Countless people yearned to come to this end of the pursuit of power. Li Zhongzhou had displayed an extremely terrifying strength in this battle, causing the latter's name to spread far and wide. On the contrary, Li Zhongzhou didn't care about this. He was only worried that the bottle in his hand that imprisoned the serpent demon should be able to withstand it. He didn't want it to suddenly explode at this time and bring new trouble to Li Zhongzhou. Commander Hanyue came specially with the city lord's warrant. "You are Li Zhongzhou?" Commander Hanyue's tone was unfriendly because the guy in front of her almost cheated her feelings. She thought that this guy had died heroically for the Crimson Soul main city. She didn't expect this guy to come back to life. "I am." Even before this, Li Zhongzhou wouldn't be afraid of these commanders in the city. If they wanted to play a life and death battle, he would have the chance to play with them. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou had already broken through to the sky-human realm. With his current strength, there was nothing to be afraid of facing these commanders. "This is your commander's warrant. From now on, you are a commander of my Crimson Soul main city. Congratulations." Commander Hanyue was not too fierce to Li Zhongzhou. At the very least, it was because of Li Zhongzhou's intervention that the city was saved from trouble. Otherwise, they would be in great danger right now. It was very likely that they would be devoured by these demons. Therefore, she indeed had to thank Li Zhongzhou. As for the matter of Hanyue Villa and Heavenly Fiend Alliance, she didn't care about Li Zhongzhou. "Seeing that you have contributed so much to the Crimson Soul main city, my Hanyue Villa, we will not care about the matter with Heavenly Fiend Alliance for the time being," Hanyue said. Li Zhongzhou finally understood that the person in front of him was the famous Commander Hanyue. Even these days, Li Zhongzhou had been thinking about how to avoid this Commander Hanyue. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to have a conflict with the latter. Now that they met, he didn't even notice. "So you are Commander Hanyue. I've heard a lot about you. Li Zongjiu said. Not caring about it was a good thing. Coincidentally, he had accumulated a lot of soul beans. He could walk around and buy a place to make it his gang's base. Commander Hanyue rolled her eyes at Li Zongjiu. Fortunately, he had helped. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Li Zongjiu off so easily. In the end, it was not good to argue with this guy now. It was a troublesome matter. Just this time, she had lost a lot. It was all because of Li Zongjiu. Commander Hanyue didn't stay for long and left immediately. After all, there were other missions in the city. If you have thought of your name, just carve it on this token. It will be formed naturally. I'll leave first. If there's anything you don't understand, come to Hanyue Palace to ask me. After Commander Hanyue finished speaking, she also leaped up and left. This was also the first time that the members of the Qing gang had seen the legendary Commander Hanyue up close. They had already heard of her reputation, but they had never expected that they would be able to see her up close this time. It was a feast for the eyes. They had never had such an honor in their lives. Furthermore, Commander Hanyue seemed to take care of their gang leader. She even took the initiative to ask Li Zongjiu to go to Hanyue Palace to find her. What kind of person could have such an honor? Naturally, they were all shocked and surprised. They all waited here to watch a good show. Only his gang leader could have such charisma. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. Li Zongjiu thought about his own name. There was no need to think about it. Without hesitation, he engraved the 2 words Evil Lord on the token. When Li Zongjiu first arrived, he was relatively low-key, so he did not call himself the Evil Lord. But now, Li Zongjiu's strength had almost increased, and he even had a lot of subordinates under him. He had also killed quite a number of powerful enemies. Obviously, there wasn't any problem or pressure to call himself Evil Lord. If anyone had any objections, Li Zongjiu would come and have a talk with them. From then on, the name Evil Lord was established in the Crimson Soul City. Ling Yu and the other array masters also bid farewell to each other after settling some matters. As for Ling Yu, she was very curious about how Li Zongjiu would deal with this big snake demon. Immediately, they all returned to their small mountain residence. Seeing Ling Yu return to her small mountain residence so eagerly. When the handsome man at the side saw this, he quickly had a very big objection to Li Zongjiu. Good boy, how dare you snatch my woman? I won't let you off so easily. There was a trace of viciousness in the handsome man's eyes. After saying this, his figure flashed and he left the Crimson Soul City. Ling Yu was the woman he had his eyes on. What right did this mere Li Zongjiu have to snatch his woman? Therefore, Li Zongjiu must be killed. He Shan also thanked Yiqing profusely. He didn't even know how to thank Yiqing. Yiqing didn't ask for the latter's gratitude. As long as this matter was settled, it was enough. Everything else was easy to deal with. After the meal, Yiqing and the others didn't delay and returned to Falling Autumn Mountain. In a few days, after Spring Wind Academy was fully purchased, they would arrange for Shen Fuling to enter. As for the rest of the time, Yiqing needed to focus on his cultivation. However, the outside world was also in an uproar because Yiqing used the Evergreen Commander's seal this time. Many people started to guess the Yi family's next move. The Yi family rarely displayed their strength in the imperial capital. Although this was a small demonstration, it also served as a huge reminder to the various factions in the city. He wanted to remind these people how powerful the elite troops of the Yi clan were. What exactly was the difference between him and the top? This made it very clear, very clear. However, the Yi family was also targeting Yiqing's actions today. They even held a discussion at the Elders' Council. They thought that Yiqing would at least receive some complaints about Yiqing, but there was no response. There was no news at all. Yiqing directly brought people to tear down the Pang family. The people in the city clapped and cheered. The name of Yiqing, the young master of the Yi family, gradually spread among the people in the imperial capital. They seemed to be happy and excited that such a bully was removed. The Pang family did such a thing. Obviously, their reputation was well known. However, they had a backer and an umbrella above them. No one dared to make a move. Today, they finally met someone who dared to make a move and directly destroyed the Pang family. When they found out that it was the young master of the Yi family who did it, they were even more excited. Even the Yi family's reputation and prestige rose again. Most importantly, Yi Cheng's action of leading the troops didn't even receive any complaints or accountability from any department. Firstly, they didn't dare. Secondly, Pei Yongji had taken care of all the relationships in this matter. He wouldn't let anyone trace it back to Yi Cheng. If Yi Cheng was disturbed, he would definitely arrest Pei Yongji. Therefore, Pei Yongji handled this matter well. The first elder wanted to nominate Yi Cheng for criticism. In the end, he couldn't find anything and could only give up. Furthermore, the Evergreen Commander's tally was in Yi Cheng's possession. With this, it would not be easy for the first elder to punish Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng now knew that the Evergreen Commander's seal was in Yi Cheng's hands. Yi Cheng felt a heavy blow. He even felt his vision turning dark. There was no more chance for him to defeat Yi Cheng again. Yi Cheng had already become an insurmountable mountain. The talents from the other factions in the city also had their own analysis of Yi Cheng. The Yi family's young master's way of doing things was so different from the Yi family itself. Yi Cheng's personality seemed to be more flamboyant. He did things with a high profile and kept a low profile. It was rare to hear of Yi Cheng doing anything big. However, they did not dare underestimate this Yi Cheng, who had been hiding his true strength all this while. Just as Yi Cheng led his troops to destroy the tyrannical Pang family, there was another piece of news. Yi Cheng spent 1.8 billion golden phoenix coins and became the owner of Spring Wind Academy. Even though he didn't buy the whole academy, the principal wouldn't sell the whole thing. After all, it was his own blood, sweat, and tears. Naturally, he would not let the academy fall into the hands of others. However, Yi Cheng's investment made him the biggest shareholder of Spring Breeze Academy in an instant. On the surface, the principal was still the principal, but if there were any changes, they would have to go through Yi Cheng first. He spent 1.8 billion. Chu Han did not expect such a thing to happen in her own hands. Just the amount of banknotes that were sent out today was already an astronomical figure. There were more than a dozen accountants who were counting non-stop. After that, all kinds of documents were sent to Yi Cheng for his signature. Chu Han had originally conducted an investigation on Spring Breeze Academy. Although the dean of Spring Breeze Academy was very ambitious, the latter didn't have much of a network in the imperial capital. It was already very difficult for him to manage this academy. Now, if Spring Breeze Academy had not persisted until now and was about to run out of oil, no one would have interfered. Yi Cheng signed the documents and paid the money, becoming the owner of Spring Breeze Academy. He immediately asked Shen Chongyang to bring Shen Fuling to enroll. Shen Chongyang was simply stunned. He never thought that there could be such a thing. However, Shen Chongyang was also amazed at his luck to meet Yi Cheng. At least when Yi Cheng needed help, he had provided some help and built a good relationship with him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to befriend Yi Cheng. The principal of Spring Breeze Academy was named Qin Feng. Back in the imperial capital, he was definitely an influential figure. He became famous at a young age and traveled for many years to gain experience. He had all kinds of extinct skills, but at the same time, he was ambitious. Therefore, he founded Spring Breeze Academy to cultivate these talents in the future. In the future, he would be able to have students all over the world. However, once he took charge of the academy, it led to a lack of energy in all aspects. Although he accepted Yi Cheng's investment and became the owner of Spring Breeze Academy, he did not allow Yi Cheng to change the rules and regulations of Spring Breeze Academy at will. He could not let Spring Breeze Academy become Yi Cheng's backyard. He absolutely had to prevent such a thing from happening. Qin Feng also purposely contacted Yi Cheng. When he saw Yi Cheng, he was relieved. Qin Feng was more than 50 years old and had seen countless people. When he saw Yi Cheng for the first time, he knew that Yi Cheng was definitely not simple. He also knew that the latter was the young master of the Yi family. He was also a little surprised. Didn't they say that the Yi family was very poor? How could Yi Cheng take out so much money at once? It was a total of 1.8 billion golden phoenix coins, which really shocked him. In the future, Mr. Yi Cheng will also be the honorary president of our academy. Thank you for your help. In the capital, all kinds of academies were blooming. Wanting to recruit some very good seedlings was also quite difficult. However, there was no discrimination in education. Currently, Spring Breeze Academy had more than 600 disciples. If they recruited another 100 this year, the first few batches of disciples should have some achievements. There were a few talents in front of them. This made Qin Feng feel quite gratified. Dean Qin, you're too serious. If the academy needs anything in the future, just come to me. Yiqing was not the stupid son of a landlord. Although he was not interested in money, he would not waste it like this. In fact, some of the famous schools in the city had some powerful people behind them. So it was almost impossible to get a hold of them. And Spring Breeze Academy, a privately founded academy, was in a crack. Plus, Spring Breeze Academy was under a lot of pressure. So, Yiqing made a move at the right time. As for Shen Foling's admission, it could only be said to be a coincidence. But in fact, Shen Foling did not have many choices. Some of the real nobles in the capital and royal academies were difficult to get into. Even if she got in, the learning atmosphere would not be what one imagined. Only Spring Breeze Academy was considered to be outstanding among the ordinary people. However, it was precisely because it was outstanding that it was naturally suppressed by some people. That was why such a situation occurred. It was a bargain for Yiqing. A mere 1.8 billion golden phoenix coins was enough to control an academy with limitless potential? That would be a very profitable deal. With Mr. Ye's words, I am relieved. Qin Feng's impression of Yiqing was not bad. After all, Yiqing was different from those young masters who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Recently, he had heard some of Yiqing's abilities. So, Qin Feng was quite relieved. But as for asking Yiqing to help, it was not necessary. After a simple chat, Qin Feng also hurriedly bid farewell. Obviously, Qin Feng had his own things to do. He did not have much time to chat with Yiqing. Chu Han sent Qin Feng away. She was also quite puzzled about Yiqing's plan for Spring Breeze Academy. Yiqing, the top 5 academies in the city have already attacked Spring Breeze Academy. If we interfere with Spring Breeze Academy, it is almost equivalent to going against the top 5 academies. Chu Han said worriedly. It was hard to say who was behind the top 5 academies. They could always find someone who was stronger and had a higher status to deal with you. A mere Spring Breeze Academy can make the top 5 academies afraid. Tell me, how capable do you think such an academy is? That one sentence from Yiqing made Chu Han understand everything. When he put it that way, it did make sense. For the same thing, a normal person might only be able to see the bad side of the matter, but those who had their own ideas could see the good side, the unusual side. It was also this kind of eyesight that made them stand out from the rest. After seeing it, they had to have greater courage to do such a thing directly instead of just thinking about it on the spot. Only after they had truly put in action would they have the courage to do such a thing. Only by doing so could they accomplish such a thing. Chu Han thought about it carefully. It was indeed the case. If Spring Breeze Academy was not that capable, in the hearts of the people, it would not have such a high status. At the same time, it would not allow the top academies to join forces to suppress Spring Breeze Academy. Other people did not dare to support Spring Breeze Academy, but Yiqing dared. The current Yiqing had almost nothing to be afraid of. In the city, there was nothing he did not dare to do. Yi family. What, Yiqing bought Spring Breeze Academy? When the Yi family's first elder heard the news, he jumped up from his chair. He almost smashed the desk in front of him. He glared at the person who came to report. Doesn't he know that Spring Breeze Academy's president, Qin Feng, offended King Xiang? King Xiang. Among the rankings of these princes, he was definitely the most ferocious one. At the same time, he was also very rude to the Yi family because before this, King Xiang had also been in charge of the north. However, the Yi family's fighting strength was too strong, and they were very united internally. Therefore, they easily squeezed King Xiang out. The great emperor, in order to protect King Xiang's reputation, allowed King Xiang to come back and rest. However, King Xiang himself could not stay idle, so he led his troops to quell some bandits and the like. At the same time, the only one who could take over the Yi family's military defense in the north was King Xiang. This Prince Xiang in front of him was not weak. He also had rich experience in fighting against the barbarians. If not for the Yi family's strength being too strong, the ones guarding the north would be King Xiang's troops. Now, King Xiang's troops were cleaning up the surroundings of Fenglin City. Firstly, it was to find something to do. Secondly, it was to let his troops maintain their fighting strength and maintain a state of training. Only in this way could they maintain enough fighting strength. In conclusion, King Xiang was not a person to be trifled with. If you were to provoke him, the situation would be very bad. Yiqing did not consider this at all. He did not care at all. No matter how much you said, it was useless. The Yi family was angered to death by Yiqing's actions. Originally, the Yi family could be considered to have deliberately avoided conflict with King Xiang. They did not give the latter a chance to act out. After all, King Xiang was also a member of the royal family. Even if the Yi family could win, it was equivalent to provoking the entire royal family. It was not good for the Yi family. The Yi family also tried their best to avoid conflict with King Xiang. Now, it was all good. It could be said that the peaceful days in the city had come to an end. Yiqing's ability to stir up trouble was self-taught. It could even be said that in the future, no one could surpass him. No matter how things would develop next, it would not be the worst, only worse. The Yi family's first elder was very angry at what Yiqing had done. However, in private, he hoped that Yiqing could stir up some more trouble. This way, there would be a good show. It seemed that Yiqing would play himself to death sooner or later. By then, Yiqing would be able to lead the Yi family once again. There was still hope for the future. Do your best to court death, ha ha ha. The first elder was laughing maniacally in his heart. Yiqing's residence. Xianxia would often send over some proper herbs. It could be considered an exclusive benefit. After all, some medicinal herbs were very precious. If they were taken away, it was unknown when they would be able to find them again. It was something that could only be found by chance. But today, Xianxia not only brought the herbs, but also a message. In the eastern ancient forest, there are traces of snow lotuses that have flown in for 10,000 years. If you are interested, you can go together. Several major pharmacies are also making their moves. The Yingchun Hall's strength is not enough to stop them. Snow lotuses flew over. Just from the name alone, there was a mystical feeling. It was precisely because this flying snow lotus was extremely rare. Moreover, it could move on its own, growing without roots. It was rumored that there was a young man who begged for medicine. Day and night, he prayed for a divine medicine to descend from the heavens to save his gravely ill mother. Then, the flying snow lotus descended on this very night. Of course, these rumors were all nonsense. Only some idiots would believe them. However, this did not affect the reputation of the flying snow lotus. It was rumored that the flying snow lotus could easily cure all kinds of illnesses. It might not be able to bring the dead back to life, but as long as one was still breathing, the flying snow lotus could save one's life. Naturally, everyone would want to get their hands on such a divine medicine. Flying snow lotus? Yiqing was also slightly surprised. He knew about this item. It was extremely rare because the birth of the flying snow lotus required the surroundings to be baptized by the power of the heavens. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the flying snow lotus to be born. There were no conditions for its formation. However, if the flying snow lotus was used to refine medicine, it would be an excellent item. Let's go. You guys lead the way. Yiqing said. Coincidentally, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck recently. At this time, he needed to find some herbs. Furthermore, the flying snow lotus itself was an extremely rare item. It was truly something that could only be found by chance. However, if he wanted to get the flying snow lotus, he would need to prepare some manpower. Otherwise, it would be difficult to snatch it from the hands of the 3 herb merchants. Naturally, Yiqing called Qing Feng and the rest over again. He brought a total of 50 people. At the same time, Yiqing also called Shen Chongyang over. Currently, Yiqing had not come into contact with martial king experts. Of course, the Yi family had some. However, Yiqing did not have the evergreen commander's seal to mobilize martial king experts. When everyone was gathered, it was already afternoon. The Chu clan had specially dispatched a master herb gatherer named Chu He. Chu He was good at finding herbs. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find these herbs in the wilderness. Only with sufficient experience could one use the surrounding environment, climate, terrain, and other factors to find the herbs. A professional guide was needed. Qing Feng and the rest were not interested in where they were going. They only needed to listen to Yi Cheng's orders. The group quickly set off towards the eastern ancient forest. Just like that, they left. Those who were paying close attention to Yi Cheng's movement started to guess what Yi Cheng was going to do when they saw him set off with the Chu family. Furthermore, he even brought 100 Qing Feng cavalry soldiers with him. It was obvious that Yi Cheng was going to do something big again. As long as this guy moved, the situation in the capital would change as well. Following Yi Cheng's movements. Fortunately, this time, Yi Cheng and the rest left the city directly and did not cause trouble for those people. Yi Cheng led the group out of the city. The ancient forest this time was about 150 miles away from the imperial city. However, the group sped up and arrived at the ancient forest by dawn of the second day. The forest ahead was dense and dense. This is the Black Earth Forest. Most of the ferocious spirit beasts in the forest are Earth-type ferocious spirit beasts. Although they are not fast, their defense and endurance are extremely high. Qing Feng already had a rough understanding of the surrounding terrain. Change to the armor-piercing shield and use a blunt hammer, Qing Feng said. The cavalrymen under him also changed their weapons, changing to a thick defensive shield. In the middle of the shield, there was a small spike. This spike was not to be underestimated. Just the tip of his finger was enough to easily break through the thick and heavy defense. It was the perfect weapon to deal with these Earth-type ferocious spirit beasts. Gung Hu and the rest saw Qing Feng's actions. They were neat and tidy, and they were impressed. For a troop to be able to do this, they were naturally very strong. They chose the best weapons and armor according to the terrain and the characteristics of the ferocious spirit beasts. One look and one could tell that they were very professional. Qing Feng led the cavalrymen to open up a path on the left and right. This made the work of Gung Hu and the rest much easier. There were also crossbowmen on the left and right. The moment they noticed any movement, they would attack with lightning speed. Their eyes were as cold as blades. Chu He also followed the previous path, trying to find the traces of the snow lotus. However, they had only entered the forest for 1,000 meters when they met a group of people. So. More than 10 black-cloaked figures rushed out. There was a long blade at their waist. Stop. The imperial capital's medicine spirit manor has completely sealed off this area. No one is allowed to enter the forest. Medicine Spirit Manor, one of the top 3 herb merchants in the imperial capital. Qing Feng and the rest immediately stepped forward, protecting Yi Cheng behind them. Get lost, Qing Feng said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes condensed. The black-clothed swordsman blocking Qing Feng's way was obviously intimidated by Qing Feng's aura. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You guys don't know what's good for you. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the medicine spirit manor? Do you believe that I won't kill you all? There were only about 30 of them, but they dared to be so arrogant. Yi Cheng's side had more than 100 people. They dared to be so arrogant in the face of so many enemies. Kill. Yi Cheng waved his hand. He ordered. Qing Feng and the rest didn't hesitate at all. The crossbows in their hands shot out sharp arrows. So. After a round of arrows, the 30 top-notch swordsmen's chests were pierced. More than half of them fell. The remaining ones instantly understood that these people were not to be trifled with. The leader tried to escape while trying to send a signal. At this moment. But it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Bang! The 3 volleys of the green-tip cavalry unit had killed all of these 30-odd people. Chu Mingxi and the rest kept quiet out of fear. Seeing such a scene, they didn't dare to speak. In the eyes of the Qing Feng cavalry, there was nothing that they couldn't kill. With these people's standards, they didn't recognize Yi Cheng's greatness. They were too stupid to think that Yi Cheng and the rest would retreat. Other than stupid, there was no other way to describe them. Immediately, the Qing Feng cavalry sent 2 of their men forward to finish off those who were still breathing. They made sure that no one was left alive, and there wouldn't be any accidents. Such an absolute method indeed caused Shen Chongyang and the others to feel astonished. To be able to do such a thing, one needed to have enough experience. Normal people couldn't reach such a level. These people from the medicine spirit manor were unlucky. With such strength, they dared to seal off the road. If other people had heard of your medicine spirit manor's reputation, they would have been afraid of you and would have avoided you. But they had to meet Yi Ching, a person who was never afraid of trouble. As the group moved forward, there were traces of a large number of people moving around. Clearly, the others had already arrived at this place ahead of them. Yi Ching and the rest also quickened their pace. They rushed straight to a nameless mountain peak. Just as they were rushing forward, suddenly, Yi Chang's ears twitched. There was a very soft sound of an attack in front. It was a hidden arrow. Clang, Qing Feng immediately leaped up and used the shield in his hand to block this hidden arrow. A sharp arrow was deflected away. Team 2, take down this person. The order was given. Immediately, 5 cavalrymen rushed out. Qing Feng's reaction was very fast. In this forest, it was very normal for arrows to sneak up on him. Team 2 immediately rushed forward. They were not far away from Yi Cheng's team, and the cavalry was so fast that the archer could only run away. There was no way he could stop them. The archer was arranged by Medicine Spirit Manor to ambush them. Not only that, there were many experts around him. Team 2, who rushed out, quickly killed the archer. The latter did not expect the cavalry to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the archer and killed him. Surrounded by 5 elite cavalrymen, the archer had no chance to escape. At this moment, in the deeper part of the forest, some of the herb gatherers of Medicine Spirit Manor had received the news. A group of cavalrymen had actually killed their men. The leader of Medicine Spirit Manor was the young master of Medicine Spirit Manor. This time, the young master of Medicine Spirit Manor had come to look for the flying snow lotus in person. However, the flying snow lotus was too secretive. The young master of the Medicine Spirit Manor was very anxious. A large number of people had been patrolling the area for a long time. Perhaps the snow lotus had already been taken by someone else. The young master of the Medicine Spirit Manor was very anxious. A large number of people had been patrolling the area for a long time. If they returned without finding anything, it would be a great humiliation for the young master of Medicine Spirit Manor. Just as the young manor master was in a bad mood, he heard that his men had been attacked, and that the other party had been quite ruthless. They did not leave any room for negotiation. Is it the other two? The 3 big herb gatherers were not in a cooperative relationship. The competition between them was very fierce. When he heard about this, the young master of Medicine Spirit Manor, Yu Huaquan. At the same time, he was also suspecting that it was the other 2 families who had done it. Doesn't look like it? They don't have a flag, and our men don't have a chance to talk to them? Before they could talk, they started to kill. Obviously, these people were there to cause trouble. This immediately enraged the young manor lord. He didn't even bother looking for the snow lotus in his hand. Instead, he chose to find this guy first. I want to see who it is that dares to be my enemy. Release the signal and call everyone here. Gather the other 2 groups as well. Often, searching for medicinal herbs in the wilderness was a very dangerous thing to do. The more precious the spiritual herb was, the higher the possibility of encountering a powerful ferocious spiritual beast. Therefore, they needed to prepare enough manpower. Otherwise, they could only watch as the ferocious spiritual beasts snatched the spiritual herbs away. This kind of thing was not uncommon. However, the Medicine Spirit Manor was one of the 3 major pharmacies. They must have sufficient strength to be able to do such a thing. He had to ensure that every time he snatched something, there would be results. He would never allow others to snatch away his own results. This was a matter of great importance. Therefore, they would have ample manpower. Just this time alone, they had prepared more than 300 people in this forest. Immediately, Yu Huaquan sent out a signal to mobilize the people who were searching in the other areas. At this time, he also sent out a signal that there was an enemy attack. They had to surround the enemy from the side. They must take down the enemy and not allow the latter to continue to be arrogant. Qing Feng and the others also saw the signal. Immediately, his subordinates began to analyze the signal. Every household had their own unique communication method. It must be under such circumstances that they could send out their own information in a secret way. However, the Qingfeng Cavalry Regiment also had a course on how to decipher messages. Therefore, once the signal was sent out, they had to find the enemy's trace directly. They have 3 groups and are ready to surround us. Young master, we should kill them from the side and seize the opportunity. Qingfeng said. They didn't know the number of people and strength of the enemy. No matter how competent Qingfeng was, he couldn't let his guard down and rashly divide his troops. Once his troops were divided, it would be difficult to rescue them if they encountered a dangerous situation. They wouldn't even be able to rescue them. If they knew the enemy's strength, they could take the risk and try. I'll listen to you guys. Yiqing wouldn't make the decision on his own. After all, Qingfeng was a professional and had a lot of experience in battle. Although Yiqing was good at alchemy, he was still lacking in this aspect. He needed to put in some hard work and study. Troops on the left, attack the formation, kill the enemy when you see them. Qingfeng was a veteran who had climbed out from a pile of dead people. When they were in the imperial capital, they would not be soft-hearted at all, let alone now. When they were attacking, they would not be soft-hearted at all. Since they had encountered each other in such a situation and the other party had surrounded them, they had to be the first to defeat these people. Otherwise, it would be difficult to suppress the arrogance of these people. The 100 men of the cavalry regiment immediately formed a triangular attack formation. Although it was a simple formation, it was very practical. Chu Mingxi and the others were also watching the movements and reactions of these people. Facing different situations, they could find different ways to deal with it and react quickly. They were indeed very professional and strong. Everyone who saw it was in awe. No one dared to go against such an army. Deng Hu and the others were naturally even more impressed. As expected of the most elite guards in the imperial capital. To be able to achieve such a level and display such strength, it shocked all of them. Although it was just some small movements, these people could do it perfectly. Close to 100 people, but only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. They either didn't have any footsteps at all, or they slowed down their footsteps. This kind of aura was indeed very strong. Once they encountered an enemy, they would be like a ferocious tiger, devouring the enemy in an instant. This was the strength of their own strength. There are enemies in front? The archer exclaimed. Similarly, more than 100 people appeared in front of them. Of course, these people were in a state of wandering, as if they were conducting a carpet search. When they saw these people, they also saw that their clothes were exactly the same as the people from before. And when the other party discovered them, they didn't hesitate to send out a signal. This was the signal of an enemy. However, the moment the signal was sent out, Qingfeng and the others had already launched their attacks, charging out at lightning speed. The number of enemies wasn't small, and they weren't weak either. But after encountering the Qingfeng cavalry, the formation collapsed quickly. Many of them were killed on the spot, their skulls separated from their bodies. Arrows pierced through their throats. Yiqing was also watching the group's actions. They were indeed well trained, and that was evident from the series of actions that they took. In less than 5 minutes, half of the enemy's men were dead. The leader of the other party had also realized that the strength of these cavalry was not simple. Immediately, he roared. Retreat! These people are not simple. We are no match for them. Call for reinforcements. In the blink of an eye, they fled. If they continued to wait, the arrows of the other party would be able to kill them. These people were too strong. They had to retreat first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold on. If this continued, everyone would die. None of them were a match for a jungle battle. Looking at these people, Yiqing couldn't help but nod. Not bad. If there were 10,000 of them, they would be able to take down a dynasty. Yiqing didn't have much of an idea, but a master couldn't take down a city. You could only destroy the city. But you couldn't take over the city or even the whole dynasty. Hearing Yi Cheng's praise, Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly. Obviously, he was very proud of himself. Training the Qingfeng cavalry requires a lot of resources. The Yi family can only afford 500 of them. If we could have 10,000 of them, not to mention taking down a dynasty, any army in the dynasty would be no match for us. It was rare for Qingfeng to say so much. At least it was something that wasn't part of the mission. Before sending the Qingfeng cavalry unit into battle, the standard of combat strength was like this. As a matter of fact, there were still many variables in the real battle. Plus, even though the Qingfeng cavalry had a lot of experience, this was the first time they were sent into a real battle. The opponents were too weak. Therefore, Qingfeng was in a good mood. In a short 5 minutes, Yu Huaquan received 2 signals. The first signal was that they had encountered an enemy. When they saw this signal, they were excited. They had to stop these people and give them a good beating. In the end, the second signal was the signal that they were fleeing. What was going on? When Yu Huaquan saw this signal, he was stunned. Could it be that the enemy was a ferocious spirit beast army? They defeated his men so quickly. Let the others meet up with us first. I want to see who these people are. The more arrogant the enemy was, the more excited Yu Huaquan was. Defeating a weak opponent could not even be considered an opponent. Only by trampling such a powerful enemy under his feet would he feel such satisfaction in his heart. That was why he felt so excited. The enemy had to be strong enough to attract Yu Huaquan's interest. Just as Yu Huaquan was about to search for Yi Cheng's location, the Azure Tip Cavalry Regiment had already confirmed their location. When Yu Huaquan's men made their move, they had already sent people out. They had to confirm the enemy's location first before they could attack. That was an undeniable fact. Qingfeng was naturally aware of this. Therefore, it only took a few minutes. The Qingfeng cavalry had already surrounded them, and the crossbows in their hands fired a volley of arrows. Some of the weaker guards were immediately wiped out. There were 2 white-haired old men beside Yu Huaquan. Suddenly, they felt the sharp aura in the air and quickly blocked the aura. Young master, be careful. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, all the buildings that were destroyed were directly restored under the power of the rules, and were in perfect condition. Li Zongjiu also obtained a large amount of soul beans. Of course, the most important thing was that the Qing gang's reputation had spread. Li Zongjiu's own strength had also increased greatly. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry to do other things. Instead, he went into seclusion for 2 days. He adjusted his own strength. This seclusion caused Ling Yu, who came to find Li Zongjiu, to be shut out for 2 consecutive days. Ling Yu, who was originally in high spirits, was instantly extinguished. This guy is really a big shot. Evil Lord? You really dare to give a name. Ling Yu could not help but think. It had to be said that Li Zongjiu was indeed quite bold. One must know that there were not many people who dared to call themselves supremes. At the very least, they had to be at the heavenly monarch realm to have such confidence. If one could not bear the luck brought by their name, then they would be crushed by their own fame. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. After waiting for 2 days, finally, Li Zongjiu came out of seclusion. Ling Yu also came to visit again. He learned from Hong Long that Ling Yu had been here several times already. Although Li Zongjiu was cold, Ling Yu's character was not bad. Moreover, the strength she displayed in the big battle was remarkable. Moreover, from the looks of it, she belonged to the core of the Scarlet Spirit capital city. Otherwise, she would not belong to the city lord level battle circle. It could be said that without these array masters, the Scarlet Spirit capital city would be in a very bad state. Ling Yu in front of him had also made an indelible contribution to protect the Scarlet Spirit capital city. Therefore, after coming out of seclusion and hearing that Ling Yu had come, he immediately let her in. One must know that this place belonged to Ling Yu. Li Zongjiu was only temporarily renting this place. Why are you looking for me? After Li Zongjiu and Ling Yu met, they didn't exchange many pleasantries. Ling Yu didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward. He wanted her to make a long story short. Ling Yu was really angered by Li Zongjiu's way of treating his guests. Couldn't she sit here for a while longer? I'm here to ask, how did you deal with that giant snake demon? Ling Yu asked straightforwardly. Just in time. Show me how to deal with this thing. Li Zongjiu took out the serpent demon trapped in the bottle. For the past 2 days, Li Zongjiu had been paying close attention to this bottle. Although the bottle had been used to store chaotic qi, it seemed like the serpent demon had found a way to continuously attack the bottle. It wanted to escape from the bottle. Li Zongjiu sensed that the bottle didn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. If he wanted to change the bottle, the serpent demon would escape in an instant. It was basically impossible to catch it again. When Li Zongjiu took out the bottle in his hand, Ling Yu glanced over and was instantly shocked. You actually caught it alive." Ling Yu's beautiful eyes were full of shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. How did Li Zongjiu do it? He was actually able to directly capture a demon at the peak of the celestial realm alive. Even the Crimson Soul City Lord didn't have such ability. Although he could kill it, he didn't have the ability to capture it alive. This was a very difficult thing in itself, because a demon at the peak of the celestial realm was really too terrifying. This was simply playing with fire and getting burned. "I engraved a transmission array in this bottle," Li Zongjiu said. Ling Yu also remembered that at the beginning, Li Zongjiu did use the transmission array to take the serpent demon away. At that time, almost everyone thought that Li Zongjiu directly died with the serpent demon. Later, Li Zongjiu also suddenly appeared. It also surprised everyone. They didn't know how Li Zongjiu came to be able to create such a miracle. "You're really bold." Ling Yu was also stunned by Li Zongjiu's behavior. He actually dared to do such a bold thing. One should know that if he was careless, it was very likely that Li Zongjiu and the serpent demon would be trapped together in the bottle. In that case, it was very obvious what would happen. It was impossible to leave alive. There was no other way at that time. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It could be said that Li Zongjiu himself was very brave. In such a critical moment, he could think of such a way. At the same time, it also showed that Li Zongjiu's cultivation in array formations was very solid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete the transmission array in such a critical situation. It was indeed very impressive. This thing is very dangerous. The bottle is already extremely unstable. After a while, it will definitely explode. Now that the city lord is in a state of seclusion, if this serpent demon is released, it will be a disaster for the Red Spirit City. Ling Yu said calmly. Li Zongjiu naturally knew that if it wasn't for the fact that the situation was getting out of control, he wouldn't have shown this thing to Ling Yu. The main reason was that Ling Yu was more pleasing to the eye, and Li Zongjiu had enough strength to protect himself now. Even if Ling Yu had any bad intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Ling Yu. Ling Yu probably didn't even dream of it. Li Zongjiu actually wanted to kill her. He was so guarded against her. However, she was also trying her best to think of a way to get rid of this serpent demon. In the entire city, only the city lord had the strength to kill the serpent demon. But the city lord had gone through such a tragic battle. Now he was in seclusion to recuperate. Obviously, the city lord of Red Spirit City had consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to go into seclusion. Now the only person who could kill the serpent demon was in seclusion, unless he went to find the city lord of other cities. But this thing was actually very valuable. Very few people could capture such a top demon alive. I have a way to try. Ling Yu suddenly thought of it, and her eyes shone brighter. The first few chapters are wrong, please ignore it, because it's too long ago, the changes can't be synchronized with other parts, please forgive me. What method? Li Zongjiu asked. This is a formation that I used to study. It's called the Plunder Formation. But ever since the formation was completed, there hasn't been enough energy to activate the formation. Plunder Formation, hearing the name of the formation, one could roughly guess the effect of the formation. Then, Ling Yu explained the general idea of the Plunder Formation to Li Zongjiu. She didn't hide anything and was very direct. If we want to plunder the power of this thing, we need someone to absorb it. Li Zongjiu said. This plunder array formation was equivalent to a forceful transformation array formation. It could directly plunder the power of anything thrown into the array formation. However, the power of the plunder also needed a carrier. It had to be able to store the power. If there wasn't, it would be difficult for the formation to succeed. With the strength of the three of us, we should be able to absorb the power of this big snake demon. After all, the conversion rate of the plunder formation is at most 1/10. Ling Yu said. The three of us? Li Zongjiu frowned. And my sister, Ling Shui. Take me to see your formation first. Li Zongjiu said. This was an urgent matter, but in fact, this thing was nothing to Li Zongjiu. After all, if he really couldn't control this thing, he could just find a place and throw it away. By then, there would naturally be someone to deal with him. He couldn't possibly follow me all the way. Moreover, it was impossible for this guy to kill his way into the main city alone. Although the Red Soul City Lord was now in seclusion, everything in the city had been restored. At least, he still had the power to protect himself. The other party could only wait for an opportunity to find trouble with Li Zongjiu. Before that, Li Zongjiu had reconfirmed his gang's encampment. This guy couldn't be arrogant either. Therefore, there were many ways to deal with the latter, but it depended on which method would benefit Li Zongjiu the most. This was the real key. Naturally, he didn't care about anything else. In this great world, everyone only had one goal, and that was to become even more powerful. Li Zongjiu also had the same idea. Now, Li Zongjiu's strength had reached the celestial realm. But if he wanted to become stronger, Li Zongjiu would definitely not refuse to improve his strength. Even after returning, he would definitely be able to protect himself. That was merely an incarnation of an avatar. If this guy's real body descended, Li Zongjiu would naturally have to deal with him. The latter's real body's strength was at the Heavenly Lord realm. Li Zongjiu might not have so much time and opportunity to improve his strength next time. Therefore, he had to master this power. Improve his strength. Learn powerful incantations, this was Li Zongjiu's current goal. And the plundering array that Ling Yu mentioned was, at least in Li Zongjiu's opinion, quite worth it. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would really have sold this big snake demon directly in exchange for a large amount of soul beans. Then, it wouldn't be too late to improve his strength. Now that he had the ability, the soul beans basically all automatically ran into his pocket. Now, the Green Gang had Li Zongjiu's reputation as the commander of the evil lord. Instantly, it became popular. Especially Li Zongjiu previously. It was said that he single-handedly destroyed the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and Commander Mishur. He could be said to be very powerful. His reputation could be said to be at the peak of the city. In addition, the Green Gang was already a second-grade gang. The number of people that could be recruited would increase. Many people paid the membership fee one after another in order to join the Green Gang. This kind of strength was indeed very powerful. Li Zongjiu didn't have to do anything every day, but he still had a lot of soul beans to earn. At least for Li Zongjiu, he didn't have to worry about this small amount of soul beans. In the future, he only had to wait for an opportunity to bring the entire Green Gang to complete a mission with more benefits. Then, the entire Green Gang's strength would increase. By then, Li Zongjiu would be even richer. Ling Yu also sent out a signal and called Ling Shui over. When Ling Shui saw Li Zongjiu and Ling Yu walking together, a trace of mischief appeared in her eyes. I told you, no one can resist your charm. Ling Shui said with a smile. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about these things at all. They were both people who had experienced so many things. How could they not be able to tolerate such a small tease? The array base of the array is somewhere outside the city. Let's go. Ling Yu glared at Ling Shui and said. After which, Ling Yu brought Li Zongjiu and Ling Shui out of the city. Along the way, Ling Yu also told Ling Shui about this matter. Ling Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She immediately widened her eyes and looked at Li Zongjiu. She really didn't expect Li Zongjiu to have such courage. Such a bold method wasn't something that anyone could think of, nor was it something that anyone dared to do. Only a true expert would be able to achieve such a feat. Therefore, Ling Shui admired Li Zongjiu even more in her heart. However, Li Zongjiu didn't want to explain the situation at that time. If there were any other way, Li Zongjiu would never have done it. Moreover, if Li Zongjiu's chaotic body hadn't resisted the powerful poison of the serpent demon, Li Zongjiu would have been a dead man by now. The three of them left the city quietly. Although their whereabouts were very well hidden, they were still seen by someone who was observant. This person was the handsome man who stayed by Ling Yu's side. Pei Feng wasn't a commander, nor was he from the Scarlet Spirit City. He came from the Sky Spirit Valley, as a hidden sect, the Sky Spirit Valley didn't keep a low profile. On the surface, it was hidden between heaven and earth. In fact, it often sent its disciples down the mountain to promote the spirit of the sect. Because of this, even though the Spirit Valley sect was a hidden sect, it was still known by others. The reason why they hid was because they found a treasure land and didn't want to share it with others. Pei Feng also came here for the enrollment of the Spirit Valley sect. At the same time, Ling Yu and her sister were also disciples of the Spirit Valley sect. Pei Feng originally coveted Ling Yu, but he couldn't get her. He didn't expect that the usually cold Ling Yu would be so interested in Li Zhongjiu. Wait until I destroy this kid. Let's see if you can still talk and laugh. Ling Yu and the others didn't know that they were being watched while they were out. However, Li Zhongjiu was aware of it. After all, Li Zhongjiu was now the leader of the Qin gang. After he took over, Li Zhongjiu needed to protect himself the most. Therefore, if anything happened, it would be convenient for him to protect himself. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had arranged for some people to follow him secretly in the city. The main thing was that he needed to know if there were other people following him secretly. This little bit of insurance still needed to be taken. Soon, some people discovered Pei Feng's movements. They passed the news to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu himself wasn't in a hurry. With his current strength, even if someone really wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be an easy task. Li Zhongjiu could easily deal with the other party. However, he was not in a hurry now. Li Zhongjiu wanted to see what these people were up to first. Ever since he had taken control of the Qin gang, basically all the members of the gang had become Li Zhongjiu's informants. He had a panoramic view of everything. News from all directions quickly gathered in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could clearly grasp the movements around him. Since Pei Feng wanted to deal with Li Zhongjiu decided to investigate Pei Feng's background first. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu made arrangements to eliminate Pei Feng at any time and create some opportunities to kill Pei Feng. Ling Yu and Ling Shui brought Li Zhongjiu to a place with beautiful scenery. There was a waterfall that hung directly on the mountain peak. It kept falling. There was a small wooden house by the river. It was very secluded and quiet. Staying in such a place was considered a peaceful environment. Li Zhongjiu liked this kind of place. Previously, when we were living in seclusion here, most of the runes were completed here. I carved a plundering rune under this waterfall. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, there would be a period of time where they would choose to live in seclusion. However, as time passed, they would return to the city due to various reasons, and it would be difficult for them to leave. It was normal for him to go back and forth. Li Zhongjiu saw that there were indeed traces of a formation at the bottom of the river. He was very smart to hide the formation under the river so that it wouldn't suffer any accidental damage. When no one was watching over it, it would be able to preserve the formation more completely. Otherwise, who knows what kind of situation would occur in the outside world. It was a very common thing to destroy an array that had already been drawn. In that case, let's begin. On the way here, in order to save time, Ling Yu had already explained how to carry out the rune because Li Zhongjiu seemed to be very busy. Li Zhongjiu really couldn't understand. What was he thinking about all day long when he was with two beauties? Why was he in such a hurry? Where was he going? Li Zhongjiu didn't know how to cherish the moment he was given. In that case, she chose to do things according to the rules. The power of the serpent demon was too strong. Therefore, at least the three of them needed to work together to absorb the power of the plundering rune and maintain the stability of their own strength. Li Zhongjiu handed the bottle that contained the serpent demon to Ling Yu. Ling Yu first made some carvings on the bottle and directly connected the bottle with the plundering rune. In this way, she could plunder the power of the bottle. Then, she directly threw the bottle into the water. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu and the other two also sank into the water. Before entering the water, Li Zhongjiu also arranged for Li Zhongjiu to hide on the shore and pay attention to the situation outside. If there were any problems, he could inform Li Zhongjiu in time. As a defensive measure, he couldn't pin his hopes on the two women in front of him. Although the two women had some skills, they were still very inexperienced in the underworld. It seemed that the two of them must have a very strong backing and a very strong background. Otherwise, the two of them would have been caught and locked up. Since he knew that the two of them were not to be trifled with, Li Zongjiu had to be more cautious when dealing with them. According to the positions that were previously assigned, the plundering rune would transform the energy. In addition, there were also special absorption points. Li Zongjiu was the first one. He would be able to absorb the most energy. The rest of the people also had a second absorption point. Ling Yu and Ling Shui also occupied the second and third spots. Ling Yu was the one who activated the array. Li Zongjiu had studied arrays before, so he could tell that Ling Yu wasn't lying to Yi Qing. The plundering array was activated. Above the calm river, a terrifying energy rapidly surged out. But soon, the surface of the river calmed down, and all the power was restrained. Ling Yu did not want anyone to know what she was doing. If some wandering demon beasts or primitive beasts noticed her and purposely came here to wreak havoc, it would have a great impact on them. If the array formation was destroyed, it would cause a real energy storm. Within the array, the bottle also cracked slightly. At the same time, the power of the serpent demon had been fixed by the power of the array. At the same time, it was continuously transferring its own power into the array. Boom! When the first wave of energy appeared, Li Zongjiu could feel the flood-like energy rushing towards him. Heaven Void God Form Record. Refine it. Li Zongjiu started to absorb the terrifying energy crazily, transforming it into his own yuan power. Although Li Zongjiu had just broken through, how could he let go of such a rare opportunity to obtain energy so easily? This would definitely allow Li Zongjiu's power to increase again. The energy came too quickly. Ling Shui and Ling Yu exchanged glances with each other at the bottom of the water. After which, they began to circulate their strength and gradually refined the energy in their bodies. They refined and absorbed the energy that was surging towards them. Ao Tian was wandering outside the river. 2 days later, Ao Tian saw a few figures in the distance. They seemed to be riding on clouds, and he was shocked. Oh no, Master was right. Ao Tian hid in the distance and saw 3 figures flying over from the sky. Moreover, judging from the aura of these 3 people, they were extremely powerful. All of them had the strength of celestial realm. Ao Tian did not dare to reveal himself even though he had completely evolved to the strength of heavenly dragon realm. However, if Ao Tian were to fight against 3 of them alone, it would definitely be a dead end. Most importantly, facing these people, with Ao Tian's strength, he did not have much of a chance of winning. It was better not to send himself to death. He could feel such a terrifying aura from afar. Ao Tian also quickly contacted Li Zongjiu through his own connection. This was to tell Li Zongjiu that there were enemies coming. However, Li Zongjiu was also at a critical point in his cultivation at the moment and did not respond to Ao Tian. Ao Tian could only hide for the time being. Facing these 3 experts who suddenly appeared in front of him, the only thing Ao Tian could do was to hide. If he were to be discovered, he would only have his tendons pulled out and his skin peeled off. The people who rushed over from afar were Pei Feng and the others. Pei Feng had specially called 2 of his best friends from outside his own sect to help him. The strength of these 2 people was naturally needless to say. They were 3rd-stage celestial realm experts. In the celestial realm, they were also very powerful existences. Although their levels were not very high, the means of these 2 people were also quite powerful. Usually, if Pei Feng had someone he could not deal with, he would find these 2 people. Boundless Ghostly Hand, Songming Blade, 2 celestial realm experts, under the strong combination, could form a powerful combat power. It was definitely not something that a single celestial realm expert could withstand. I only want that kid's life. It's best to capture him alive. As for the other 2 girls, they are my junior sisters. I will deal with them. Pei Feng said. I heard that this kid has just become the commander of Red Soul City. Boundless said worriedly. There was a trace of hesitation between his eyebrows. It was not that he was afraid of the latter's strength, but it would be very troublesome if he were to take action. To be able to become a commander, he more or less had some relationship with the city lord. His main concern was that if the city lord came to settle old scores, this matter would be troublesome. If things didn't go well, the city lord might issue an order to hunt them down and put them on the wanted list. That would be a big deal. This was also a problem that needed to be considered. Don't worry, this kid is not related to the city lord at all. I've already investigated him. He was only given the position of commander because of his contributions during the previous siege of the city by the fiendish demons. He's not an official member. Pei Feng said. What did he do? The Azure Sea Saber stopped. He still had to get to the bottom of this matter and figure out what exactly was going on. The position of commander was extremely rare. Even if he spent 1,000,000 soul beans, he might not be able to buy such a position. Therefore, they were very curious about what kind of contribution Li Zongjiu had made. The two of them were not from the Crimson Soul City. However, they were also very clear about how terrifying the strength of these city lords was. If a city lord really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape. If this Li Zongjiu had done a great favor to a city lord and they came and killed Li Zongjiu, then it would be perfect. Everything would be too late. It would be too late for regrets. After living in this world for so long, they still had to understand this. Caution was the parent of safety. If they weren't careful, they could capsize at any time. Although they were all ruthless people, they were also the type that could take their lives. If they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. Hundreds of years of cultivation would be destroyed in an instant. No one wanted to see such a situation happen. It's just killing a demon. When did the two of you become so cowardly? If you don't dare to do it, I'll just find someone else. I know quite a few Sky Realm experts. Pei Feng said indifferently. At the same time, they looked at the two people in front of them with disdain. Although they had called the two of them to do it, Pei Feng also knew that they had to rely on themselves to do it. Two celestial realm powerhouses, plus a formation master, such a combat combination, no matter where it was, would be a very powerful existence. Therefore, it was easy for Pei Feng to call the other two people over. As an array master, he still had the ability to rally people. Nowadays, who didn't need to set up arrays in their residence? If they didn't, they wouldn't feel safe. Therefore, array masters were also very popular. Many ancient explorations also required the participation of array masters. A trace of hesitation appeared in the eyes of the two people. Before they made their move, they already had a very bad premonition. At their level, premonition was also very important, although it was very likely that they were just overthinking things. As long as a premonition appeared, it was worth being vigilant. However, the 200,000 soul beans in that kid's hands can only be given to others for free. Pei Feng said with a sigh. The two people were suddenly shocked. 200,000 soul beans. You're telling the truth? Of course it's true. Pei Feng said. A trace of craftiness appeared in his eyes. Indeed, these people truly valued wealth as much as their lives. They didn't care about other things and would even have many misgivings. However, when it came to soul beans, these fugitives would do anything. Since this person dares to go against young Master Pei, he is going against my Songming blade. No matter what his identity is, I will definitely cut him in half. That's right. I, Ghostly Hands Boundless, will definitely break his tendons and bones. Twist him into a fried dough twist. When Pei Feng saw this, he laughed coldly in his heart. However, on the surface, he naturally agreed. If it weren't for the soul beans, would these people be so proactive? Don't think that these experts were all very rich. In reality, the stronger a person was, the poorer they were. One had to know that cultivation consumed a lot of soul beans. It consumed a lot of resources. If they wanted to increase one level, according to the calculation of soul beans, they would need at least 1,000,000 soul beans if they wanted to increase their strength by another level. Therefore, the path of strength increase was relatively difficult. 200,000 soul beans were placed in front of them. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Just as Songming Blade and Boundless Ghostly Hands were starting to imagine how they were going to split the 200,000 soul beans. Suddenly, a thundercloud also condensed in the sky. Heavenly human tribulation lightning? Someone is breaking through nearby? The two of them immediately identified the thundercloud. Someone must be breaking through nearby, which was why there was such a huge commotion. Immediately, they locked onto a place. It was the bottom of the waterfall. Indeed, in the next second, a figure rushed up from under the waterfall. It was Li Zongjiu, when Ao Tian, who was in the distance, saw Li Zhongjiu appear at this moment, he immediately cursed inwardly. Why did he appear at this moment? Moreover, he wanted to break through at such a critical moment. Although these enemies would not dare to come close during a breakthrough, there would be a period of weakness after a breakthrough. Pei Feng's gaze instantly locked onto this figure. He locked onto Li Zhongjiu. They saw Li Zhongjiu's figure land on the cliff. It was like he was completely oblivious to his surroundings, as if he did not see them. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. Even Li Zhongjiu did not expect to break through so quickly after reaching the heavenly human realm. This was mainly because of the overbearing power of the plunder formation. Because of the plunder formation, Li Zhongjiu was able to refine and absorb the power of the giant snake demon. 80% of the energy was taken by Li Zhongjiu. When the heavenly void divine record was activated, it was like a huge mouth that could never be full, desperately sucking in the energy. Li Zhongjiu was also very surprised. After all, when he cultivated the heavenly void divine record, it did not have such an effect. How could there be such an overbearing and unyielding scene in this great world? Li Zhongjiu also saw Pei Feng and the others through his probing. Don't be anxious. This brat is probably dead for sure. After passing through the tribulation, he will definitely be in a weakened state. I never imagined that it would actually be such a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as we take advantage of his weakened state to bind him, we will be able to easily make him hand over the soul beans. If the other party didn't take the initiative to hand over the soul beans, then it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. It would truly be a life and death struggle. This wasn't good news for the two Songming blades. Although he had already received some benefits from Pei Feng, if there were more benefits, why not? Naturally, he would not reject such a good thing. Very good. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. What a pity. Pei Feng was starting to feel sorry for Li Zhongjiu. However, at this moment, Pei Feng also sensed that there were two figures below the waterfall. Weren't they Ling Shui and Ling Yu? What? Seeing this, Pei Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was playing with Ling Shui and Ling Yu. On the surface, it looked like he was cultivating. However, who knew what he was doing before he started cultivating? Perhaps he was even planning to do something after he started cultivating. It was indescribable and unforgivable. Pei Feng's murderous aura instantly became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to rush up. Brother, calm down. If you rush into the range of the tribulation clouds, you will also be affected. Songming Blade saw that Pei Feng was actually so angry because of two women. He lost his composure and almost lost his life. He sighed. What a fool. With strength, what kind of women couldn't he have? Why did he have to be so conflicted about one or two? Did he really think that he was an innocent young man? Moreover, many times, things were ruined by one or two women. He was already in the sky realm, yet he still couldn't get rid of such matters. It was truly regrettable. Hearing this, Pei Feng finally calmed down. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was welcoming his own tribulation. Although the ancient golden body art could no longer reach such a level, Li Zhongjiu had already grasped the basic method of tempering his body. The chaotic body also allowed Li Zhongjiu to feel his own strength. When the tribulation lightning struck, Li Zhongjiu didn't even use any extra yuan qi. Instead, he used his body to resist it. Although it was very risky, it was nothing to Li Zhongjiu. He had experienced greater risks in the past. 19 lightning bolts struck down continuously. Li Zhongjiu's body was charred black. He didn't seem to have any aura, as if he had been struck into pieces by the lightning. Not everyone would have such a tribulation lightning when they broke through. Only some heaven-defying cultivation methods, or those with extremely powerful physiques and strength, could attract this kind of lightning tribulation. When the time comes, I must ask this kid for all his cultivation techniques. Boundless ghostly hands said with desire in his eyes. Finally, the tribulation lightning dispersed. Guys, let's do it. Pei Feng said. At this moment, there was no need to wait. He didn't even need to rush to set up the formation. As long as the two of them attacked, they could easily kill Li Zhongjiu. It wasn't difficult at all. Finally, Ao Tian couldn't take it anymore. With a loud roar, he transformed into his real body. When Aotian appeared, he really did give them a fright. This was because they really did not sense that such a powerful poison dragon was actually hiding nearby. Poisonous dragon Aotian, after he appeared, he released a terrifying aura. Aotian didn't know if he could survive if he rushed out, but at least he could buy some time for his master. After all, his life was given by Xianxia. Interesting, there's a small dragon. I'm lacking a belt made of dragon tendons. Boundless ghostly hands said. Aotian's heart was naturally filled with anxiety. Facing two terrifying third-grade celestial realm existences. What else was there to talk about? Don't force yourself if you can't. Just when Aotian was feeling a little guilty, but he was still determined to stay here, a familiar voice sounded again. It was Xianxia. Aotian's eyes lit up. He wanted to hold on until Xianxia woke up. Even if he had to self-destruct, he wanted to drive away the enemy in front of him and hold on for a while. So that Xianxia could adjust, and it would be best if he could find a chance to escape. He would come back for revenge in the future. The future was long. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to wake up so soon. The two opposite also saw Xianxia's figure waking up. There's no aura. Could he have become immortal? Let's cripple him first. Xianxia looked at the two in front of him, but his eyes swept past them and looked at Pei Feng, who was behind. So it's you, the coward. I noticed you long ago. If you're so capable, why don't you fight yourself? Coward. Zhao Kaishan had chased away the Fan family members in front of him. However, he did not know that the Fan family members were here to deal with the Bright Moon sect. Just now, that guy took the initiative to attack Zhao Kaishan. Therefore, Zhao Kaishan took his life. After all, when that guy attacked, he did not think about keeping Zhao Kaishan alive. As a return of courtesy, Zhao Kaishan took action and easily ended the latter's life. If these people had any objections, they would have raised it on the spot. However, Zhao Kaishan saw that these people did not seem to have any objections. Then, Zhao Kaishan continued to lead Zhao Chuang out. In fact, they had already hidden in a place far away to meet. However, Zhao Kaishan's speed was too fast. He had already cleared out an area of nearly 20 miles. That was why he found these people. The people of the mysterious Heart Heavenly sect also thought that the place they chose was very hidden, but they were still found by Zhao Kaishan. However, Zhao Kaishan did not seem to recognize them at all. A very good opportunity to confront each other passed by. Or rather, it was because Fan Long was afraid that he did not make a move. After Zhao Kaishan left, Fan Long and the others also stopped in a dilapidated house 25 miles away. This was a pavilion. There were often people who built pavilions in different places. Whether it was raining or blowing, it was a very good place to shelter from the wind and rain. Sometimes, one could also enjoy the scenery in the pavilion. Drink afternoon tea. Originally, Fan Long wanted to bring the people of Chuanyun Hall to have fun, but now that one of them had died, how could he be in the mood to have fun? It must be something extremely dangerous. It was better to deal with the troublesome Zhao Kaishan first. This was the first time Fan Long had encountered a situation where he was so uncertain. This was because Fan Long could not find any flaws in Zhao Kaishan at all. In addition, Zhao Kaishan's reputation made Fan Long even more afraid. He did not even flare up when one of his people was killed. Hall Master Fan, what do you think about this matter? Wang Xian could not help but ask. The person was clearly in front of you, but you did not make a move. What were you doing? Were you here for a vacation? Are you teaching me how to do things? Are you teaching the Fan family how to do things? Fan Long immediately glared at Wang Xian. For the time being, I don't have the ability to deal with Zhao Kaishan, but if I want to deal with you, there won't be many difficulties or obstacles. I can easily crush you to death. There was no resistance. Suddenly, the experts of the Cloud Traversal Hall looked over. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. Now that the Fan family had suffered a loss, they dared to hit them while they were down. They were simply unscrupulous. Such a person naturally had to be beaten to death on the spot. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. If you have any instructions, please feel free to ask. Wang Xian immediately said. At the same time, he led his people out of the pavilion, not daring to stay close to these people from the Fan family. At this moment, Wang Xian was regretting it. He never thought that the people from the Fan family would be so rude and overbearing. Their profound heart celestial sect had invited trouble onto themselves. Wang Xian didn't even know what the Fan family would do next. Fan Long pondered for a moment. For safety's sake, it was better to send a message back and gather more experts. Otherwise, he would still be worried. Gather the experts of the Fan family first to ensure absolute safety. Everything else could be dealt with later. After all, this Zhao Kaishan was indeed unfathomable. Send a message back. Level 1 reinforcements. Originally, their operation this time was already a level 2 operation. Now, it was directly upgraded to a level 1. This was a very serious situation. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't have used such a method to continue gathering the experts of the Fan family. However, Fan Long was the deputy hall master. Since he said so, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, his subordinates sent a message back. I've already sent a message back. My Fan family will gather more experts. Once they arrive, we will attack the Bright Moon sect. We will take back the mine. How long will that take? Wang Xian couldn't help but ask. He didn't know how long this back and forth would take. Didn't he know that time was the most important thing? They were already in such a tense situation. Could it be that they had to continue waiting? The other party had already started preparing and surveying the mine map. What? You want to teach me how to do things? Why don't your mysterious heart celestial sect go ahead and kill them? Fan Long said angrily. No. Hall Master Fan, please calm down. It's just that the Bright Moon sect has already started surveying the mine map. If the mine map is completed, we will be completely in a passive position. Wang Xian said. Speaking of the mine map, Fan Long fell silent. After all, the Fan family had suffered a loss because of the mine map before. It was because a small part of the mine map had entered the territory of the Chao family. Hence, the Chao family made a big fuss about it. In the end, they used despicable means to seize the mine. However, during this period of time, the Fan family had also recovered from other places. Were they going to suffer a loss because of the mine map again? They will need at least 3 days to survey the mine map. There's still time. During this time, you will be in charge of scouting. Fan Long said. At the same time, he instructed his subordinates and the people of the mysterious Heart Celestial sect to assist in the investigation. Otherwise, they would not know what to do during this period of time. Wang Xian did not expect these people to be so cowardly when they came. To think that they would continue to wait for help. Why don't you just bring the entire Fan family over? Yes. We will go and prepare the manpower right away. Wang Xian said quickly. It was easy to invite the devil in but difficult to send him away. Wang Xian finally understood this saying. Just as Wang Xian and the others were about to set off, another figure appeared outside the gazebo with a little beast. Why are you guys still here? Are you courting death? Zhao Kaishan had cleared the area within a radius of 5 miles. Now, he saw that there were still so many people gathered in the pavilion. When he looked down, he realized that they were the people who were on the mountain earlier. Why were they still here? Could it be that they were plotting something? When Fan Long and the others saw Zhao Kaishan, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Zhao Kaishan had come to his senses and specially came to hunt them down? Everyone's gaze turned to Fan Long. Whether or not they would fight and bury Zhao Kaishan now was up to Fan Long. If Fan Long wanted to make a move, he would take advantage of this opportunity. Let's have a cup of tea here. After that, we will leave. Fan Long calmed down and said in a deep voice. Li Zongjiu directly provoked Pei Feng, but Pei Feng did not fall for it. He was a formation master and was not good at fighting head-on, but given enough time, he would be able to set up a formation. On the other hand, he could set up a formation to easily trap you and then slowly kill you. Offending a formation master was a very terrifying thing. Back then, Li Zongjiu relied on a set of burning soul pillar formation treasures to become invincible. It gave him a lot of convenience, allowing Li Zongjiu to kill a lot of people. Later, it was destroyed, and there was no other way. After all, the strength of the enemy was too strong, and there was always a limit. Formation Master, Li Zongjiu smiled disdainfully. However, he was already thinking about killing the person in front of him. Then, he would see if there were any treasures in this guy's hands. Perhaps, there might be some high-level secret array books. Now, Li Zongjiu's formation cultivation had stagnated. It was because he did not have any more high-level formations to study. If Li Zongjiu wanted to study and comprehend on his own, it would take a long time. His foundation in array formation was already there, so he could learn it very quickly. Cut the crap. Cripple him first. Boundless ghostly hands said. Facing a person who had just passed the stage 2 celestial tribulation, he did not have much fear. Was the stage 3 celestial realm just for show? Did he really think that he could improve his strength so easily? If he did not have some real ability, he would not have been able to live to this level. Boundless ghostly hands took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, tens of thousands of black handprints appeared in the sky. These handprints seemed illusory, but they also seemed to be real. They surrounded Li Zongjiu and attacked one after another, landing on Li Zongjiu. A fierce light flashed in Ao Tian's eyes. This attack was too strong. Even with his own defense, he could barely block it. It was not enough to block this move. Maybe he would meet the king of hell under this palm. As for Li Zongjiu, Ao Tian did not know if Li Zongjiu could block it. Facing the palm prints falling from the sky, Li Zongjiu also activated his spiritual power. The Heaven Void Divine Form record was running wildly in his body. Heaven, Void Fist. Not only did Li Zongjiu have a breakthrough, but he also directly comprehended this move from the Heaven Void Divine Form record. However, Li Zongjiu was not sure how strong his move was, so he tried to use it. After all, just by relying on his own defensive power, he would be able to withstand the attack before him. At least try to test the move just to see how strong it was. As Li Zongjiu performed. Boundless ghostly hands' ghost palm. At this moment, they were also crazily crumbling. Li Zongjiu's fist easily shattered Boundless ghostly hands' myriad of palm techniques. Broke at the touch. Boundless ghostly hands' eyes were also very clear that this move had completely suppressed his own move. See Tyrant Blade Cut. A faint dark sky chi, mixed with the other party's horrifying saber chi, suddenly chopped at Li Zongjiu. It seemed to pass through the Milky Way and finally landed on Li Zongjiu's head. Li Zongjiu's body was completely covered. Facing this blade, it was even easier. He used his fists to easily shatter the attack. Li Zongjiu blocked the opponent's blade chi with one hand. How is this possible? The two of them saw that Li Zongjiu was actually able to block their attacks so easily. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The latter had just broken through to the second stage of the celestial realm. How could he have such strong power? What kind of cultivation method did the latter cultivate to have such strong power? It was really shocking. You've all made your moves. Now it's my turn. Li Zongjiu said calmly. He was the evil lord. It was fine if he didn't provoke you, but you actually dared to provoke him. As the evil lord, how could he let you go? No matter what your nickname was, where you came from, or who was protecting you, he would still kill you. He would not let you live an easy life. In the next moment, a sharp sword appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. Unparalleled sword. At the same time, a green ghost sword appeared beside him. He attacked with both swords. The green ghost sword was formed by the Spirit Division Unpredictable Hoop. Immediately, a terrifying power shot towards the Tsungming blade. Boom! A domineering power surged out. The Sea Tyrant blade was stunned. Why did he attack me first? However, since the attack was already coming, he could only face it head-on. Ao Tian did the same. With a loud boom, he unleashed a terrifying poison array. Then, the power of the poison array spread out and covered the surroundings. After all, Li Zongjiu had a body that was immune to all poisons. It could be said that there was no threat at all. The poison gas could not affect Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Ao Tian could control the poison gas to a certain extent. He deliberately avoided Li Zongjiu and rushed toward the rest of the people, accurately covering their situation. At the very least, it could affect them to a certain extent. In a short time, these people were not afraid of the poison gas. However, they had to take Li Zongjiu's attack seriously. After all, when Li Zongjiu attacked, it could be said that his power was very strong. It was so fierce that it gave people the feeling that he was not an ordinary stage 2 celestial being. He exchanged over 100 blows with the sea tyrant blade. However, Li Zongjiu suddenly sped up and found an opening in one of the moves. At the same time, he cut off the sea tyrant blade's hand. Moreover, it was the hand that was holding the blade. The sea tyrant blade immediately felt a buzzing sound in his head. Li Zongjiu kicked the sea tyrant blade's body. At the same time, the green ghost sword whizzed out. It accurately pierced the sea tyrant blade's back and nailed him to the ground. Pfft! The sea tyrant blade spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he could not pull out the green ghost sword from his back. Seeing this, Boundless Ghostly Hand did not hesitate to unleash all of the martial arts that he had learned in his life. The ghostly hand seals that filled the sky merged into one palm. It slammed towards Li Zongjiu. Heaven! Divine Fist! Li Zongjiu punched out. Boundless Ghostly Hand's move was easily broken. At the same time, Boundless Ghostly Hand's hands seemed to have felt a terrifying crushing force, which directly broke his hands. Bang! Boundless Ghostly Hand's hands exploded. Is that all you can do? Li Zongjiu said calmly. The strength of these people was not enough for Li Zongjiu. You! Boundless Ghostly Hands wanted to say something, but in the next moment, Li Zongjiu also summoned a terrifying heavenly thunder force and blasted it accurately on Boundless Ghostly Hand's body. Boom! Boundless Ghostly Hand's entire body was charred black by the explosion. He then laid on the ground, unconscious. At this moment, Li Zongjiu turned to look at Pei Feng. I've given you so much time. Have you finished setting up your formation? In the battle just now, Li Zongjiu had only tried a little. At the same time, he knew that Pei Feng was nervously setting up the formation. Li Zongjiu did not know what level Pei Feng's formation had reached. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu still had some confidence in his own strength. Since you want to die, I'll let you display all your skills before you die slowly. Li Zongjiu was very generous. I'll give you a chance. However, at this moment, Pei Feng was fully prepared. The formation in his hands had been completed. Although these two pieces of trash did not buy him much time, his own strength was strong enough. He finally finished setting up the formation. You're very confident. Pei Feng said calmly. Looking at the person in front of him, he already had the feeling of trampling Li Zongjiu under his feet. If you don't start the formation, I'll make my move. As Li Zongjiu spoke, he waved the unparalleled sword in his hand. A force of ice and fire instantly swept towards Pei Feng. In his opinion, the person in front of him was too weak to stand up to the wind. If not for his curiosity about Pei Feng's formation cultivation and the fact that he had just broken through, he would have wanted to test his own strength. Otherwise, he would not have given Pei Feng a chance. Of course, even now, Li Zongjiu would not let Pei Feng live. Seeing Li Zongjiu make his move, Pei Feng immediately sneered. Suddenly, there was a boom. It seemed that a force had drilled up from the ground and shattered Li Zongjiu's sword chi. Since you can't wait, I'll send you to heaven. Pei Feng shouted angrily. Suddenly, a terrifying force blasted towards the sky. Around the underground. It was as if many things were continuously crawling out from the ground. Ghost formation. A hint of madness flashed across Pei Feng's eyes. This kind of array formation was very incompatible with his temperament, so he rarely used this kind of array formation. However, this kind of array formation was very useful. It was powerful, but it was easy to use. Often, it could produce a very obvious effect when killing or trapping an enemy. It can't be. Is that all you've got? Li Zongjiu's face revealed an extremely disappointed expression. Li Zongjiu had thought that this young array master would have some kind of formidable ability, which was why he was so popular in the Scarlet Soul capital city. But now, it seemed that the latter's standard had indeed disappointed Li Zongjiu. Ao Tian had already hidden to the side. These Ghost Chi seemed very powerful and mighty, as if it could easily trap and kill many people. However, in reality, this thing was completely useless in front of a true expert, for example, in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had seen too many similar things. Also, didn't this guy know that these moves of his were all used to restrain these evil yin ghost qi? You're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Let's see how you can laugh later. Pei Feng waved his hand. Some of the evil ghost power within the area of 100 miles in circumference also drilled out of the ground. After they appeared, they all gathered their strength and rushed in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom, the lightning covered the yin ghosts in front of him. The power of thunder and fire that accompanied it easily burned all of it away. At this moment, Pei Feng's array formation was also greatly weakened. In just an instant, Pei Feng's array formation had already weakened to the extreme. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The green ghost sword appeared in front of him. At this moment, Pei Feng's face was in a state of extreme shock. Suddenly, a loud boom was heard. The green ghost sword was so fast that it directly tore through the space. In an instant, it appeared in front of Pei Feng. Before Pei Feng could react, this terrifying force had already continuously blasted into his body. Boom! 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 A defensive shield appeared and protected Pei Feng. This was the latter's amulet. Because Li Zongjiu's attack was so fast that this move was enough to end Pei Feng's life, this amulet appeared on its own. Before Pei Feng could react, it had already protected him. At this moment, Pei Feng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the amulet in his hand, he would have been killed by this sword. The point was that Li Zongjiu actually dared to kill him. You dare to kill me. Pei Feng looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him in disbelief. Fortunately, he had the amulet. And the power of this amulet was enough to protect Pei Feng from death for a period of time. Li Zongjiu could tell that this amulet was of good quality. Immediately, he withdrew the green ghost sword. Your tortoiseshell is not bad. Li Zongjiu mocked. Very well, I'll remember you. I'll return today's humiliation tenfold in the future. Pei Feng remembered the words of the elders in his sect. Once this amulet was triggered, it meant that Pei Feng had died once. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, he had to escape immediately. His opponent had the ability and the determination to kill him. Otherwise, the amulet would not be triggered. If he continued to act tough at this moment, no one would be able to save him. With the power of this amulet, it would not be difficult for him to escape as far as possible. After Pei Feng finished speaking, he turned around and leaped out. Trying to leave? That's too easy for you. Li Zongjiu sneered. If he could come and go as he pleased, where would he put the face of the great evil lord? Did the evil lord, Li Zongjiu, not care about his face? Li Zongjiu immediately chased after him. The purple heaven thunderbolt and the sword chi of the unparalleled sword vibrated. They bombarded the amulet indiscriminately. Although this amulet was powerful, its power was limited. As long as the energy within the amulet was completely exhausted, the amulet would definitely be scrapped. Obviously, the person who made Pei Feng's amulet was very powerful. Li Zongjiu guessed that he was at least a 7th-grade celestial being. It could hold on for so long. Last time, Li Zongjiu was able to take down the serpent demon because he took a great risk. Pei Feng was sweating profusely at this moment. Because Li Zongjiu was chasing him relentlessly. The power of the amulet in his hand was almost exhausted. Li Zongjiu, you. Do you know who I am? My father is Elder Fa Jing of the Immortal Spirit Valley. If you kill me, the entire Immortal Spirit Valley will not let you off. Following Pei Feng's furious roar, Li Zongjiu once again summoned a bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, it shattered Pei Feng's protective talisman. Li Zongjiu destroyed his opponent's amulet. Pei Feng's face instantly turned ugly. This was because Li Zongjiu was relentless in his pursuit. Moreover, Li Zongjiu really had the power to destroy the amulet, which put him in danger. At this moment, there was nothing for Pei Feng to hide. He was completely exposed to Li Zongjiu. He couldn't defeat him and he couldn't escape. His only way out was in Li Zongjiu's hands. Your father is an elder of the Immortal Spirit Valley? Is there such a relationship between the Immortal Spirit Valley and the Sky Spirit Valley? Li Zongjiu asked. There was a mission to join the Sky Spirit Valley. No wonder it sounded familiar. One of the 3 great immortal valleys. If you kill me, the entire Immortal Spirit Valley won't let you go. The Immortal Spirit Valley won't allow their disciples to die outside. Once they find out, they will investigate to the end. I can give Lingyu to you. How about it? Let's forget about it. The 2 people just now don't have a deep relationship with me. Their lives have nothing to do with me. The latter seemed to have calmed down gradually and found a way to negotiate with Li Zongjiu. He wanted to appease Li Zongjiu and save his life first. Li Zongjiu could guarantee with his life that the first thing this kid would do when he returned to the Immortal Spirit Valley was to ask his father, the Elder, to kill him. He would even mobilize all the forces in the Immortal Spirit Valley to kill Li Zongjiu. But there was no hurry to expose him. Are you serious? You're really willing to give Lingyu to me and let bygones be bygones? Li Zongjiu didn't have any interest in Lingyu, but this little one seemed to like her very much. Moreover, this little one also believed that Li Zongjiu was interested in Lingyu, which was why he was so close to her. That's right. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, I won't interfere with your matters. I, Pei Feng, swear to the heavens. Pei Feng hurriedly said. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so easily fooled. Pei Feng was very glad to meet such an enemy. It seemed that the latter was indeed afraid of the Immortal Spirit Valley's reputation and power. After all, not many people dared to be enemies with the Immortal Spirit Valley. Even the Red Soul City Master didn't dare to be enemies with the Immortal Spirit Valley. Although the City Lord of Crimson Soul City was almost invincible in his city, there was no one who could defeat him. He still didn't dare to be enemies with the Immortal Spirit Valley. He didn't dare to offend them. Otherwise, the experts of the Immortal Spirit Valley would have ways to kill the Crimson Soul City Lord. To Pei Feng, as long as he could survive, anything was fine. Li Zongjiu's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. How did this guy have such a powerful battle? When the time comes, if I want to go far away, won't I need a lot of traveling expenses? Thought Li Zongjiu. His meaning was obvious. Pei Feng understood immediately. At the same time, he laughed coldly in his heart. You still want to extort money at a time like this? Since you want it so much, I'll just give it to you. I'll let you eat until you're full. When he returned, he would use all his power to kill Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, what else could he do? He had to kill him. Otherwise, it would be hard to swallow. Travel expenses? I only have 120,000 soul beans. It's enough for your journey. Take these soul beans and be on your way. Once he killed Li Zongjiu, he would have a way to get these things back. There was no rush. No. Give me your storage ring and I'll let you go. How do I know how many soul beans you have in there? Are you trying to trick me? You know how powerful the Immortal Spirit Valley Elder is. I might have to hide for hundreds or thousands of years, right? Li Zongjiu tried his best to persuade him. Don't worry. As long as you give me your storage ring and promise to let bygones be bygones, I won't touch a single strand of your hair. Li Zongjiu said with sincerity. Although he knew that people were greedy. However, Pei Feng was quite surprised that Li Zongjiu was so greedy. Li Zongjiu actually wanted to take away all of his storage rings. There were so many treasures in there that Pei Feng couldn't bear to part with. If you don't even have this much sincerity, how can I believe that you'll let bygones be bygones? Li Zongjiu's face suddenly turned cold. He snorted coldly. It was as if he was about to see through Pei Feng's scheme. Pei Feng's heart skipped a beat. Pei Feng thought that it wasn't easy for him to appease Li Zongjiu. If it was ruined because of such a small matter, wouldn't that be extremely unlucky? Therefore, he had to appease Li Zongjiu first. Okay. To show my sincerity, this is my storage ring. Pei Feng took off his storage ring and threw it to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu caught the item and scanned it with his mental power. He counted the items in the storage ring. The most eye-catching item was soul beans. There were actually 120,000 of them. This guy was really rich. He was mainly a formation master. Usually, formation masters earned money faster. After all, they were experts in this field. Setting up a formation would cost at least 5 to 10,000 soul beans. As long as a formation master was willing to help, there would be business. However, most people were more aloof and unwilling to help. They would even have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, it was reasonable to be able to get so many soul beans. Very good. Now you can go on your way with peace of mind. After Li Zhongjiu received the storage ring, he immediately raised his hand. A bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky. Under Pei Feng's astonished gaze, it struck towards Pei Feng. You didn't keep your word. Only then did Pei Feng realize that Li Zhongjiu was just toying with him. However, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Even if his intestines turned green with regret, it was useless. Boom, a bolt of lightning swallowed Pei Feng. What a joke. Do I look like a trustworthy person? Of course. A strand of Pei Feng's hair floated in the air. Look at this strand of hair. I didn't touch it. I said I wouldn't touch a strand of your hair, so I definitely won't touch it. As for Pei Feng himself, he turned into a soul bean. Li Zhongjiu kept it. Then, Li Zhongjiu flew over. After a while, he flew back. After thinking about it, he still felt that it wasn't safe. In the end, he burned the strand of hair as well. If this guy's elders really found some kind of trace from his hair, wouldn't it be asking for trouble for Li Zhongjiu? After dealing with this strand of hair, Li Zhongjiu arrived at the waterfall. When they returned to the waterfall, Ao Tian was keeping watch over the arrogant boundless ghostly hands and the Tsangming blade. They were in a very sorry state at the moment. The two of them were lying on the ground. Boundless ghostly hands was fine as he was only unconscious. However, the Tsangming blade was nailed to the ground by the green ghost sword. He couldn't move. Moreover, his powerful strength prevented him from dying for the time being. The repeated pain caused the Tsangming blade to feel unbearable pain. The intense pain was simply unbearable. In his current state, he would rather Li Zhongjiu come forward and strike his head with his sword, ending his life completely. Li Zhongjiu immediately understood the pain the person in front of him was in because he was the one who arranged it. How about it? Hand over your storage ring and I'll give you a quick death. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. It sounded very benevolent. Being able to give him a quick death was enough for them to feel a great favor. They even had to be deeply grateful to Li Zhongjiu. The Tsangming blade opened his eyes and tried his best to look at Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, he tried his best to nod. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and retrieved the green ghost sword. Only then did the Tsangming blade heave a sigh of relief. The strength in his body was gradually recovering. I'm willing to submit to you. Master, please let me live. The Tsangming blade said with all his might after he recovered some strength. He looked at Li Zhongjiu with eyes full of sincerity. Oh? You Sky Realm cultivators cherish your lives so much? Li Zhongjiu was very surprised as he looked at the Tsangming blade in front of him. Although the latter's hand had been cut off by him, it was very easy to reattach it with the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator. There wasn't much of a problem. The most important thing now was to escape from Li Zhongjiu's hands. In other words, it was to preserve their lives. Only by doing so could they survive and have a better future. If they died here, they would have nothing left. Master, please spare my life. The Azure Sea Saber had recovered quite a bit of its strength. Originally, the Blue Sea Blade had wanted to rely on its own strength to give it a try. However, they knew in their hearts that if they really rushed forward, there would be no turning back. There would no longer be any chance to save their lives. It was difficult to survive. In front of Li Zhongjiu's powerful strength, any strategy would be futile. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu was chasing after Pei Feng. Pei Feng had returned in such a short time. Needless to say, Pei Feng must have been killed by Li Zhongjiu. For someone who even dared to touch Pei Feng, why would he care about the others? Li Zhongjiu thought for a moment. Alright, although your strength isn't that great, it's enough to deal with ordinary fellows. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. The Azure Sea Blade also obediently released its soul. Li Zhongjiu had ruthlessly carved a mark on it. From then on, the Songming Blade's every move was under Li Zongjiu's control. If he wanted to take someone's life, he didn't need to do anything else. Just a thought was enough to easily reap that person's life. Obviously, after reaching the Sky Realm, ordinary people would cherish their lives more and wouldn't waste it casually. They would cherish the chance to live very much. Go and heal yourself. Keep the storage ring for yourself. I've suffered a great loss. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. He asked the latter to leave first and looked at the other boundless ghost hand at the same time. He had subdued the Azure Sea Blade. However, he didn't know if the boundless ghost hand in front of him was willing to submit. Immediately, Li Zongjiu woke the latter up. When the boundless ghost hand woke up, he was also in a state of extreme shock. He seemed to still be immersed in the fear and terror from before. Boundless ghost hand immediately came to his senses. Boundless ghostly hand also seemed to have an enemy who had fainted during the fight. That was why he appeared here. Boundless ghostly hand also woke up. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him vigilantly. You're sleeping quite soundly. Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. After about 15 minutes, under Li Zongjiu's coercion, the warrior in front of him finally handed over his soul. Although he was very strong in the beginning, after Li Zongjiu cut off his limbs, he became much more obedient and stopped running. After that, he more or less admitted his mistake. He was directly forgiven by the generous Li Zongjiu. Look, why did you have to reattach your limbs? Li Zongjiu was also speechless by Boundless Ghost Hand's behavior. But Boundless Ghost Hand did not dare to say anything. The two of them recovered together for a while. Although they saved their lives, they lost their freedom from then on. When the two of them felt that they had reached the end of their lives, they would die at that time. As for now, they were absolutely unwilling to die. After the two of them recovered from their injuries, Li Zongjiu directly asked them to wait for him in the Crimson Soul City. He directly added the two of them to the Qin gang. Suddenly, there were two more Sky Realm experts in the Qin gang. Their strength naturally increased greatly. If they wanted to deal with the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would be much easier. After all, there was such an opportunity, so Li Zongjiu did not give up and kept the two of them. The two sisters, Ling Shui and Ling Yu, did not seem to know what was happening outside. They did not even know that one of their suitors was killed by Li Zongjiu. It was good that they did not know. If they knew, there would be more trouble. Li Zongjiu also cultivated on the spot, increasing his strength and stabilizing his realm. At the same time, he could also protect the two girls. Finally, 3 days later, a lightning tribulation appeared in the sky. Who was it between the two of them? Li Zongjiu lowered his head to take a look. He saw a beautiful figure from the bottom of the pool, breaking the water surface with a whoosh and landing on the ground. After taking a look at Li Zongjiu, she did not say much, but directly sat down facing the lightning tribulation in the sky. It was Ling Yu's sister, Ling Shui. It seemed that Ling Shui's dark force cultivation was stronger than Ling Yu's. She looked young, but in fact, Ling Shui's strength had also reached the Sky Realm. The lightning tribulation in the sky, after gathering its strength, suddenly fell towards Ling Shui. Ling Shui used her own origin power to resist. Obviously, the lightning tribulation was very powerful for the latter. Third stage Sky Realm, Ling Shui's strength was about to break through the third stage Sky Realm. At the same time, the lightning tribulation was unprecedentedly strong. Several bolts of lightning struck down continuously. Ling Shui could clearly feel the pressure as well. She released many treasures in succession. The moment these treasures came into contact with the lightning, they all collapsed and shattered instantly. Hence, at this very moment, Ling Shui was at her wit's end. However, when she raised her head, she saw that the clouds in the sky did not seem to disperse. Ling Shui could only resist the following lightning tribulation with her origin power. Although Ling Shui had just broken through, she fully displayed her strength as a level 3 celestial being. At this moment, the power of frost that was condensed finally resisted the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation. Boom! When the two forces collided, it instantly produced a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound. However, Li Zongjiu could clearly see that Ling Shui's condition was already very bad. Previously, it did not matter if some of her treasures were damaged. At most, she would suffer a little impact. Hence, she could basically resist it. But now, he was truly going against the heavenly lightning. Very few ordinary people could have a strong body like Li Zongjiu's. They could easily resist the attack of the lightning tribulation that fell from the sky. Hence, this lightning tribulation was nothing to Li Zongjiu. However, to ordinary cultivators, the lightning tribulation was simply an existence that could take one's life. Anyone who saw the lightning tribulation would feel a sense of despair. Ling Shui was not surprised. Originally, Ling Shui did not expect that there would be such an opportunity to condense her own origin power and achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. This was something that Ling Shui did not expect. Otherwise, Ling Shui would not have come in such a hurry. Moreover, she did not make sufficient preparations for the breakthrough. This made Ling Shui very regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have brought some things with her. She prepared in advance. However, the preparation for the breakthrough last time could be said to have hollowed out her entire person. Therefore, Ling Shui hadn't even recovered from the loss of her wallet yet. She needed to completely prepare her own strength. Moreover, she also needed a certain amount of time to continue the lightning tribulation. This time, to Ling Shui, it was indeed a little too fast and too early. When the lightning struck earlier, Ling Shui had not recovered much. Suddenly, she vomited another mouthful of blood. Now, another bolt of lightning came crashing down. Boom, that terrifying power of lightning instantly covered Ling Shui. Bang, this time, Ling Shui's essence energy was scattered. If this continued, Ling Shui's soul would be destroyed by another bolt of lightning. Li Zongjiu could already see the fear in Ling Shui's eyes. She probably wouldn't be able to get past this. Ling Shui casually tossed her storage ring in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Take good care of my sister. Ling Shui looked at Li Zongjiu. She didn't know if Li Zongjiu was reliable or not. Although from her previous understanding, Li Zongjiu was a very reliable person. However, they had no other choice now. She could only choose to believe in Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to send these things to her sister. Li Zongjiu took the storage ring. Immediately, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. He felt a little calm in his heart. However, he shook his head helplessly. Why did I have to be involved in this matter? If Ling Shui hadn't tossed the storage ring to Li Zongjiu and had continued to hold on by herself, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have done anything to her. If she wasn't strong enough, she might end up crippling herself. Who could be blamed for this? However, now that she had given the storage ring to Li Zongjiu, it was equivalent to letting Li Zongjiu take advantage of her. She had received the latter's favor. Ling Shui closed her eyes. She no longer had the strength to block the next bolt of lightning. Therefore, she could only concentrate the last bit of strength on her body to protect herself. She wouldn't be killed so miserably in an instant. Boom, lightning surged. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles flashed with extremely terrifying lightning and fell directly toward Ling Shui. It even gave Ling Shui a feeling that this wasn't the last one. How could her thunder tribulation be so powerful, or, for Ling Shui, the time she took to break through to the third level of the celestial realm was too short, so it led to such a thing happening. It was originally a good thing, but it became a bad thing. The separation from her sister came too suddenly. She didn't even have a word to say. They had been sisters for hundreds of years. Even if she didn't say anything, she believed that her sister could understand her feelings. However, the pain she imagined didn't come. Could it be that she was turned into ashes in an instant? Ling Shui thought in her heart. However, the sound of thunder and lightning kept coming from the surroundings also made her very awake. She wasn't dead yet, she was still alive. The moment Ling Shui opened her eyes, she immediately saw the scene in front of her. Then, they saw a figure standing against the extremely terrifying lightning. He used his body to block the divine lightning released by the all heavens. He forcibly took it. Seeing this, Ling Shui actually felt extremely absent-minded. When she saw Li Zongjiu, Ling Shui didn't know what to think in her heart. Just looking at him, she felt that the person in front of her gave her a very great sense of security. It seemed that he had resisted the disaster of her entire world. He had lifted all the pressure on her. She had this kind of feeling. So, she was extremely touched in her heart. This kind of feeling. why did he do this? Ling Shui didn't understand. This was simply an act of suicide. You take care of your sister. I don't have time. Li Zhongjiu resisted the lightning in the sky and returned the storage ring in his hand to the latter. At the same time, he turned around and glared at the sky in front of him. It's just a thunder tribulation. Although your strength is strong, it's still a little weak if you want to imitate the heavenly tribulation. Li Zhongjiu said coldly. At this moment, in the great world they were in, it was the evolution of the power mastered by a mighty figure. It could be said that every blade of grass and every tree here was the energy of this great emperor. So, he was everywhere. But there was no trace of him. In Li Zhongjiu's view, the power of the heavenly tribulation was naturally the evolution of this great emperor's own power. He didn't take it seriously. Resisting the thunder tribulation for others would at least increase the power by more than 10 times, so, this was basically an act of suicide. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu also clearly felt that the other party's power had increased. No matter how strong it was only an illusion. Li Zhongjiu had experienced countless lightning tribulations, so when he saw the lightning, he could feel the powerful will within it. It was the will of the Xianxia emperor. He wanted to use his own will to transform the lightning tribulations. Li Zhongjiu was not afraid at all. At this moment, he activated the chaotic body. A thunderbolt that was 10 times stronger than the previous one struck down, as if it was going to tear Li Zhongjiu into pieces. The terrifying power instantly poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. Even with the chaotic body, Li Zhongjiu felt extremely pressured. In an instant, he even felt like his body was about to explode. The meridians in his body seemed to be about to explode. Roar! Suddenly, in the intense pain, Li Zhongjiu seemed to realize that the power did not come from the will of the emperor. Could it be that the heavens were targeting Li Zhongjiu? Below, when Ling Shui saw Li Zhongjiu, she could not help but feel an intense pain. Such peak strength had already exceeded the limits of what Li Zhongjiu's body could endure. It should be known that helping others to overcome the tribulations was a great taboo in the cultivation world. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that both of them would be destroyed. However, if Li Zhongjiu had not intervened, Ling Shui would have died. Her soul would be destroyed, and her cultivation would vanish. But now, because of Li Zhongjiu's intervention, her life was saved. This move has already surpassed the strength of a level 6 celestial being. Ling Shui's eyes were filled with worry. It was very likely that Li Zhongjiu would be completely obliterated by this thunderbolt. Li Zhongjiu was actually willing to sacrifice himself for her. Ling Shui was extremely touched. Although there were many men in Ling Shui's life who said that they were willing to give up everything for her, in reality, once a dangerous situation occurred, they would not even be seen. Even now, it could be said that Ling Shui was not very familiar with Li Zhongjiu. In fact, they had not even spoken much to each other. However, Li Zhongjiu was still willing to do it. Ling Shui did not know how to describe how moved she was by such a person and such an action. Li Zhongjiu was about to be torn apart. Ling Shui was ready to follow Li Zhongjiu. But in the next moment, Ling Shui saw something. Li Zhongjiu's body, which was gradually shattering, was actually gradually recovering at this moment. He was breaking and recovering. At the same time, he continued to refine that power. He turned it into his own power to repair his body. In this process, his power gradually became equal. The speed of destruction and rebirth was equal. And at the same time, it was happening to Li Zhongjiu's body. Such a mysterious scene made Ling Shui look on in awe. But at the same time, Ling Shui could also feel how much pain this situation would bring to Li Zhongjiu's body. She did not dare to imagine. The body that had just been reborn was once again shattered by the lightning. The body that had just been shattered was once again reformed under his own power. This process repeated for more than 30 times. Li Zhongjiu's body finally calmed down. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was reborn. It was not enough to describe it. The heavenly virtual divine form actually has such a mysterious effect. This was also the first time Li Zhongjiu realized it. It turned out that the so-called heavenly void divine form was a formless and formless state. Only through continuous destruction and rebirth could one condense a true divine body, at least, this was what Li Zhongjiu had comprehended so far. Li Zhongjiu was also very surprised. If it were not for this crisis, Li Zhongjiu would not have been able to comprehend the essence of the heavenly virtual divine form. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. After this destruction and rebirth, Li Zhongjiu's own power had increased a lot again. Although his cultivation of origin energy remained the same, Li Zhongjiu could still feel it. His power had increased a lot again. This made Li Zhongjiu extremely amazed. It seemed that the word limit was actually an infinite range. What was the limit of the body? No one knew. There was always a higher mountain. Now Li Zhongjiu could even beat up the previous two with just the strength of his body. Even if he stood still and let them attack him at will, he could still remain unscathed. In such a short time, he had made such a big breakthrough again. This made Li Zhongjiu very surprised. Oh my god, what kind of monster is he? Ling Shui saw the change in Li Zhongjiu. Immediately, her eyes widened, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. She did not expect Li Zhongjiu to really make it through. Such a terrifying power. And such a strong and terrifying recovery power, which saved Li Zhongjiu's life. No one had ever been able to withstand the thunder tribulation for others unscathed. As for Li Zhongjiu, it seemed that he wasn't just helping others withstand the lightning tribulation and being safe and sound. In fact, he was actually benefiting from it. No one would have expected such a good thing to happen. But in fact, if it were someone else, it would be quite a tragedy. At least, Ling Shui's life was saved again. Although he could clearly feel it. The constantly surging thunderbolts seemed to have become more powerful and angry, but the power after that could not bring much harm to Li Zhongjiu. He had absorbed all the power of the thunder tribulation. Only Li Zhongjiu had such power. The thunder tribulation clouds finally dispersed reluctantly. Li Zhongjiu seemed to have recovered to his peak state, and he landed in front of Ling Shui easily. It seems that the power of this fake heavenly tribulation is just SOSO. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Of course, he was qualified to say such words, because he had survived the destructive thunder tribulation. Although it was a little difficult in the beginning, it was very easy in the end. Fake heavenly tribulation? What do you mean? Ling Shui looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. Isn't everything in this macro world transformed by the power of the Xintian Emperor? Li Zhongjiu said. How is that possible? Although the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord is extremely powerful, it's impossible for him to create a heavenly tribulation. Even this great world wasn't completely created by the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord. It's just that the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord modified it based on a certain foundation. Ling Shui and Ling Yu's background was not simple, so they more or less knew something that Li Zhongjiu did not know. Is that so? Li Zhongjiu was a little surprised, but he did not show it. Ling Shui was extremely weak. If it were not for Li Zhongjiu's help, she would have been killed by the thunder tribulation. But now the thunder tribulation was over. She only needed to recuperate a little and recover her strength. Then she would be able to enter the level 3 celestial being realm as she wished. Although he did not know how long Ling Shui had cultivated to reach her current level, at least judging from her bone structure, Ling Shui's cultivation speed must be very fast. Her talent was also quite strong. I didn't expect that I, the evil lord, would have to protect these girls. Li Zhongjiu could not help but shake his head. Of course, Li Zhongjiu also gained a lot from the thunder tribulation just now. Li Zhongjiu had just broken through to the level 2 celestial being realm. However, under the tribulation earlier, his chaotic body had become even more powerful. The level 2 celestial being realm had been completely stabilized. Otherwise, it would take at least a few months just to stabilize the celestial being realm. This was also why one could not come out of seclusion immediately after the cultivation breakthrough. If something happened accidentally, it was very likely that the level 2 celestial being realm would fall immediately. Li Zhongjiu was very lucky that his level 2 celestial being realm did not fall under the thunder tribulation just now. Unexpectedly, he took the opportunity to stabilize his level. This time, the two of them did not know that Pei Feng was killed. Ling Shui and Ling Yu also broke through smoothly. Ling Shui's strength finally stabilized. After this, Ling Shui also had a sense of trust for Li Zhongjiu. Even after thinking about it, she felt a little unbelievable that Li Zhongjiu was in such a situation. Bearing the heavenly tribulation 10 times stronger, he stepped forward bravely to resist the power of the heavenly tribulation for her. It seems that sister has a good eye. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel a little disappointed. She did not think much of Li Zongjiu at first. After all, in her eyes, the requirements were very high. Li Zongjiu's strength was not enough to enter her eyes. As for his sister, it was entirely because of Li Zongjiu's cultivation and formations that she was interested in him. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu was actually such a wolf in sheep's clothing? Her thunder tribulation, the power of that wave of thunder tribulation just now, could easily destroy the existence of the 6th stage celestial realm. However, Li Zongjiu was able to block her attack even though his cultivation was weaker than hers. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu's strength was far above hers. Not to mention anything else. Even the giant snake in his hand, which was a 9th-class celestial being, was caught by Li Zongjiu. Naturally, he would not dare to underestimate Li Zongjiu in the future. 3 days later, Xianxia and Lingyu woke up one after another. The two sisters appeared under the waterfall. She was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. With his current strength, it was enough to kill the incarnation of the Lord of Heaven. However, he could not go back now. He knew that there were so many experts in this world. Li Zongjiu could either find a way to break through to an extremely terrifying level in 5 years. Even if he did not need to be in the macro world, he could still cultivate as usual. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to return to the macro world and continue to improve his strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, other enemies would come. This time, there was still a chance. Li Zongjiu had 5 years to prepare. However, there might not be such a chance next time. Li Zongjiu's peak in his previous life was only the peak of the supremacy realm. Now, he had easily broken through. If he wanted to kill his previous self, it could be said that it would be easy. Moreover, Li Zongjiu saw a terrifying existence of the ape clan in the sacred martial realm. Even with Li Zongjiu's current strength, he did not necessarily have enough strength to fight against the latter. That ape clan expert must be in the Lord of Heaven realm. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. At least, before he went back, his strength had to be in the Lord of Heaven realm. At the same time, in order to prevent the seal from breaking in advance, Li Zongjiu also had to be prepared to go back in advance. He had to return in 4.5 years at most. He did not want to find that the other party had broken the seal in advance when he returned. Then, the entire holy martial continent would be burned to the ground. If he saw such a scene, Li Zongjiu did not have the ability to go back and do it again, therefore, he had to prepare for a rainy day. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Are you all ready? It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go back quickly. Li Zongjiu said. Xianxia and Lingyu nodded. Thank you, young Master Li, for protecting us. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. On the way, Xianxia was also hesitating whether to tell them about Li Zongjiu blocking the heavenly thunder for her. However, she was afraid that her sister would misunderstand, so she simply thought that if Li Zongjiu did not mention this matter, she would bury it in her heart. She only treated Li Zongjiu as a good brother. If there was a chance in the future, she would directly return this favor to Li Zongjiu. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 of them rushed in the direction of the Crimson Soul City. Halfway through, when they came to a forest, they suddenly saw a 7-colored light in the sky. The light seemed to have torn a hole in the sky, and from that hole, a door of light shone into the forest in front of them. When the 3 of them saw this scene, Li Zongjiu frowned at first. After all, in this great world, strange phenomena were frequent, and he could not tell what kind of danger was coming. However, looking at the expressions of the 2 girls, they were very surprised. It's the rainbow sky illusion. Ling Yu's eyes were filled with surprise, and so was Xianxia, who was very excited. What? Li Zongjiu had not been here for long, so he was not clear about many rules of the great world. Now that he heard this name, it was quite unfamiliar. The rainbow sky illusion, there are countless adventures in it, and the challenges in it are not too life-threatening. For the great world, it's equivalent to a good opportunity to obtain rewards, and there might even be secret incantations in it. Secret incantations, what Li Zongjio needed the most now should be the secret incantations. After all, the Heaven Void God record was enough to allow Li Zongjio to cultivate to a higher level. However, this secret incantations could allow Li Zongjio to still have an advantage in front of high-level experts. Quick, the rainbow sky illusion will not appear for long. I didn't expect to have such a good opportunity to encounter it. The two girls hurriedly called Li Zongjio to go. Basically, as long as one entered the rainbow sky illusion, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits, which was equivalent to a place to obtain benefits. However, such a treasure land could only be encountered by chance. It was rumored that the Crimson Soul City Lord had once entered the rainbow sky illusion, which was why he had an undefeated record. The appearance of the rainbow sky illusion. Immediately, the experts who were training or living in seclusion within a radius of 1,000 miles appeared one after another. At the same time, there were also many newcomers who had just arrived who could not help but rush towards the rainbow sky illusion. If some newcomers accidentally entered the rainbow sky fantasy realm, they would directly obtain a great opportunity. But this kind of thing, to him, was both good and bad. After all, if one did not have enough strength to grasp a good thing, they would eventually draw fire to themselves. Crimson Soul City. City Lord Crimson Soul naturally saw the appearance of the one rainbow sky illusion. It's the rainbow sky illusion again, a great opportunity. City Lord Crimson Soul was already too late to set off. Furthermore, as the City Lord, he had to protect the city. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happened to the city, he, as the City Lord, would be guilty. Since he had become the City Lord and enjoyed some convenience and treatment, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. However, Crimson Soul had controlled the main city for so long, and the accumulation of strength had long reached a terrifying level. However, he was still unable to step into the Heavenly Lord realm. This made Crimson Soul want to increase his strength even more. It was extremely difficult to step into the Heavenly Lord realm, and when you controlled a main city, the success rate would increase a little. At least compared to before, it would not be so uncertain. Seeing the rainbow sky illusion unfold, there were also many figures in the main city who were rushing towards the rainbow sky illusion at an extremely fast speed. But most people could not make it in time. After all, such a paradise would not wait for anyone. In just a dozen breaths of time, the light had already dimmed. Li Zongjio and Ling Yu were the first to enter the rainbow sky illusion through the door. Poison Dragon Ao Tian also hurriedly followed. Of course, Ao Tian would not let go of such a good opportunity. After asking for Li Zongjio's permission, he hurriedly followed. However, Li Zongjio did not wait for him, but let him fly himself. After all, Ao Tian had already stepped into the heaven realm. His speed was naturally not slow. The two girls knew about Li Zongjio's poison dragon. Previously, when they were in the Crimson Soul City, it had more or less appeared. Being able to own a celestial realm mount was, in fact, very eye-catching. Ling Shui found Li Zongjio more and more amazing. If he remembered correctly, Li Zongjio had just broken through to the celestial being realm not long ago. However, he had long possessed this poison dragon. This meant that Li Zongjio had already subdued Ao Tian when he was still in the Khanate realm. How miraculous was this! On Ao Tian's back, Li Zongjio and the other two were flying in the air. At this moment, they appeared on a spiritual island. The blue seawater in the distance rippled. Everyone knew that since it was an island, treasures and the like would definitely be on the island and would not appear in the seawater. There are indeed many ores of treasures on the spiritual island below. Moreover, the spiritual energy on the spiritual island is so dense. Li Zongjio was also surprised. If one were to say that the spiritual chi of the sacred martial realm was 100 times denser than that of the sacred martial continent, then the spiritual chi of the sacred martial realm was 100 times denser. The spiritual energy in the great world was 100 times denser than in the sacred martial world. The spiritual energy on the spiritual island in the rainbow sky fantasy land was 100 times denser than in the great world. It was 10,000 times denser than in the sacred martial world. Even if one used a spirit gathering array to continuously accumulate the spiritual energy, it might not have such an effect. They did not even need to meditate and cultivate. They only needed to open their mouths and breathe. They would absorb the spiritual energy into their bodies and automatically convert it into origin energy. Let's go where the spiritual energy is the densest. Ling Yu pointed in a direction. As soon as they arrived at such a place, there were strong spiritual energy surging everywhere. All kinds of treasures appeared in piles. It was indeed not easy to find the densest spiritual energy among so many of them. Ling Yu calmed down and analyzed and captured the spiritual energy. Swoosh, without another word, Aotian charged towards the place with the densest spiritual energy. However, on the other side, 3 figures were also chasing in the same direction. Speed up. Li Zongjiu said plainly as he looked at the 3 people opposite him. How could he, Li Zongjiu, be snatched away from him? Without another word, he charged towards those people. I've taken a liking to this item. Get lost. Li Zongjiu shouted as he circulated his origin energy. The other party could feel Li Zongjiu's strength. However, they thought that they might be able to contend with him and stand a chance. Such a treasure was definitely in existence that could change one's fate. How could they let it go so easily? Ling Shui looked at Li Zongjiu. The latter was gentle and refined. She did not expect him to have such a domineering side. He would ask people to get lost when he took a liking to something. It was rare to see such a character like the latter. However, the 3 people opposite him seemed to want to take a risk and fight for it. The 2 of you, hold on for at most 10 breaths of time. After I take the item away, I'll split it with you. Wealth comes from danger. Let's do it. The 2 of them were ruthless people. They decided to take a risk and try to stop Li Zongjiu. That way, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. Although Li Zongjiu looked very fierce. However, under the temptation of such a treasure, not everyone could remain calm and think. Once one fell into a demon's trap, they would be stubborn. Li Zongjiu saw through the other party's actions and sneered. Courting death. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu flew out from Aotian's body. Boom, a small black hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer immediately burst out with terrifying chaotic lightning power. The combination of lightning and chaotic power. A move blasted towards the 2 of them. Although the 2 of them were in the celestial realm, under Li Zongjiu's chaotic lightning, their bodies were instantly swallowed by the light. Boom, boom, the 2 of them were swallowed by the lightning. They originally wanted to block for 10 breaths of time. However, they did not expect that they could not even hold on for half a second. Damn it. The only person alive wanted to fight for the treasure. He was about to reach the treasure, but Li Zongjiu was too strong. If he continued to fight for the treasure, he would definitely be caught by Li Zongjiu. Finally, the latter gritted his teeth and turned in another direction. It was more important to stay alive. Since he was already here, why should he make things difficult for this god of death? He thought that if he turned around and left, Li Zongjiu would let him go. However, he did not expect that Li Zongjiu would catch up with him and smash the latter's body with the power of lightning. Since they had already planned to snatch Li Zongjiu's things, they should be prepared to be smashed into pieces by Li Zongjiu. The powerful lightning instantly reaped the lives of the 3 celestial realm powerhouses. Ling Shui and Ling Yu looked at each other. There was only one thought in their minds. This man was too overbearing. End of chapter 1676. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.